By the way, this is why the dead are deep-stated in inside jobs.
Hey, are you watching Inside Job?
I just watched the first episode before I came on here, actually.
I'm 3 episodes in at this point. It's actually not bad.
I really liked it so far. First impression seems like it's really funny. I like the characters so far.
It's easy to look at Inside Job from the outset and imagine it to be the umpteenth uncreative, unfunny drivel that passes for adult animation these days, but it is actually made by Gravity Falls veterans. So it's worth checking out because of that. If you ever liked Gravity Falls, this is more or less the same energy, except more on cocaine, I would say. It's very rapid fire, the satirical comedy.
And conspiracies about.
Yes, and
I haven't heard of this show before.
There isn't
Conspiracies.
The central point of all conspiracy theories, well, outside of the Jewish did it, is that the secret cabal that governs the world from the shadows is comprised of super competent, villainous individuals. Of course, what better way to expose how silly conspiracies are by having those who run the shadow government being a bunch of twats and goobers that just wing it every day.
Hey, if I was member of a shadow cabal that rules the world, that's probably what I would do, because who the fuck would want to rule the world? Who's that stupid?
I don't know. Disney?
No, they don't want to rule the world. They just want to make money. I wouldn't want to rule a world. I don't want to rule I wouldn't even want to rule my own country. I wouldn't even want to rule my own hometown. Do you know how much work that is?
You know how much paperwork you'd have to do?
Exactly. And I live in Finland. Bureaucracy. It's everywhere.
Checking out who you should vote from a voting machine is already a hard enough job.
Anyway, the point is Inside Job is pretty funny and you should give it a try.
And on another point, welcome to Call of Cthulhu, Last Salvation, everybody.
Yes. So you might notice that I changed my avatar once again. That is an actual real photograph of me.
Everyone roll for sanity.
Yes, I just remembered I had the perfect photograph to represent my character, and it's a photograph of me with a top hat and everything.
Oh, interesting. Huh? I didn't actually recognize it was you, actually.
I just told you.
Actually,
yeah.
I
recognize it.
I'm just wondering what those figures are on the background.
Okay, so this was during a promotional event for our film festival, so those figures in the background are from the poster.
Okay.
Anyway, so they took a picture of me in that particular pose. I had my hat and even a cane. So
I'm here with my minions.
Okay, so one
candy cane.
Okay, so one
no,
I did.
Sadly,
okay.
No.
Okay, so one first I did know. I actually thought that was you because I thought I recognized that beard at least, so I assumed it was you.
Yes, you and your brother saw my beard up close, so you had a close encounter of the furry kind, I would say.
Yeah.
Just remember, it's not the beard that grows on him, it's the rest of him that grows around
the beard. I have never heard that joke before.
You should have heard, because you're the one who told it.
Speaking of which,
I know, I'm being sarcastic.
Speaking of sarcasm, it's me, Devar Akbaran, the host of this show.
Are you now? I think the energy of my sarcasm was too strong, and it caused your voice to garble a little bit as you were saying things. So that's funny.
So, I guess I should introduce the rest of the players tonight.
If you must.
If you must.
We have Madhog Vibe Master as Astolfo, I guess.
Ooh, bravo, you have basic memory.
Then we have Icy Pal, who is played a Russian named Alexei.
Oh my god, man, like, could you be any more, like, enthusiastic? Gosh.
Okay, this
totally
is...
brings down the vibe of
This
the house,
is...
man.
This is less sarcasm and more sass.
It's Valley Girl accent.
And then we have Marty Marley, who's playing a woman named Ruzhenka.
A woman?
Novel idea here.
A woman? In my game? No.
Well, some variety to this sausage fest.
Thank you for that.
Yes.
Thank you for that, seriously. Anyway, I guess we have to have a man too, who hunts.
A man?
Called Danton Stormkeeper, who plays Vitold.
A
I'm
man?
going to the one place where there isn't sarcasm. Space!
A man in my game? Not on my watch.
But what is a man?
Not in Overwatch.
Man is a miserable pile of secrets.
But like, enough talk, man. Have a tea.
And I guess we have to get to the last person of the night. It's Demonox playing Ogromny.
What was the full name again?
Like, who cares, man?
Yeah, I can't be bothered, man.
Can't be bothered. It's like too much work.
Okay, is this really the energy we want to bring to the final session of this game?
We
Speaking
were,
of-
we were actually slots in disguise this whole time.
That's why it felt like it took so long to get to the start.
Another. Speaking of starting, how about that? How about what happened last session, guys? Who wants to summarize that? Huh?
Matti?
Lots of talking happened.
Previously on Call of Cthulhu, Lost or Last Salvation, depending how our GM feels.
Least the salvation.
Salvation slightly pending?
It's never going to catch up, Madhog. Just keep it up.
Yeast
shit.
salvation?
Okay, so seriously, who wants to do the summarization of last session? This session.
There was a lot of talking, about an hour and a half of it, of basically what we should do. There was basically, we were in the world of the dead, or something like that. Brezhena and Agatha were secret Slavic priests along with Philip, but Philip's dead, and they replaced the fake priest, who was a French spy. Vitold, Ogromny, and Alexei went out to hunt for survivors, found an amnesiac girl that turns out to be Astolfo's sister.
I know nothing.
Go.
We found Roman, and we found a totally trustworthy guy called Emil, and
Well, he's actually decent.
and we went into the depths of the mines and found Cox.
That checks out.
And we came back, and there was a abomination spider attacking Agatha, who was about to
Sound the
blow the-
horns.
blow the trumpet and Astolfo had to help finger her trumpet to get us out of there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And then Baba Yaga appeared at the end.
Yes, Baba Yaga appeared in the end with her...
Don't forget Rosenka was haunted by the man she killed.
Oh yes, that too.
And
We
also,
didn't see that bit, though.
weren't you chased by a bear?
No.
we were
What?
chased by some sort of Hydra creature, I guess.
Wouldn't know
Yeah.
better.
We blew it up with dynamite.
No, it was a bear-like creature, as the
No.
man described it.
Yeah,
that
well,
was-
that was,
we were chased by something
that
much
was,
bigger.
that was what attacked Yezhir Cox, the Bauk, the bear-like
Yeah.
creature.
Yes,
There was another creature
That's
in
what I
the
meant
wall.
to say. That's the creature I was referring to.
Yeah.
The bear basically attacked the Cox, as you do. And then we found a giant monster that lives in the caves with probably the Bauk.
Which we then blew up with dynamite, showing
Oh,
everyone
no.
that science triumphs magic every day.
By the way,
Okay.
just so that you guys know, just because I don't think you will be seeing that creature again, that was the creature that was chasing you, that was breathing liquid nitrogen-like stuff and hails. That was an Ash Dyer, which is a demonic Yume dragon. It basically has 3 heads and looks serpent-like.
Wait, hold on.
Style?
Hold on. It's a 3-headed dragon.
Yes.
It breathes ice.
Hailstone. Hailstorms.
Ice breath.
Yeah.
Is anyone else thinking of Blue Eyes White Dragon at the moment?
Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon.
Dragon.
Even better.
Well, aren't you glad you were so close of total party kill?
So we were attacked by Seto Kaiba. Got it.
Yes. Okay.
Well, that
yes.
wasn't finding white neutron beam thing. It was flying ice.
Okay, so one
Sato
more.
Kaiba would totally play a game of D&D by cheating and saying, screw the rules, I have money.
Screw the rules. I'll just pay for the natural 20. Anyway,
Bruce Wayne.
I need to make one amendment for what one of the players said last time. That was wrong.
Okay.
Who?
Okay, who did it?
Who's on the chopping block?
That'd be that'd be Madhog. He said that Baba Yaga was exclusively a Russian folklore.
I thought it was Russian.
No. It is a Slavic folklore. It's just that it became popular in Russia and it's in other Slavic regions.
Ah, I
He's
see.
found out she needs to double.
Yeah, I only know Baba Yaga.
Well,
I only know Baba Yaga from that part of the Magnificent movie.
yes, you told that last time, I remembered. Also, thank you, Devar, for illuminating me with that bit of knowledge.
Yeah. So she is considered Slavic in origin, especially since Russia used to be a part of the Slavic region as well.
You just got to imagine just how much her blinking copyright payments are going to be if all these different countries are taking her up. She's going to be getting absolutely paid by the flipping. She's got forget hunting kids. She just buys luxury hotels when she wants them.
Nah,
She's public domain.
Baba Yaga is just going to be basically just living in the woods like a hipster, but she wears like gold chains going like, yo!
The chicken house thing appears when she needs to make public appearances. What you don't see is she goes to the 5-story house she's got.
I'm thinking of the old lady in the woods in Discworld who just makes custard.
Oh, come on, love, give us a kiss!
By the way, Devar, since you bothered to research Baba Yaga in detail, can you clarify something for me? Is the image of an old lady that lives in a moving house the default popular image of Baba Yaga, or does she have more appearances or more descriptions, depending on the region?
She's typically described with similar looks, but basically she's either defined as basically let's see, she's actually defined as either two. Let me start over again. I need to clear my thoughts here for a second, because she has a default appearance that's across the board basically is old lady, long nose, got warts on her, basically looks bony, and plus wears traditional dress that you expect a woman of the region to be wearing, but what she uses basically changes. So she is said to be using a oversized pestle and mortar, for one. Others say she uses a broom, and
that's when she's swimming.
And others basically say she doesn't actually go out at all. She just stays in her house.
So she's basically the big scary witch of the steppe.
Anyway, I think we should probably get on to this. So
Yes.
Let's see, what are you all? Yes, you found the typical image of Baba Yaga.
Yep.
Anyway, so okay, so I think that we've done all our sweeping of everything under the rug. So
Don't
let's
say
get
it
on
like that.
Well, let's get on to session 4.
We didn't do anything wrong. Yet.
We're about to. So, okay, so we come back to the middle of the village, which is within its autumn season, and a huge thunderstorm is overhead.
Yeah,
From the
weather has been going all kinds of wacky ever since the spooky stuff started.
Kind you would only ever see the intensity of during the hot summers, my ad. Which seems to be heading in the direction of the village of Ostatnia Vibiavienia.
You mean Last Salvation, right?
Yes.
It's just trying the Polish name.
Everyone in the village looked shocked to see who Yagoda had brought to the village.
Yagoda, bring it to her!
An old woman who had just left her shack home that had come from the forest on a pair of chicken legs and had settled itself upon the ground.
Ah, yes,
Or
the
Mavis.
house. The house
just
had
remembered
chicken legs,
something.
right?
Yes.
Didn't we have that sanity check?
Uh-huh. By the way, I wrote that down. So I was going to ask you guys. Sanity checks, please, for the Marchek fight that I didn't do because it was so late.
Danton,
And there you go.
traitor.
That is a 9.
Okay,
73, I fail.
so
I just have to give a dice swap because I actually...
95.
25.
Hey, I passed.
Okay,
So,
35.
Three successes and 2 fails from the finish, lads.
okay, so easy to say this. If you succeeded, take 15 to your
Jesus.
Nice.
damage, to your sanity. 30 if you failed.
I would
You
like to use,
failed.
I would
Yeah.
like to use a point of determination to re-roll this check.
If you must.
Yes.
I hope you
This is the
succeed.
This is the last session. I think now it's time to use that determination.
Ah,
43, I succeed.
I'll
Okay,
use
okay.
my determination as well. 5.
Oh, that's good.
That's actually better.
So we all succeed now, and we're only taking 15 each.
Okay, so 15 each. Just let me.
it was a
Reef.
pretty insane fight. I mean, you would lose sanity normally dealing with a regular spider.
No.
Why? What's so bad about spiders?
Yeah.
They are nice. They kill all the annoying bugs.
Yes, sure, except when you find them in your pillow.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let me.
Listen,
So-
me and the spiders have an understanding. As long as I don't see them,
Well-
it's okay that they live here.
Well, to be fair, Finland doesn't have any lethally poisonous spiders.
I
Okay,
would be surprised if you did.
Okay, so let me actually sort out the points now because Marty should be at 49 sanity. I think.
Yep, 49.
Okay.
I am at 44.
Yeah, you're at 44. Let me.
I
let
am
me
a
actually-
Commodore 64.
Yep, you're at 64. Danton and Madhog should be at 64 as well. Then
Alright, so I have 64 damage, got it.
you have 64 sanity left. So let me actually check. Let's see.
I would have more, but people kept telling me not to use my points.
I don't know whether to do this for Demonox because Demonox is actually at the threshold of where I placed the second of his.
It seems... Nah, go. If it's at the threshold, go for it.
Okay, this will be.
Unless it's something really bad for me.
Well, don't worry. It's more roleplay thing you have to keep in mind, sort of thing. So basically, it's only a detriment in roleplay wise. So, anyway, yeah, I think we'll go with this one. So, you've actually become paranoid at this rate that there could be others around that know who you are and what you did.
Okay.
So essentially, you're now basically going to be a paranoid that basically some people might know.
Yeah, I was going to have a nice conversation. Someone asked me about it, but hey, I'm going to deny everything.
Oh, it's like that.
I was scripted a fucking new conversation, an entire storyline for this.
I said you're paranoid about people that knowing, but we'll see what happens with that. Okay. Okay, so I think we've done that. So, okay, it's just this moment. The old woman begins to hobble into your direction, and she walks over, and you can see many glowing eyes open and staring from the darkest reaches of the forest.
Oh my god!
And
the old woman is looking rather worried.
So is Alexei. All the Russians are looking worried.
Isen Yagoda basically looks to you all and says, "You have no need to fear the Watchers of the Forest. They too are as curious as you are, though only by nature, not by thought." Okay, so as the old woman gets closer, you could see her features more clearly. She looks small, bony, with long white hair, with a slightly elongated nose, and is wearing a ragged-looking dark blue dress with red lines around the hem of it, and a dark shawl around her shoulders that draped over her small hunched-over frame, and wore a cloth tied around her head. She looks to everyone with a single open eye, as her other one was slightly bigger and was closed shut. Yes.
So
dancing only.
So whose grandmother is this?
It said Yagoda just points to everyone going like, "These are the people I told you about, mistress. Everyone, this is my teacher, Baba Yaga."
Yeah, Ogre is not making it apparent, but he's definitely behind his back, like doing very old, like ward off evil signs.
Astolfo looks at her and refrains to make a comment that she reminds her of our depictions of La Befana, which I guess it would translate to the Hag, which is a figure that around the 6th of January would bring a gift to children in Italy.
By the way, does any of you want to roll for history? Well, not history, for folklore. I said that by accident.
Education.
So education.
That's 88, so no, I don't know anything.
Okay, let's
try.
try.
Alexei knows everything.
So I wish
35.
So I think it would have been funny.
Oh, 26.
I think it would have been funny for me at least if I didn't succeed this roll. I succeeded, by the way, 45.
Okie dokie.
Because like I said, I just made the comment about La Befana. So while all the Russians are scary, Astolfo would have approached her with shiny eyes. "Oh, do you have gifts for me?"
Anyway, so to basically tell you guys about Baba Yaga, she is known as a forest hag. She usually lives deep in the woods, within a hut that stands upon chicken legs, as you have witnessed. Though, typically she's tend to be, in modern day, she tends to be depicted as a evil sort of woman who basically kidnaps children and then uses their skeletal remains as warnings to ward people off from her property, so to speak.
"Get off my property!" with a shotgun.
Yeah. Though for extra information, there's two things I should probably let you guys know about, and that is, in older stories, she's neither good nor evil. She basically was used as either for to be evil, for stories to basically warn children to be good and people to, be moral and upstanding, or she was used as a means to basically help protagonists out and give them answers, despite the fact she always was depicted as looking evil and to be kind of suspicious, to be making that sort of dealings with.
Okay, so basically she covers the roles that gods would have in classic Greek mythology. They are omnipresent in stories, and they either help the protagonist, or they would cause problems to them.
Here's the most interesting part about this. There's actually some shred of evidence left behind that Baba Yaga may have possibly have been a benevolent forest hag before Christianity came along and erased most of the information on her.
Of course.
Makes usual sense.
Leave it to Christianity.
Christianity!
Probably also depended on which area of the Slavic region you were.
Yeah, so
Considering
basically,
we are in Poland and Christianity is pretty strong around these parts, I would say here.
Yeah. So anyway, so basically she used to be a spirit for the animals and all life within it, including the animals. So she acted as a protector rather than somebody who would be malicious to living creatures.
Yeah, we're gonna go spin on that one.
Though another
Sell t-shirts.
Another possibility I should add is that she was a primary demon at one point, involved with dark magic and the dead. So there's a lot of ground covered by this one figure in the Slavic mythology.
She's busy.
Yes. Also, I do like the similarities between regions. Like I said, the closest that we have of something like Baba Yaga here in Italy would be La Befana. Much like that figure, she would ride a broomstick. She's an old hag. But she would be a benevolent spirit of good. Brings gifts to children. So, pretty much the exact opposite of that depiction of Baba Yaga you just mentioned.
Yeah. It said that, okay, so carry on with the story now. Baba Yaga then goes like, let me have a look at them. And she slowly goes to each of the villagers and to you guys and opens her closed eye, revealing rather than being a normal human eye, it looks like she has one made of crystal, which shimmers upon its reveal. And after she looks to the last person, she holds her chin with the tips of her long fingers and says, they appear to have been stained with the energies from the underworld. This is not good at all, no. And she walks back over to the side of Yagoda and turns to everyone and says, my student tells me that one of you was interested in what I had to share about what's going on in this forest.
This is okay, perfect timing. This is where Astolfo comes back from his carriage. Oof, poof, what did I miss? He says.
Yeah, so...
Well, Vitals just stood, like, perfectly still, like, you know, like he's a pole, basically. Just staring.
Okay, Astolfo takes a look at Baba Yaga and says, La Befana? Here? At this time of the year? In this region of Europe? Localized entirely in Last Salvation?
You had the steamed hams this one, didn't you?
Oh, It just came naturally.
I love it. Anyway, so Yagoda basically points to Astolfo and goes like, it was him, mistress. He asked. And she basically then opens her eye towards your direction to look at you as well.
I very politely remove my hat and do a bit of a bow in respect.
Right then. Heed this, mortals. Triglav, the god who kept the realm separated, has been removed, meaning now the underworld is gaining dominance over the realm of Earth, and soon the heavens will too be merged, thus making it possible for forces beyond us to enter and take hold of these lands.
Triglav.
Roll for folklore, Danton.
That is a 54.
Right then. Let me get to his... So Triglav is known as the free-headed god. They were seen as the embodiment of connection to the three realms of heaven, earth, and the underworld. They basically are the keepers that basically make sure everything stays into their places and never interact.
So essentially the gatekeeper's missing.
Yeah, pretty much. So the three-dimensional planes are also known as Prav, Yav, and Nav, respectively.
Nav I'm aware of because that's the world of the dead in, that's what the dead are called.
Yes, that is the underworld, Nav is. Prav is heaven, Yav is earth.
Triglav, the gatekeeper of the three worlds.
Ooh.
Are you saying that we were in Nav?
So one of you do know of your old ways. This is good then. At least someone knows and understands what I'm saying here.
Can you put that god's name into the chat?
Right, sure. Just
It's Triglav. Try on these glass.
Hey.
Anyway, so she then continues going like, they are using the Viejmark, Pan Twardowski, and the Heart of the Ages to take advantage of his desire to return home so they can enact their takeover. Humanity damned into forced servitude to an entity who's had their eye on this planet for as long as they had their influence over the moon.
They don't pay me enough for this shit.
You know, you've got to love how there are three distinct end-of-the-world scenarios happening in three separated parts of the world, completely independent of each other.
I mean, the first one cannot have been happening with the other two because the first one succeeded.
Yes, but you don't know what the long-term or short-term consequences of that would be. For all you know, it just becomes the United States we all know and love of today.
Yeah,
I mean, we had the epilogue of complete global annihilation.
Yeah.
This is the multiverse.
Basically, the first session took place in 1924.
These are prequels to the end of the world.
These are prequels. We can see how much we can frick up this world. Eh?
Oh boy!
We can just treat the first campaign like they treated the first season of Dice Funk. It was an alternate universe where everything went to shit.
Yes, that's pretty much what I used it for the Yumeverse anyway.
So, what about now?
Okay.
I guess we'll see.
So, what? Okay, so any of you have anything to say about all this that she has just dumped all over you?
Ogami
is confused, but he's still holding on to the thing that he picked up.
Okay, so if I understood correctly, Pan Twardowski is trying to take over the world.
He's trying to get home while someone else is using him, is what she says.
Okay, it's time for a refresher here.
Yeah.
Who is this Pan Twardowski?
He's a warlock that made a deal with a devil to gain power.
Yes! No, okay.
Went to Rome.
I remember that story, but I forgot the name.
His soul and body were separate from each other. One is on the moon, and the other.
Right. The spider was his servant.
And Snopek's collection has a mirror that belonged to him.
Yes.
Yeah. So calmly.
Well, guys, have I not made it abundantly clear that I am more tired than usual tonight?
It's alright.
It's
Okay.
So, if this Pan is not the one responsible, but then who is?
It's then Baba
Chernabog?
Yaga. It's then Baba Yaga looks to you all and says, "Well, considering that she is here, there is only one entity that would have a hand in this."
Who did he point to? Well, who's she point to?
She basically then goes like, "You've seen a Victorian lady, have you not, in the underworld? I sensed her."
What is Victorian?
It's an old time period or something.
Well, it
Actually,
wasn't that.
We would know about it.
Actually, it wasn't that long ago. Come to think of it.
It was the 1800s, the Victorian era.
The Victorian era lasted up until the very, very first couple of years of the 20th century, I think.
Yeah, the 1900s.
It was a big thing 20 years ago.
Yes. I guess.
I hope that
coming
was
back.
Most of us here are poor Russian peasants. Do you
Well,
think we know anything
Astolfo
about
would
that?
definitely know about that.
Okay, so I hope that wasn't caught on the mic because my neighbor basically decided to chuck a lot of bottles into his bin outside. So
No, it was not.
okay, good. Anyway,
But now we know that it happened, so...
anyway, so basically, she then says like, the lady in the fancy dress. You've seen her, right?
Beehive on her head.
Ah, yes, that one. When we were in the underworld. Yes, we saw her. She taunted us. I think she spoke very weirdly.
She serves an ancient god by the name of Apokolofov.
And you put that name in the chat.
Apokolofov?
Apokolofov? The apocalypse?
Apocalypse?
Apokolofov.
Apokolofov.
What is this?
Begone, Apokolofov!
What is this Aztec naming scene?
Be gone, fuck!
Begone, Apokolofov! It does sound Aztec.
I guess it's Apocalypse now then.
Yeah, so then she goes like, they are the unseen ruler of the moon, a lunar god, if you will. Though, the fancy lady you keep seeing goes by the name of Mormo. That's her servant.
Slow down. Are you saying that people live on the moon?
Not necessarily lives on your moon. They live on an alternate plane of existence of the moon.
So...
Yeah, this is going straight over his head.
So Astolfo is writing all of it down, even if he doesn't fully understand it. But he knew it in his heart that it sounded epic and cool.
They don't pay me enough for this.
Technically speaking, I don't think any of us are getting paid.
Yeah.
I just started yesterday.
I am getting... my payment is storytelling.
Yeah.
Yes.
So she basically then continues on going, this, I'm trying to think how to carry on from here now, because I'm thinking what have I said and not said.
The last thing you said was Apokolov and...
Apokolofov.
Apokolofov.
And Mormon.
7 billion syllables.
And
Yeah.
how Mormote, fancy lady in white, is its servant.
Yeah. It's supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Now,
Anyway.
So what you are saying is that this Apokoloth is Tsar of the Moon who is using this man Pan who made a deal with the devil to conquer the world.
and
Yes.
the spider is in cahoots with the Victorian lady.
If you're talking about Maciek works with Pan. Pan is its it's Pan is its master.
Yes.
But does that matter? We killed the thing.
You think you thought you
No, we didn't.
You thought you killed him?
Didn't we? I'm pretty sure we hacked it to pieces.
Bajena,
No.
It legged off.
yeah, Bajena basically just forced it to retreat because she used a light spell upon it.
So if this magic forced the Pan, shouldn't it be our ally if we are both trying to stop the Apollothos from using?
He's not really trying to stop anyone. He's trying to get home, and he's a useful pawn for Pokolofopopopototov.
That sounds like a Aztec god name already.
More Mayan than Aztec. Those are the really complicated ones.
Yeah.
But yeah, so our character. So essentially, the spider wouldn't be against them because him getting home is probably what the Sphinx offered him in the first place.
Yeah,
Help me out, and I will get you home.
Yeah, keep in mind, Pan was on the moon, and that would mean, under these circumstances, he probably made a deal with Apokolofov to basically get back home.
So Apokolov is... Apokolotov, gosh darn it,
I'm
is
sorry.
the devil in this story, and Pan is Faust.
I mean, is Apokolothos the same entity that Pan made his deal with to gain the magic powers?
No,
Did
that's
he do-
that's a completely separate guy.
Okay, so it's...
I
so that was Devil A, this is Devil B.
I just want that's the clarification I wanted.
Yeah, essentially two devils involved.
I mean, if you consider Apokolofov to be a devil, I don't think so. I've more ancient Cthulhian entity from an alternate reality version of the moon.
Okay, in fairness, I was trying to create an easy shorthand for us, people who grew up in a heavy Christian world, to understand more easily. Because,
I understand.
Christianity over the course of centuries has had the penchant of borrowing from all the folklore and mythologies that it suppressed and make it part of its own lore and mythos in an overly simplified manner.
Yeah. Anyway, so it's then...
Where were we again?
Okay, so I'll continue on. So Baba Yaga then goes like, if Pan is left unimpeded in his goals to return home, then he will bring forth with him beasts from another dimension into existence onto our plane of existence, and Poland will once again fall, not to a greedy, tyrannical mortal man, but to a race of moon beasts who will enslave all who live on this land, and then, well, you know how it goes.
Okay, here's the parallel, here's the thematic parallel, Devar.
Yeah.
The demonic invasions, they are basically the Russians in this equation. Well done.
It could be anybody.
Okay, well, based on the current recent history of Poland, it would make sense for them to be the Russians. Although, if this were to be set in the 30s, I would say also Nazi Germany.
Yeah.
Well, from what we have seen, he has already started. The lake and river are filled with nasty beasties.
Oh, they're not with Pan.
And what the fuck are they doing here?
She
I
then
don't know,
Baba Yaga then looks up and thinks for a moment to how to explain, as if she's thinking of how to explain it to you, and she goes like, "See them as not your real enemy, though that is only true to a certain extent. Think of them as nothing more than mindless soldiers of war that only know of killing. They are merely on the hunt to find the man responsible for all this. They just lack the mind to figure out anything more than just cleansing the land. Though if they fail, the Jiki Woof will come, though I fear they'll be too late to stop him.
The cheeky wolf?
Oh, the cheeky wolf.
Cheeky wolf.
Oh, that little scamp, the cheeky wolf. It is literally spelled W-O-O-F.
I did that for my own benefit. So, okay.
Isn't there really a D&D season if you don't make fun of all the character names?
Yes,
but these
true.
are not characters made up by the DM. These are characters from actual mythology and folklore.
So, anyway, anyone want to roll folklore for the Wild Hunt? Or the cheeky wolf?
Might as well.
I sure
Alexei
do.
Alexei's mother might have told him stories, or his wife.
Wow, I'm the shittest folklore expert ever. 92.
81. I know not. I know not.
I know what the Wild Hunt is, but he doesn't.
39.
Okay, so
I only got a 39 as well.
And 59.
I know
51.
Okay. So, the Wild Hunt are very well known thanks to The Witcher 3.
Yes.
But the folklore of The Witcher and actual folklore have some slight differences. So basically, the Wild Hunt are known as a bunch of riders who are represented as a oncoming thunderstorm, and they are known as a bunch of riders who basically come forth to basically put a stop to any evil beyond mortal man's hands that can figure out how to fix things. Some say that the Wild Hunt consists of very famous people from history and some regions of folklore, like, say, Odin, or even King Arthur, are part of the riders.
There are a lot of different versions of Wild Hunt in different mythologies.
Yes, there are very different ones. So I'm just giving you the kind of the basic synopsis and of what I found out from research and the interesting tidbits.
Yes.
So anyway, you continue, Icebell. You're about to say something.
So, what do we do? How do we stop the pawn?
You can never stop the puns. The puns will keep on coming.
It's then Baba Yaga just puts a finger to her head, going like, "I wish I could recommend something, but without the heart of Vavel, we can't." Wait a minute. It's then she proceeds to open her eye, looking more closely at all of you, eyeing each of you, until it lands upon a Gromny.
Uh-oh.
Dun.
You have the heart of Vavel upon you.
Okay, somebody get a scalpel. It's time for a heart extraction.
Try it and I will break your head open.
He already did that.
He can defeat all of us at once.
Let me continue. It's extremely weak, but I sense it. The shell of it on your person.
Ogromny.
Ogromny just like looks confused and then pulls out the thing he pulled out. It's like, you mean this thing?
Yes, this, she says.
Yes, the thing that was in the mines with the one eye.
It was said to be lost in the underworld.
Well, it was underground, so...
I told you to open the mountain wall for that.
Well, good thing is a miner.
And we do have only one way we can stop them, then. We must call the Sun God, the ruler of heavenly fire themselves, Svarug.
I just love this immense lore dump all at once, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I should probably mention
Svarog. Vavel.
Yes. You guys want to roll education for these two things?
Okay.
Might as well.
Might as well.
35. I know something.
I know nothing.
What do you say, Danton?
I was gonna say a 3, but I was waiting for everyone else to finish because I realized I was talking over everyone.
Okay.
I rolled a 55, so I don't know anything.
Okay. So first things first, Vavel. He was known as the evil dragon of a kingdom. He basically terrorized a nearby kingdom, basically saying he would burn down their village and eat all the villagers if he was not fed. And so they basically fed him a cow every so often. And it was then a shoemaker basically came up with a plan to basically fill the cow up with sulfur and then feed it to the dragon. And the dragon exploded.
Oh.
Considering what happened to the man, I was going to make a joke that the shoemaker told them to fill the cow with dynamite.
That is metal as hell.
I don't think they had dynamite readily available back then.
Nope.
They filled it with sulfur.
Yes, instead they had sulfur inexplicably, but okay.
It was something along those lines. It was, I believe that's what it was translated as, at least to me in Wikipedia article. Okay. I think it was sulfur. Anyway, so but, there was an some tales basically say he explodes right then, while other tales says that basically the fire was so strong in his stomach that basically he tried to quell it by drinking from the river Viswa, but ended up drinking himself enough water to explode his stomach.
What a coincidence, we're right next to that river.
As for Svarug, he is a Cthulhian entity in this world, but he is also a part of the Slavic folklore. Let me get to his notes. So
I know the Cthulhian entity.
So
it's called Call of Cthulhu, so we have to have one by law.
You know,
this is the second one.
Okay, so he is known as the god of sun and fire and rules from the heavens.
Right.
Let's see now. Anything else? Because I want to skip this part. Because.
So what we're saying is this Pokolofov and Svarog is our rivals, and we have to summon his eternal rival.
So hold on. So let me get this straight. In order to prevent a god from destroying the world, we have to summon another god to fight the previous god, and hope that that god doesn't destroy the world in the meantime.
Okay, so let me finish up here.
I thought this was Call of Cthulhu, not Eternal Darkness.
This is kind of too much all at once, Tamar.
It was revered by Slavic and Viking folks as a solar god as well, though sharing almost nothing with the same traditional deity. It also may have been instrumental in creating weaponry that the deities held, apparently. So, yeah.
I know this guy already rules. He doesn't want the other guy out.
Okay, so let me carry on here. And so basically, Baba Yaga continues, like, only they can safely destroy Pan and the heart of the ages he holds power over. If you can find a way to take away the spiritual energy he is using to recreate the moon beasts, and use it yourself to summon Svarug, instead, you could rest easy knowing that they will take care of everything.
Okay.
Why does this Svarug require summoning? Can't he come here by himself?
And Bergena basically pipes up going like, there's a reason he was sealed, she says, with a bit of a kind of a glow, like a dark look in her eyes.
A glaring look.
Like, we do not summon them back to this realm. Bringing them back is just replacing one problem with a different one. He will weaken the people here and start getting involved in mortal business like he did before. And that's the last thing Rod would have wanted for the mortals.
So damned if we do, damned if we don't. Why don't we just sit here and wait then, like absolute pansies.
Vitold
Why
does have a
don't
point.
we sit here and wait like pansies? Said Vitold.
Well,
He's writing all down.
Vitold does have a point. If this Warug is just going to destroy the world in Apokolot's stead, what's the point?
No, she didn't say he would destroy it. He said he would destroy Apokolothov's basically means to take over. It's just that Svarug would take over, but to be coddling humanity. So in other words, he would, it would get more. Svarug would get more involved with humanity's daily lives and lead them instead.
Okay. I know he got to take a guy who wants to literally baby us.
So the choice
what is Varug's political platform?
Okay, somebody had to make that joke. Somebody had to. So the choice is between a very bleak, tyrannical, totalitarian regime and a totalitarian regime that's masquerading as Care Bears,
progressive totalitarian,
or maybe Princess Celestia.
More like you can choose between complete annihilation or tyrannical rulership.
It's more like we're here to take over and enslave you all for Apokolotov.
Except one is the nice slaver and the other is not.
Yes, one does slavery, the other doesn't.
So Svarog would take care of all of our needs.
Yeah, it's then Bojana goes like, slow down. We were...
I've had enough in my life of people saying that they can do taking care of my needs. Empty promises, all of them. And Alexei spits on the ground.
Yeah, it said the Bojana basically goes and that's what I'm trying to say. Me, Philippe, and Agatha, and the twins. Where are they? They had the means to help us with this. She says,
shove this Svarug back into his box.
No, we were planning a different thing, but look, they would explain things better as they actually have the item on them.
Wait, Snopek, you said earlier that you had the mirror that belonged to Pan. Could that be some use for us?
Bogdan kind of looks a bit like he just thinks about it and go like, well, it was said to be able to look into the future of an area that that you're standing in, or call back the dead. I don't know what use you would have had for it, honestly. He says, while thinking about it.
Well, have you said if he used it to communicate? Yeah. Well, it's an item belonging to him. Do you, Baba Yaga, know if that's or your student? No.
I have no idea what's been said anymore by anybody.
Would be useful to us.
I don't see it as being useful. Baba Yaga says. The mirror.
Oh.
Personally.
We're not find twins with it.
The twins, you say?
Yeah, can we not find twins with it? If they can look into the future, then it shows where they will be.
And it's then Baba Yaga that goes like, I wouldn't worry about them. They're still around, though they didn't return here. They stayed in the underworld.
Why?
What?
Oh.
They had chosen not to return, I surmise. However, they will not get far.
Well, F.
And then she basically then goes like, the Viej mark can only be found in a very specific place within the underworld. I sensed his presence along with the very thing he is using to put his plan into motion for that unseen god. It's then she reaches inside her dress pocket and pulls out a glowing key and offers it This key is the only way to get to the Virai within Valus's domain. Once in the Virai, you must head towards the direction where you can see a large tree and not divert away from that course until you reach Vida's Tree of Life. There is where he is with the Heart of the Ages. Do not let curiosity take you down other paths. Now that the original gods and goddesses have vanished, it is up to you to stop him and save this world from a fate worse than death.
Republicans.
So, and we use the... Well, so we use the key on the tree. Then what happens?
She says, like, no, the key is for the... You have seen that... she points to the church. In the underworld, you saw what that was, didn't you?
Oh,
What is she pointing at?
the church.
Church,
Oh.
but in the dark world, it was a locked building.
Yes, I remember.
Yeah. That is actually the gateway to the Virai. You know what the Virai is, right? Valus's domain.
Do we know?
Ogrim just nods because he doesn't want to
Guess
anger
what?
Baba Yaga.
We can roll for it.
Yes, you can.
Ah! Do
19.
we have to?
43.
52.
Okay, so
Even I don't know, I'm just going to nod.
okay, so Valus is first, Valus is a Slavic god of water, earth, and the underworld.
You put the name down in the chat.
Okay. Valus and the Virai. Okie dokie. So let me get back to my notes. So another guy called Perun was the constant adversary against heaven and sky. Valus was kind of a trickster, much like Loki, but the Virai is a very special place that is called the Garden of Paradise for souls to pass through. The gates, though, are locked, and only Valus had the key to enter. But she has the key for some reason. So these keys were special because they could unlock the way to other lands of the deads, like Hades' place, for example, or Tir na Nog, if we want to make a reference to the previous year's campaign of Call of Cthulhu.
Sure.
So yeah, it's a very special place that could lead you to any place souls can reach.
Devar,
Yes.
if I may.
No.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, what were you going to say, seriously?
Now, I will reserve that for the end of this stream.
I'm guessing too much information in one go, I know, but still, this is how it happened. Okay, so, Baba Yaga then does one more thing and says, Yagoda, do you still have Lesh's shield? I do, mistress. And Baba Yaga goes like, give it to them. They will need it to ward off the evil magics at play.
You seriously are going to give us a magic shield as well?
As I said, it defends against evil magics. Anyway,
Okay, so a magic key, a magic shield. Anything else?
I wish you all luck in the world. Now I will take my leave. I shared what I know.
1,000 gold?
I shared what I know. You best be prepared, or else Poland will be exactly like the altered dimension of the moon.
Wait, hold on. Only Poland? Not the rest of the world?
It will. She kind of hints that the rest of the world will be next after Poland, essentially.
It's just
Poland will be a foothold. Yep.
Well,
Poland's foothold.
I shall take care of this key myself. I pick the key.
Yeah, she gives the key to you and goes like,
I put it in the underside of my hat.
And she goes like, I hope we can trust you with that.
I take the shield and sling it over my back.
Yeah, by the way, Bogdan just kind of gushes, going like, my gosh, Lesh, you don't mean the first ruler of Poland, the person who founded the country?
Oh, another name that we have to remember.
Nope, it's just a useless name that has nothing bearing on the plot. It's just part of the item. It's why I didn't ask you to roll for this one, because it's not important to keep. Okay. And after that, Baba Yaga proceeds to take her leave slowly.
Wait. Hold on,
What?
miss, if I may.
What would you like to ask me?
Is it true what they say about you?
It depends on what you're referring to.
I hear that you are the last thing people see before they die. Does this bode well for our mission, then?
You best make sure. You best make sure it doesn't. I would be very upset if I was to see you upon your deathbed, she says.
Is she just referring to him or everyone in this?
Everybody.
Well,
okay.
Well, as I said to your assistant earlier, we'll just have to see if the will of the gods themselves is stronger than my destiny. See you on the other side, Miss Yaga.
Wishful thinking, huh? She says.
No. Confidence.
Yeah. And she just kind of chuckles and then just keeps continuing her walk back to her shack.
Yeah, Vital, as he was hearing Astolfo say all that, he was like just staring at him like, really? You're just going to say that? sort of look.
What? It made me sound cool, didn't it? Oh, I'm going to write that down, by the way. This totally sounded cool.
What is cool?
It's then Yagoda kind of looks to Virginia and goes like, tell me, how did the twins get back to stay in the underworld? And she goes like, I've told everyone before, but you weren't there, but they're divine twins, so it's kind of they're kind of able to do that, use the spiritual energy of the land to be able to do whatever they want, typically. I see. And you cannot. And Virginia kind of like thinks about this, going like, I'll see it. I have to think about that one. Maybe there's something, but either we wait for the underworld to take hold again, or we just need to find a way for a few of us to go in.
Okay, let's go over this to ensure that I and everyone else got this whole shishkabong right.
Yes, it's time for a summarization.
Hush. This Apokolothot, a Cthulhian entity, unseen ruler of the moon, is using Pan Twardoski as its herald to bring forth it and its legion of moon beasts to conquer the world. And in order to stop that, we need to go to the underworld and to Virage to find the tree of life. And in order to wake up and unleash Svarog, another Cthulhian entity, which is also the Slavic god of sun and fire, so that Svarog can kill Pan and stop Apokolothot from coming, thus dooming humanity into eternal enslavement under Svarog.
No enslavement. It basically wants to lead the people.
Devar, my dear friend, I must say to you, I'm having an easier time understanding Kingdom Hearts. Oh, it came back.
It came back to bite me.
Well, did I miss anything?
No, you got it all right, save for the enslavement part, but from some Farouk,
No,
because
it's
properly.
It definitely is.
It most definitely
okay,
is.
here's the thing. It is a relatively simple plot to follow if you don't count all the names that we have to remember and all the lore that you dumped on us and all this exposition that went on for about an hour and 10 minutes, according to my recording.
Actually, it's we didn't start. We basically, it's been 55 minutes. By the way, most of that was taken up by people making jokes or basically trying to make sense of what I just said. Or
Yes, do you think that's a problem? Maybe.
No, it just seems like a typical problem because yeah.
Yes,
What did I say, Matty?
Is Varrock willing to share the world according to people's needs?
Matti.
I
mean, Matti. You know.
Well, this is an important question for Rosetta. But...
Listen, if you want to vote for this guy, it's your business.
Yeah, so
basically we have to choose between Apokolothot, which will be a slave master with everyone else in chains, or Svarog with everyone being its puppets on strings.
Essentially, no matter who wins, we lose our free will.
Yeah.
Be nice, everybody. Svarug says.
Okay, so it's
you, Svarug.
So it is either going to be a Republican hellscape or a liberal dystopia.
Well, at least in Poland, who knows how all the other gods and from other regions of the world and nations and such will react, but that is not in our ballpark right at this moment.
Listen,
Yeah.
Okay.
At
some point this will turn into American gods, and we should avoid that with every fiber of our beings.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, you want to do some small things to prepare because it seems like Bojena is basically going to do some research with Agatha.
Devar, I have a sister, right?
Yes, you have a sister that you called Alessandra.
Yes,
and
that's her name.
and she's in the dining hall with the others.
Well, now that I have taken care of the important business, I might as well check what this sister of mine, or a woman that looks remarkably similar to my sister, that is, happens to be here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when all that conversation finished, basically Vitolt just went, "This is bloody great. Hey, great!" As he kicks basically some leaves and just walks back to his cabin.
This is bloody great. Kicks leaves.
Alexei is just standing there, fuming for a moment until he just screams out loud that everyone in the village can hear, just throws his shovel into the ground and just shouts, "Fuck this shit!
Fuck
What the fuck is the meaning of any of us doing? We got the 2 slave masters to choose from. Fuck! What's the fucking point?
What's the fucking point?
Well, to my understanding, we either choose from an iron fist or a silk fist.
5 exclamation marks.
Fuck that shit. I served the Tsar faithfully, and that cost me a son. I served the fucking communist faithfully, and that cost me my other son, my wife, and my home. I say, let this Apokolothot just come here and put us out of our misery immediately, instead of this slow, painful death of Svarug. Fuck!
10 exclamation marks.
That was
Yuxia,
great. That was great, actually.
Thank you.
That
Actually
was
expected
good.
something like that.
Yeah.
I actually
That was
expected
good.
this.
So I hope I didn't undercut it too much with my
you
background
didn't.
humor.
But well, Alexei has put his cards on the table. He's ready to just wait for this Apokolothot to come and do nothing because he's sick and tired of taking orders from megalomaniacal tyrants.
Well, my friend, it's not that I do not understand how you feel. After all, I have lost people too, for reasons not dependent of my will, but perhaps you're looking at all this whole business the wrong way, if I may. Consider this. You've been screwed your entire life by people in power. Now, this might be your chance to screw over wannabe people in power before they get into power. Now, wouldn't that just be the kicker, as they say? Somewhere, I'm sure.
And how the fuck is that supposed to happen, considering to stop one mad tyrant we have to unleash another?
Senegata basically pipes in, going like, as we said, if we can find Jacek and Plasek, you can have another option. We just
And
don't
that
know.
option is
To not involve either of the gods at all. Just
Well, let's
There you
go look for them then.
I guess it's time to save those kids.
they're in the underworld, so we're gonna have to get back in there somehow.
Ooh,
So-
we're
Eventually
going
gotta
back
get in
to.
there first.
We're going back to the very interesting place. Sign me up. I'm the master
Yeah.
of keys, after all.
Ogramy's long since walked off
Yeah.
and
Where is it?
headed back to his shack,
Okie dokie.
home place.
Alexei is still red on the face and fuming, but he seems to be listening what they are saying of this, looking for the third option and takes a few long calming breaths. All right, just... I just need a minute. Oh, also, Astolfo.
Yes.
Alexei pulls out from under his shirt the pile of papers that he took from the Teuton night, that the half of the group ran in the shadow realm, and
In the shadow realm.
and pretty much shoves them into at Astolfo. You are the very traveled man. Probably, maybe you can understand if these papers say anything important. They came from some kind of a night guy that spoke unintelligible gibberish in the underworld, and then he marches off, just going to go to his house for a moment to gather his things and just cool off for a bit, because he's still angry.
Okay, I'm going to take a look at those papers immediately, Davar.
Okie dokie. So, as you basically see, they seem to be. At first, they seem like the papers seem to denote a very specific battle called the Battle of Grunwald. I will not make anyone roll for this because I forgot to do this last session. So, anyway, the Battle of Grunwald is a very important battle in Polish history. It basically was at that point in time, Poland was basically, in a, let's say, a strong position of power, because they essentially the Polish ruler basically got married to a Lithuanian ruler, and then they became the Commonwealth. So Poland and Lithuanian Commonwealth rulership. And
Neat.
the Teutonic Knights basically were trying to take over that region at the time. Only they ended up failing due to basically reasons involving battle plans and poor, and basically also the Teutonic Knights at the time were basically politically killing themselves on the inside,
Did they all happen to walk over a bridge? The bridge crumbled and they all drowned, because that would be funny. Imagine that actually happening in real life, in history. Multiple times.
Never trust bridges.
Yeah. So, anyway, by the way, it took place in the 1410s. Let's see.
15th century then.
Yeah. So, and though interesting enough, for many, many years, Poland basically saw the Battle of Grunwald as this very important battle that basically showed Polish pride and how it was like made them the strongest country in the European region. But modern historians have started to look at it like what were the consequences and the bad things that came from it. Like, how did it negatively affect not only Poland, but the regions surrounding Poland as well? Such a victory had. So, yeah.
I appreciate all this information, but
yes,
it's way too much.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry, but anyway. But yeah, anyway. So that's the battle that.
Let the man flex his history muscle once.
So anyway, so that is basically the battle he's denoting. So it basically starts off all normal sort of thing, but then you notice that he starts noting down that basically he's confused of where he is. He has no idea what's going on. He sees strange people, strange creatures he's never seen before. And then he starts to go to madness, going like blood everywhere, black liquid, can't drink it. It hurts.
A knight misplaced in time, driven mad by the surroundings that he did not recognize, is practically drooling. His eyes are sparkling. You can see the sparkles from a mile away. This is gold! He eagerly puts those pages inside his increasingly thicker notebook. Yes. I mean, I calls it a notebook, but it's a bit too thick to be a notebook. It basically resembles more a book at this point.
Yeah. So anyway, I think first we'll go with Demonox. You basically wanted a scene with the with something in your shack.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd like a scene with something. It sounds delicious.
Okay, well, Romney's gone into his shack. He's puts his pickaxe down. Is weary from everything.
Understandably so.
Yeah. Yeah, Romney's temple, and then he looks over at the little shrine, and you see he just ponders for a minute before he walks over. Sits down next to it, looking at the shrine, going, "I'll be honest with you. I always thought you were nothing more than a fairy tale told to make us behave. Don't do that, or some of us will tell on you. Now I see a world not meant for life. Now I wonder if you're real or not. Your world is not a good place. Hopefully, if you are real, you find peace here with us, with family." Gently rubbing little statue's head before offering some more food for it.
Is then at this moment you hear something rustling?
Yeah, I immediately perked up and jumped to my feet at that.
And then
spiders.
And then
the Grand Shakespeare does this. Big bloke.
Then you see a pair of hands come from beneath your bed, and then the first thing you see is a bearded man, bald at the top of his head, and then he comes out, and you see that he's very short, comes only to your ankles, essentially. And
Tiny.
And then he looks up, and you see, essentially, nothing but light in his eyes. But rather than feeling scared or feeling like as if you see like hostility from this creature, instead you feel warmth. You feel like as if it's welcoming to you. This creature.
Yeah, I just look at the statue thing for a second, and look at him, and then slowly crouch.
And you see the domovoy basically puts his hand to its what you assume be its chest, but its beard, and bows to you, as if to welcome you home.
Yeah, it doesn't. It takes a few seconds to fully comprehend what he's seeing, but eventually he snaps out and goes,
It's then
I'm trying to think what they say.
All right.
You see him muttering, go like, Dobro polozvorta mun min droga, which translates roughly as "Welcome to you, my friend."
Yeah. It's then he basically shows you that basically, he takes a nearby cloth and basically chucks it in the similar direction to where the Zamora was that attacked you on the first night you slept.
And I am truly grateful for your help, little friend.
Yeah. And he just basically nods to you, and he looks like he seems relieved.
Soon the rest of the family will be here. Maybe they bring more friends for you.
He just basically looks to you with kind of like this glint of hope in its eyes, have friends.
We'll soon have many friends here. But first, I must make sure there is here for friends to come to.
It proceeds to nod, and understanding.
I failed once. I will not fail again. Getting up, he hefts that mighty pickaxe of his onto his shoulders and gives a stout nod of a warrior going off.
And you see the before you leave, the Domovoy does the same, but with a broom. Mimicking you.
I will see you when you get home, little friend, and I will have great tales for you. Many tales. And thus the giant walks out of his house, with his small friend waving him on.
Yep. So yeah, that was a thing that I just decided to chuck upon you.
Hey! I see proof that little Domovoy is friendly.
Yep. Not all Slavic creatures are evil, they're just got by nature.
Hashtag not all Slavic creatures.
Okay, so next
Slavic lives matter.
Okay, so next up, I know Madhog wants to talk to the sister. Shall we go with you next, Madhog? If no one else says anything.
I was expecting a but ... but
yeah, I wanted to see if anyone else says anything.
I don't mind who goes next.
Okay.
So, here I am, jamming those pages eagerly into my thick book of notes. And then suddenly I remember, oh, right. And I go and look for this person who might be my sister, allegedly. Where is she, by the way?
She is in the dining hall.
Okay, so in a scene or a sequence of vignettes that not at all remind you in any way whatsoever of loss, I go look up for my sister. Just opens the double doors, looks for the nurse on the desk, looks for the doctor. The doctor says, "Go here." And in the fourth panel, I'm there, and she's on the bed, and I look sad.
So anyway,
Meaning of night.
meme night. Anyway, so you basically see the woman you suspect to be your sister, basically sat down at at the table nearby, and she seems to be mulling over things in her head.
Well, I put on my max charm. Yes, that's what I said.
Max charm.
Just put my hands behind my back and casually stroll towards her general direction in a very casual manner, not at all forceful or constructed or,
Yeah, I know.
heavily practiced. I'm not doing the Ministry of Silly walks, it's just a normal walks. So I go there and I take a chair and I sit down in front of her. I'm tempted to do the cool sitting position with the with the chair backwards, but I don't think that was invented yet.
No, not until the 90s, as far as I know.
Okay, so I sit normally in front of her.
Yeah.
So,
She notices your presence.
hello there.
Hello? Huh? She says, looking a bit confused.
I must say, you look rather familiar. Have we met before?
Have we? She says, looking even more confused and, seems to be racking her head. Yeah, feeling it. All I remember was finding myself in that place. And before that, I looked in here, she says, pointing to a book that she's keeping a tight hold of, it seems.
A book! I must have it! I must have the book! The book is mine! The precious! He strokes his chin for a moment. Now, I don't mean to cause any concern. And I don't mean to bother you at all, milady, but I must say, you look very similar to someone I used to know back in the day.
I am?
Indeed. I used to have a sister. Her name was Alessandra. And please don't take this the wrong way, but you look remarkably quite like her. In fact, if you were to be put beside her, you would be mistaken as twins. You look exactly like her. Perhaps a bit more disabled, but that has to be understood, considering the circumstances. Here, take a look at this. I'm going to show to her my medallion, which I've been carrying on me this whole time.
Yeah.
This medallion was given to me by the King of Italy himself. You roll for
What are you rolling for?
Roll for insight.
I don't think she knows what Italy is right now.
Okay, so he opens up the medallion. Inside of it there are a couple of pictures. Actually, no, there is only one picture, according to my notes. The picture, it is the picture of a young lady. This is her. I show it to her.
Yeah, she looks at the picture and goes like, This this is. She like starts to hold her head like singing, so much singing. Why do I suddenly feel like stories have been told to me a lot?
Perhaps the old memory is getting choked up, as they say. I know what might help. How about a musical duet? Perhaps this will help.
Duet? She says.
Can I interest you in everything, all of the time? A little bit of everything, all of the time. Apathy is a tragedy, and boredom is a crime. Can I interest you in everything, all of the time? Ah, it's coming back, is it?
And she's like, thinks for a and goes like, Astolfo? She says.
Bingo bango! Finger guns.
And she goes like, I know your name. So I'm your sister? Is that what you're telling me?
I'm afraid there is a strong possibility that you might be. Of course, unless you're bluffing right now, and this whole amnesia thing going on is an act. We'll have to be sure about that.
No. I'm pretty sure I've forgotten everything about myself and what I was doing before.
What is it that you're holding so dear to your person?
She looks at the book and goes like, I don't know. But I feel it's very important to somebody. She says.
May I take a look at it?
Roll for appearance.
I'm going to wiggle my eyebrow. I'm going to wiggle my eyebrows until she's convinced. How much is my appearance again? 80. 80.
Yeah, it should be 80, I believe.
Well, I rolled a 78, so it's a close shave.
Yeah. So basically she goes like, then she's like, looks like she's holding something back until she goes like, I think I can let you see the front at least, she says.
Wiggle.
And you see that basically, for some strange reason, she has this. It's like, despite the fact she says she wants to show you, she's basically seems to be having trouble, like, trying to move her own hands to basically, show the cover of it.
Is the book cursed?
What? It have better be. Can you imagine the story I can sell?
And then basically she, it takes all her strength, but then she goes like, and just shows you the title of the book.
What is the title of the book?
It says on it, Pan Twardowski's Magic Spell Book.
Of course.
Holy Judah Ballerino! Give it to me!
Wait, what was it?
It's Pan's book.
Oh.
That's
That's the entire time.
That's a pretty important book to have in your hands at this moment. I have to say, how in the world did you come by it? That would be an interesting story to learn.
That is the important question.
Yeah.
Yes,
I thought you were about to ask a question.
He did ask a question.
Oh, okay.
How did she get the book?
She looks at it and goes like, I don't know. I feel like felt like someone's asked me about this book. But I don't know who or why they asked.
Perhaps I might know of a way to resurrect your defunct memory, my lady.
Oh?
Have you ever heard of hypnosis?
Hypnosis, isn't that something you do to put someone under control or something?
Hypnosis is a legitimate form of therapy, or so I've read, that can allow the hypnotized to recover some long-lost memories buried deep within their subconscious. I've seen it being done. It is very legitimate, and I am pretty sure I can do it myself.
If it will help me remember, then sure.
Well, it's a good thing I happen to have a medallion with me for just such a purpose. Oh, yes. Okay, so I'm rolling for hypnosis then?
Yes. Okay, what would work for hypnosis, I wonder?
Okay, so I would say willpower, because it is all about the power of suggestion.
Yeah, I say willpower then, just to basically... Yeah, just for this one. I can't think of any other roll I would make for this.
Okay, and it is a 34. You are now under my complete control. Become a chicken.
Yep, she is slowly but surely. She looks to the left and right of where you direct the medallion upon her. And
Devar, I cannot believe you are allowing me to do this bullshit right now.
Well, the dice says yes. So anyway, so she looks to be under a trance.
Right. Now.
Well, technically speaking, it's willpower versus willpower.
That's what I did actually. She made a pretty bad roll. We're talking like 70s.
Now you must relax. Close your eyes. Follow the dulcet tones of my voice as we shall travel back into the alleyway of your subconscious mind. When I will snap my finger once, you will be your old self, your old memories that were once buried by some unspecified trauma shall come to life, and you will remember who you are. Did you pick up the finger snapping?
No, I did not hear the snapping of the fingers, sadly.
Okay, here it is. Snap! Okay, I snapped the fingers.
It said she basically, at first she basically goes, puts her head down, like she's gone to sleep. And then after a few moments of silence, you then hear her say, strangers in robes. They asked me to find it. I had to bring it for someone who needed it. I looked in the book, curious, and then I went out like a light. And suddenly she wakes up and goes and just blinks a few times and goes Astolfo? She says, shocked to see you.
That's my name, don't wear it out. First ever joke of this kind.
and then she basically rushes towards you and gives you the biggest hug that she could give you.
Yay! So it was you, Alessandra. Oh, I missed you so, dear sister.
Brother, I can't believe I found you. I don't know how, but but please tell me it's not a dream. I was able to get away from the mob, but when we were run out, and I've been journeying around Germany, around France. Then I came here, and
relax, all in due time. The important thing is that we have finally found one another at long last. And you know what that means?
What?
We can bring the all Rigoletti siblings act together! We will make so much money and I will become so famous! The act was so successful. Now, clearly that one time it didn't work because the mob was angry, but there's nothing we can fix with a few kinks. I just had the whole script ready, just for the day I would meet you again, which I definitely knew it would have happened. I definitely were not planning to replace you in any way. It is so good to see you, and it's so good that we're finally going to give the name of Astolfo Rigoletti, the Rigoletti family in general, I should say, the value that it deserves. Haha! Now we must make haste. Can I have the book, by the way? That seems important.
The book? She looks at it and goes like, "Oh, this relic thing that I found." Yeah, some madman, some crazy guys basically came up to me and basically asked me to find it. They were gonna pay me a lot of money, you know.
Did you accept the offer because of money? That's my sister. Hey.
Well, heck, I needed it in order to fund my travels. I mean, I gotta eat, you know.
By the way, what did you do to survive? Did you pull the old I'm a poor lady, please give me money act to fool the stupid man?
Then some. She says.
You must tell me all about your journey, and then I must write it down, because it will be an excellent chapter to the story I'm writing.
Yeah. So she basically goes like, "Yeah, this book. I looked inside it, but I don't remember anything after that."
It sounds like this book might be cursed. Hey, let's have one of the villagers look inside of it to experiment, like the old days. Remember when we screwed all those peoples to repair our carriage for free?
Right. Where are we actually?
Yes, that is a good question. It is a small town in the middle of nowhere. Well, that nowhere being Poland, but you know what I mean. You grasp the poetic image I'm trying to convey here.
Yes, I do. She says.
Of course you do. You are Rigoletti. That means you are smarter than the average bear. Right. So let's find a chicken then.
So what? We're gonna let someone else read this book to see what it is?
Did I stutter?
I mean, better than me again. I don't wanna black out again.
Yeah. I mean, also it's good for the. It's probably worth a chuckle or two.
So yeah. Okay, so that was sorted.
I don't know what you were expecting, the bar, but
I honestly did not know what I was going to expect. I just put it out there, like, "Hey, here's a girl. She's an amnesiac. What are you going to do about it?"
I'm going to hypnotize her and force her to remember who she was.
Okay.
Sure.
Anyone? Okay, so anyone else wants to talk to anyone or do anything while they wait?
I guess Rusenska would like to do something. She goes to the Snopex sleds to look for the.
Okay. So you go to Snopek's place. Roll for perception for something.
Okay. 72.
All right. Okay. So as soon as you enter, you notice Damien is in with Snopek, and you come at a time, like the two of them were close to each other, and then they just basically back off as soon as you come in. And Bogdan's like, Ruzenka, what brings you here?
I'd like to borrow the mirror, please.
Oh, you mean this thing? He says, pointing behind him.
Yeah.
But I mean, but what would you be needing it for exactly?
Well, you said it communicates with the dead.
Yes. I mean, I don't see why you would need it, but he takes it off of the wall and then looks at it, and you basically, on closer inspection, you basically see it looks like a very polished, shiny plate, essentially, that casts a reflection. And he offers it to you. If you think it will be useful some way, then I'm happy to give it to you.
Well, thank you. And I just leave to my own cabin with the mirror and...
Yeah, you see as you're leaving that Bogdan and Damien look slightly uncomfortable with the situation until Bogdan basically goes like, by the way, you didn't see anything, did you?
Like what?
Oh, never mind. Just you can go now.
Right.
I wonder what would happen if we showed that magic book to the mirror.
Interesting question.
Well, Rusenka goes to her own cabin and looks at the mirror and says, "Are you there, Rudos?"
What does that mean? Because it sounds like another language.
The name.
It's a name. If you look at the Rusenka's backstory.
Yeah, let me take another look then, because I was not.
Come forth, Rudo.
Basically, Rusenka is trying to check is her husband still alive or not.
So she's hoping for a negative reply.
You notice nothing happen when you look at it, and when you speak the name of your husband's name.
To check, I would actually have asked for someone who was dead.
Theodore?
You do not get a reply for that one either.
Ludwig?
You do not see anyone for that either.
Well, they're alive at least. Well, yeah. Suppose I keep it in my inventory for now.
Yeah, like I said, keep in mind it basically can tell the future of an area that you're in, or call the dead. Essentially, those are the two uses it has.
Very useful.
I wonder what would happen if we used it inside the church. So many questions.
Yep, so many questions indeed.
So little time.
Yeah. Anyone else want to do anything, or
I had my scene.
Yeah, I was asking Icy Pal and Danton at this rate.
Well, Vitolt, when Alexei was doing all of his shouting, Vitolt stopped and listened for a moment, and then just went, "Noted," and just walks back into his cabin after all that was said. And then he just basically bangs the back of his head against the door and goes, "Choose either slavery by force or slavery by a puppet master, or find those two for a third option." scratches the back of his head, and he looks at a picture, and he just goes, "Soon I'll be back." And he puts the picture away, and then he walks over to his bedside cabinet, moves it to one side, and using his knife, he basically opens the floorboard, pulls out a black book and a few other things, and then basically puts the book in his pocket, and then closes it all back up and puts the cabinet back. And then he strokes Mavka. Come on, girl.
Mavka just nods.
And then I look back at the cabin, and I just basically go like, "Let's do this." And I just basically walk out the cabin. That's it.
Yeah.
Hey.
Icy Pal, do you want to do anything, or you just want to just leave as is?
There are a few things.
Okay.
First, as Alexei gets back to his own cabin, he's first going to unload all of his stuff, pull out his sharpening tools, and sharpen both the sword and his shovel, so that they are both ready for action.
Okay. You do that. It doesn't take you long to do so. It basically I say about 30 minutes. I say.
Then he's going to do a quick walk around the farm, make sure that all the animals are doing okay.
The animals seem to be fine. They seem like as if they've been unaffected by the goings on with the underworld situation.
Then he's going to go back to his cabin, recollect his all of his equipment, and open up his wardrobe. And next time you see Alexei walking across the village towards the, well, I guess dining hall is where we are all going to congregate. He's wearing this military-style greatcoat and ushanka on his head, and you can see that whatever symbol was hanging from both the jacket and the ushanka have been kind of crudely carved off with a knife. You can see some pieces of string still poking out of from the positions where the patches would have been.
Right.
And but before he heads there, he's going to go and see Ogromny.
Okay.
Okay. So basically, as you get to the village, back to the village, Alexei, the main village, I should say, you basically see Ogromny has just left his cabin just now, and so basically you can go up to see him.
Is he heading towards the dining hall or just?
He just seems to be on his way somewhere. You don't know where.
Alexei is going to catch up with him and just for a while just walk in silence right next to him before speaking. So, Ogromny, you served in the war?
Ogromny is like looks down at you, and then looks away like, no, of course not. Why would you think I served in the war? I am miner, come from mining town. Yeah, he looks nervous.
Alexei just turns and looks at him for a moment in quiet before saying, when the call came for people to be conscripted, they did not care what your profession was. They called you, you went. So I ask you again, you served in the war? There is no condemnation or anything, or anything like that in his voice. He just wants an answer.
Yeah, Ogromny is looking around, looking to see if anyone else is able to hear this. For Sai, like motions him to walk a bit closer, more towards to a bit more of an empty spot, away from the rest.
Alexei will follow.
And it only takes a few seconds, stops and like turns and looks. I did not serve in war. I was put down before you could speak. But I was conscripted. Look at me. You think they would pass me up? Given that he's a big hulking bloke, it's like,
Huh? Yes, I can see that.
It was so good in my town. They came. What choice did I have? Either you're my father or my younger brothers. I could not stop. I did not want them to go, so I went. Okay? I went to training camp. And then, when it came time to go we were called up. We were called forth to fight. But it looks down like he's about to say something distasteful. There was accident on way. Truck go sideways, everyone fall out. I saw chance. I'm not warrior, I not want to fight. So I ran. I left comrades behind. Then I hear later whole unit wiped out. It just thumps the wall rather hard. I could have saved them, could have brought more with me. But like coward I run away. Now, whole family in trouble. Hometown no longer part of Russia. Everyone hate Russians.
Mm.
And if they know now that I serve, you know what they do to people who leave. And to their family.
I know. Execution, everyone. Putting in the line, burlap sack over your head, then fire.
Da. So, we moved here now. Far away from Russia. A quiet life. No one know here. New village, new life. He looks around and looks back and goes, North tell others. Da.
Don't worry, I have no intention to. But I wanted to ask, when you were in the military, your short time, did you meet a young man in early 20s, black hair, name Sergei Kirillov?
What?
No, you did not. They were different battles, essentially.
Voice in head say no.
Voice in head.
I hear voices in head. They counsel me. They understand. They talk
considering I heard
me.
gunshots and things exploding, I'm going to say I'm borderline not. But it's the wrong to shake head go no different. I don't meet anyone like that in here.
Alexei is quiet for a moment. Sergei was my son, my eldest. When the soldiers came, gathering conscripts, he was taken. He went to war, fight for Tsar. He never came back.
Gromit is like, gives a sorrowful nod. War not good. Nothing good from war comes.
No, nothing good comes from war. Nothing but graves and lost hopes.
Maybe when this is all over, we toast to those we've lost and those we've yet to have.
Yeah. And with that, Alexei starts walking away, but then after maybe a 5-step stops and talks, and without turning around, talks to Ogrimni. I do not know if this is something you would like to hear, or if it's just going to make your pain worse, but if you hadn't run, you'd probably be in an unmarked grave with the rest of your squad. And he walks away.
It's at that moment when you said that sort of thing, and before you take a step, you hear a gunshot, and then suddenly there's a lot of commotion.
Oh shit!
And
what
the next
direction?
Dining hall.
The dining hall.
Ogromny runs.
Alexei runs.
Mountain moving.
Is then as soon as you get there, you see the door swing open, and you see Emil with Kuba in his arms, with a gun to his head, go like, "Nobody move."
Ah.
Okay.
Hey, it's your friend Emil, the completely trustworthy man.
Oh, I didn't say it was trustworthy. We just said it was dude.
And then he's like walking very carefully, and he goes like,
I guess the Rigoliti siblings also get to the scene.
"Yeah,
Rusenka is here as well."
Yeah,
Everyone's here, I assume.
everyone's here.
Just
Yeah,
hop on in.
and Nikolai, not Nikolai, Emil, I meant to say. He basically goes like, "Everybody, nobody move. Alexei Kirillov, Ogromny Zemleroyny Automobile. You are both charged with treason against Russia. The former for murder a Cheka, and the other for desertion during a battle. You two are to accept the punishment for your crimes, which is death. Drop any weapons you have, and get on your knees with your hands behind your back. Any wrong moves on your part, and I will not hesitate to make sure that the blood of this child is on your hands."
Let the child go, monster.
Yeah, Ogromny is just like staring, like both a mixture of fear, frightened, but at the same time like bubbling rage.
Yeah, you see Kuba is very frightened, tears in his eyes, like trying to wriggle out of his grasp, but to no avail. And he goes like, "I've made my I made my case. Get on the ground, drop weapons, so you may be executed here and now."
Has your mad crusade already not taken enough blood? Russia is red with it because of you and your kind. Tsar, communist, all of you are the same. All of you want is power for yourselves. Nothing is sacred for you and your kind.
I whisper to Alessandra, I have a crazy idea.
Oh?
I think we might have found our chicken.
She like looks at it and goes like, "Oh, I see." and then you see, and then back to Emil. He basically goes like, if you don't want any more blood on your hands, like the priest in there, then you would do well to listen to me. I do not care about your ideals or beliefs, for they are just corruption to a better future.
He's a zealot.
Better future. Your kind sincerely loves use that word, used to justify your actions. And how much blood must there be? How many bodies must there be in the mountain of corpses before you realize that your better future is no better, it's just the same, with a different color of paint?
Yeah, Ogromny puts his hand on Alexei's shoulder. Wait, as if to hold him back?
He's not trying to advance, but he's angry.
Yeah.
So, what was your name?
He just looks at it and he goes like, I told you my name was Emil.
Oh, right.
But, however, since I'm in this position now, I am actually Nikolai Bogomolov.
Okay. Nikolai.
Oh, we have to take this down.
No way.
Nikolai Bogolomolov.
Bogomolov.
Molotov. So,
Mr. Bogomolov, when you got to the another dimension, I suppose, who was in charge of Russia? Or who did you serve?
I do not need to answer that. I serve only the people, he says.
Uh-huh. Communist Party.
Mr. Bogomolov, was it?
I have no need for you. Stay out of this.
Is he actually looking at me right now?
He is, but
yes, but
but as soon as he said I have no need for you, he just looks back to the other two because he's really quick and.
So he said that he works for the people.
Yes. He claims he's working for the people.
Tavarich Nikolai, let's have a civilized discussion about this.
No civilized discussion. These two must be executed for their crimes. I will make sure of that.
What was their crime?
One murdered a checker, and the other deserted their position in the battlefield. Their names are in the list, and I must be rid of them.
For those who don't know, Checker were the pre-NKVD of the Soviet Union. Well, Russia still, not Soviet Union yet.
Yeah, they're a part of the Soviet Republic at this time, secret police.
The proto-commissars.
If you can get that kid that kid for even a minute, I will be able to launch that pickaxe at him.
Well,
I'm going to walk into his view in front of the two.
While you're doing that, he basically looks to everybody and goes like, "Do you think you're in a good position to be talking with me like this?"
well,
Oh, sorry, go on.
well, we have a. While I agree that killing Bogov was not a wise thing to do, we have a kind of a crisis at hand. If we can set down this for later and make sure that this reality doesn't end, then we can.
You do not need these two. One's a coward, and the other's a coward who's a killer. We do not need them. I'm doing you a favor by removing.
Not need them.
soldiers.
Have you seen their build? They can get some damage done.
Their actions speak louder, and if you think you're in a position to try and talk to me like this, when you do realize,
What's Al doing?
and he just says like, so the fact you seem confident tells me that you're not scared of me. So, how about I shake that confidence by telling you that I have a reason to be more confident than you, right, Renat?
I take out my rifle and I point at everyone. Move away.
Oh.
Imagine our luck. The village we so happen to be investigating for suspicious activity just so happened to have two people that were on the list. This is how you say the tables have turned, yes? Now, will you do the right thing for everyone? or can you live knowing that your existence will take away the life of someone's son? He tightens his grip on the gun and points to the side of the head, and as always, the look of fear and tears upon the child's face, despite their being muffled by a gloved hand.
You would know everything about killing children.
The child is not our enemy.
No, but makes a good bargaining chip to make cowards do the moral thing. Wouldn't you say? It's efficient.
Damn.
Alexei snorts at that.
To Dante.
Okay. Well, I guess it's time.
So, Vito, what are you doing? You're just still pointing your gun at them?
Yeah, I'm still pointing my gun at everybody. You know, basically, you heard the man. Back away. And you two put your weapons down.
Yeah, okay. Yes.
So wait, Vito is in cahoots with...
Yes.
Yes.
Vito is in cahoots with the other guy.
Are Kane and the Undertaker in cahoots?
Yes, but I mean, any actions performed by all party members may potentially get them killed.
That's a good twist. Okay, so I'm going to try a sleight of hand here as I back away.
Okie dokie.
I'm going to try to pass the book, the alleged cursed book, to one of the two. I'm going to say Alexei.
Okay.
And I'm going to try and let's say that during that commotion I ripped a piece of paper from my own notebook and I wrote down open book front of him, scribbled real quick.
Okay.
And I placed it, and I basically place it on top of the book that I'm trying, the cursed book, that I hope it's cursed at this point.
Okay.
How large is the book, actually?
Well, she was holding it in her arms.
Yeah, she was holding it in her arms.
Yeah, but she's a little girl.
Yeah, so
the dimensions.
I'm trying to think how to describe the book, because it's not like a huge book. It seems like it's quite let's see. I'm trying to think how to describe it, because it's like,
Is it A4 sized?
Yeah, we'll say it's below A4. Like it's like just slightly smaller than A4.
Okay, Alexei, both Alexei and Gromny are really huge men.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
So the idea is that it would be to pass the book to Alexei with his hands behind his back, so that Gromny could actually see what I wrote there, and they might be able to manage a cooperation of some kind.
Okay.
What's his dexterity check then?
Yeah, I was going to ask what's your roll?
I'm rolling a 50. I mean, the dexterity is 50, and now I'm going to roll to see if it's 43.
Okay.
By the way, I was rolling perception for that, and that's 27. So Vitolt notices, and but he doesn't say anything.
Ah, good.
Yeah.
I was hoping you wouldn't say anything.
So
okay.
So then, at this moment, you basically see that that Nikolai basically notices after you did the deed, and he goes like, "What are you doing over there?"
Yeah, as soon as he says that, I go, "I told you to back away, Astolfa. Don't make me shoot you. I actually like you."
I wish the sentiment would be reciprocated. I back away as I'm commanded. I'm raising my hands as if to show that I have nothing in these hands. Nothing in the sleeve.
Right. If one of you does that again, get close. I will not hesitate to shoot. Now, make a decision.
Oh, I know that you won't hesitate to shoot. Your kind never does. And Alexei looks like he's just like really struggling with himself, but then he just says, Kuba, close your eyes. It will be over soon.
What are you talking about? You act like as if...
Do you really want... I know you are a cold-hearted monster, but is this something you want a little child to see? Show some humanity!
As I said, drop your weapons, and then get on your hands and knees, so I can shoot you. The child can avert his eyes. Once you do...
Does Kuba close his eyes? Like
yeah, Kuba does close his eyes.
Then, slowly, Alexei is going to drop his shovel, drop his sword, and just while holding the book in his hands, he's going to, well, what? Do you want to shoot me? Do you want to shoot me now, or maybe put some ropes on my hands to make it easier for you, just to drive point the home? And I put my hands in front of my breasts together as if I'm asking, well, tie me up, but I'm at the same time I'm holding the book on my palms open so that he can see it. Just calling him to look at me.
I'm trying to understand what you are telling me here, what you're doing here.
I want to see if he wants me to do anything to distract him for a second, or make him draw his eyes.
Yeah, I'm drawing his attention to my hands, because I'm basically just mocking him, putting my arms in front of wrists together, like, well, do you want to tie me up also, just to make it easier for you? You are the one with the gun, while I'm holding the book open on my palms, so that he's basically looking straight into it.
And he basically goes like, "What are you dribbling? I asked you to." And suddenly, like, looks to the book that you have open upon your palm of your hand.
I'm making of course I can't see what's in that book open. I'm only seeing the back of it.
Yeah. Then you basically see that, he's first frozen, and then twitches, drops his gun, and Kuba and then Kuba runs off. Up to his parents, who are to the side, right behind them, right behind Nikolai.
As soon as that happens, I basically take my rifle down and basically grab Nikolai's gun.
I rush to Witold and try to tackle him.
Okay. You're going to tackle Witold.
All right. I suppose I'm going to have to basically try and dodge this.
Okay. Just D100s between the two of you. See what happens.
Apparently I haven't involved any
12.
Well,
74, you win.
So, yeah, Ruzhenka is able to tackle Witold.
What?
And trying to hold...
What are you doing, you blasted woman?
Now it's... were you going to shoot them?
No!
Oh.
What? Do you think I'm stupid?
Well, you were sending kind of mixed messages there.
I was playing along, so then I thought I was going to have to shoot the bastard.
Oh, well.
Alexei is slamming the book shut and shouting, Ogromny, grab him!
Yeah, Ogromny, hey, actually bad things. Ogromny just like, literally, giving his side, just literally picks the guy up by his neck.
I release Vidrum from...
Witold
from grasp.
From the bear hag!
Fine.
He gets up and dusts himself off.
Fine.
Nah, because Nikolai is...
I'm literally just going to go by his neck.
Yeah, you don't have to roll for anything, because Nikolai is kind of... seems to be in a catatonic state as you grab him. And he's like... seems to be twitching a lot, like...
What? Astolfo, what did you do to him?
I don't know what you're talking about, my good man. By the way, I must say, great bluff earlier. You definitely saw what I was doing, and you played along. I
just assumed you had a plan, and I thought basically I'd give you a chance at least.
Huh,
my plan was to throw a pickaxe when I tried to drop it.
What can I say? I'm just a clever man.
And you see at this point that before anyone says anything else, you basically hear Nikolai let off this deathly scream like as if he was a banshee sort of thing. And it's at this moment you basically see the Night Ravens swoop in and take Nikolai out of Ogromny's hands.
What the fuck?
Oh, fuck, Madhog is here.
Okay.
Oh, fuck.
And Nikolai... And you see that Nikolai is being taken away by the Night Raven.
Okay, so I slowly turn to my sister and say, did that happen to you too?
No, I've never seen such a creature. She says.
Alexei is going...
The wonders of nature.
Alexei is going to make sure that the book is definitely shut and look at the cover. Do I recognize this? Can I read the title and recognize this as the book that Alessa was holding?
Yes, you basically see the spellbook's name is Pantavtardovsky's Magic Spellbook.
Liat, this is that Pan Fellow's magic book.
Wait, wasn't she one we rescued from Deadworld?
Yes, my name's Alessandra. My brother here, he found a way to...
He's your brother?
Oh,
yeah,
yes. We haven't formally introduced ourselves. Shall we do the official formal related introduction?
Just stomp his foot on the ground like, what are you doing with book from that wizard person? Completely ignoring introduction things.
Yeah, about that.
Lowering giant man.
Yeah, about that.
He's still very angry.
I had a job, and it required me to find this book, and I was to bring it somewhere. But I got curious, and I looked inside the book, and suddenly I was knocked out.
Where and who?
I couldn't tell you. They were cloaked figures that decided, hey, we're going to give you a lot of money. Why don't you find this fig for us, and we'll be very happy to pay you.
As you
I
can
take
see...
out the amulet that I have in my pocket and go, did they wear something like this?
No, definitely nothing like that.
Worth a try.
Okay, I literally go to Alexei and go, we should take book to Yabra.
We've already thoroughly established how useless that medallion is.
You never know.
Try.
Yeah, but I'd say to Alexei, like, we should take book to your Golden now.
So is the...
No.
What's happened to the priest, by the way? Is he dead?
Yeah, I was just asked that.
Yeah, you might want to check inside the dining hall for that one.
Before we go anywhere else, we are checking the dining hall. Is everyone else okay? And also, Alexei is going to turn to Alessa and ask, if this person hired you to find this, where did you find it?
You'd be surprised what a couple of abandoned buildings are left behind in this country.
It was in Poland?
Yep, it was in Poland.
Hunting through people's homes for it.
I didn't. It's not a home if it's abandoned. It's a ruin. Anyway,
never mind.
Semantics.
We should check out everyone at the dining hall.
Yeah. So basically, you quickly see that there seems to be some people try to help the priest, the fake priest, Alphonse.
I checked to see if he's breathing or if he's got a pulse.
Yeah, he's breathing, but you notice that basically he took one right in the chest. And he's,
Alexei shoves the book into Ogrimni's hands and starts giving him first aid. Just patch him up.
He's gonna hold in the book.
and he's Alphonse. Sorry, you go on.
Astolfo holds his hand in front of Ogromny as if to ask for the book back.
Ogromny pushes him aside. He doesn't trust you at all.
Jeez,
Yeah.
and after I saved you?
Yeah, but you also wanted to abandon the people before. And you've been lying.
Okay.
You also stripped the priest, various things.
How successful am I at making
You
sure
can't
that
prove
the
that.
fake priest doesn't die?
Okay. Roll a d100.
Save the priest.
Well,
We will not spoil our damn points.
Well, Alexei did serve, so he knows the basics on first aid. 5.
All right.
Nice. We are not going to spoil our no death run here.
So basically, you see during the whole you basically make sure that you're basically performing first aid. Basically, you're basically trying to get the bullet out of his chest. You basically discern that he's not took it to the heart, thankfully. So, and then after taking out the bullet, you make sure to cauterize it, and then you basically get some bandages on it. But while you're doing that, Alphonse goes like, "It appears I was too slow."
My apologies, sir. I am not a medic. I am more used to putting bullets into people than taking them out.
You must have known you were a spy.
No, I noticed what he was doing. He was trying to take the boy. I aimed my gun at him, and then he shot me first.
Yeah, Nikolai's a good shot like that.
I was hoping not to look like a fool.
Well, no need to worry. He's a raven fodder now.
That's
Raven
not important right now. You need to rest.
Raven fodder. Yeah, and it's like, and then
He's either dead or wishing that he was dead.
and Bogdan goes like, but wait, the raven, doesn't that mean wasn't that in the other world, the underworld?
That's not a sign.
Yep.
But the will didn't change.
And
Which
then-
means that the barriers are weakening between the worlds, probably.
And then you see Yagoda come in and goes like, precisely. It appears that slowly the worlds are merging, and now creatures from the underworld are seeping into this one.
Your Goldlord, good timing. We find Book of Pan.
You best keep a hold of that. It might be of some use, especially against Pan himself.
Grommy also asked, Grommy, this is a spark thought in his mind, like, so far, thinking back to the when we tried to beat the Raven before, and everything else from the Underworld, we've had absolutely no luck at killing. It goes, by the way, you'll know a way to hurt Big Bird? We smack but not kill.
I'm afraid only the Slavic priests could tell you that. I'm only of knowledge of the forest and who and what they are and what they can do.
Okay.
We survive based on knowledge, not on power.
So, tell me, do you know about this Pan's book? It seems to be causing something to anyone who reads it. Is there a way to read it without going crazy?
You would need great willpower in order to
Cough.
to read it.
Cough.
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 Double cough. Triple cough.
Do you two need cough drops?
Yes,
No, we're fine. We're fine.
So yeah, that's the only way you can read a spell book without succumbing to, let's see, either amnesia, madness, or, worse off, have your head explode.
Oof.
What would be bad?
I have to admit, that one is a rare one. You have to be very unlucky to. You have to be very unlucky to read a book of that power and have that happen to you.
Well, who wants to attempt to try the willpower test and fail?
I do.
Oh wow!
Well, it was good thing that Tobias Brown from last year did not know that reading someone else's spellbook could make your head explode.
Yeah, that would be bad.
It depends on whose spellbook you're trying to read.
Well,
Yeah.
true. A different spellbook.
I'm using Call of Cthulhu rules, where basically reading the occult could actually have adverse effects on people. But I decided to put the extreme on this for fun.
As I said multiple times, too many people willing to listen.
Yes.
I am confident that my destiny, the destiny that awaits me, is far stronger than anything anyone can throw at me. And I am here to prove it. I will read this book and I will learn of its forbidden magic. Or my name isn't Astolfo the Greatest.
I feel I owe you an apology, Astolfo. When we
You
first met...
Out of character, you really don't.
No, we don't.
Oh, right, let's fast forward.
Let's continue, please.
Okay.
Matti, you're about to say something?
No, we skipped that portion.
Okay.
It's very heartfelt and very off-screen.
Francesca was supposed to apologize Alfonso for the bad
Heckling.
first impression she had.
Okay. I appreciate the apology. But anyway, I'm going to open this book now.
Everyone, take a step back. Step back.
So,
I'm convinced I don't give it to you yet.
I rolled a 9, and I have a willpower of 70. You do the math.
Right. Okay. Gromley has to hold the book though right now, so I'll keep that roll in mind. Gromley,
Yes.
will you give the book to Astolfo?
Well, you're right. She did say tell me to keep hold of it.
In other words, no.
No, not yet. I don't feel we quite need to start running the risk of people's heads exploding.
Do you...
By the way, I know that you rolled a 9 thing, I know your willpower's high. But you did just say that heads explode.
Are you willing to take that chance then, Ogromny? Is anyone else here willing to take that chance?
We will open book when needed, not before.
Fine. Be your way. But when the time comes, I wish to be the first one to lay eyes upon this book, as it was found within my sister's grasp, and I am her next of kin. She's not dead, by the way, she's fine. Hi, Alessandra.
Then you have no claim of heritage, not dead. And no book not belong to her anyway.
It belonged to me for a time, Alessandra says.
You heard the lady.
So I think it's within reason that, that family owned it at some point.
Yeah, he just looks at her like a look of...
Ali. This is why I do all the talking, and you do all the dancing.
This is getting complicated.
Yes.
Listen, Yagoda. Yagoda. You can vouch for me and my willpower, can't you? You've seen me.
I can vouch for any of you in some way or form. She simply says.
Wow. Okay.
And when it's time. look at it. But for now, it's not important and not needed at this moment.
Okay.
So aside from
as long as I get to read its content, it is fine for me to wait.
Look, we need to basically get something done. So unless this book is going to transport us to the other world so that we can travel to this blasted tree or find the damn divine siblings and fix everything.
Who are in this room besides the player characters?
Well, everyone's here now, considering that
gunshot screams and everything else.
Yeah, because of Nikolai's commotion.
We made a scene.
Everyone is here.
Everyone is here now.
Even Waluigi.
No.
Wait, no, Waluigi.
I'm sorry, no.
As much as you would like to.
Waluigi's never here.
Who
no
cares
one cares about Waluigi.
Exactly. They only care about him because he wasn't never in Smash.
Well, he's an assist trophy.
Yeah.
Twice, but no one counts him apparently. Anyway, let's carry on. Let's see. You're about to say something, Matty, or...
No, I was just wondering.
Okay. So it's then at this moment you basically feel the marks basically take hold upon all of you once more. And they glow.
Change.
And the same burning sensation and pain runs through you, and the surrounding scenery begins to dissolve, revealing the dead trees, the barren, lifeless ground, the many dead bodies and skeletons that are strewn about within the trees, land, and decayed buildings, and the red lightning in the distance, with the foreboding silence that now hung in the air once more.
Is that lightning getting closer?
No, it still seems to be the same, because the thunderstorm was getting closer in the real world, but this is a different one.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure that the lightning wasn't signifying the thing was getting closer to us.
I get the feeling that's supposed to be the wild hunt, and they're going to be late.
Yeah. So.
Or can they get their asses in gear then and get here faster?
So
figures.
It's then you see all the villagers, except for you guys, basically fall to the ground unconscious.
Does that mean Alessandra's also unconscious?
I'm afraid so. Alessandra didn't do well.
They do not have the protagonist powers.
Vitolt basically sighs, looks at Nikolai's gun, and looks at his rifle and goes like, "This is highly redundant. Whichever one of you, do any of you know how to use a pistol?"
I do.
I do.
As do I.
But you've already got one, Ruzenka.
Yeah, I have my own.
Yes, but she said how to use it.
Yeah, but I'm talking about basically anyone who doesn't have one.
I do. Lies.
I would suggest giving gun to Alex. Yeah.
I mean, I guess I can try to dual wield.
Oh, yes!
Oh, yeah, dual wield.
Alexei picks up the gun and checks that it's functional and ready.
The gun is in fully working order, as you notice. It seems to be well maintained, like meticulously.
Yeah. So Vitolt just basically goes, "Ogromny, Alexei, if none of this shit was happening, you'd both be dead. You do know that, right?"
That is likely. I do not think that this Nikolai would have really cared how we die as long as we die.
Same with me. Before coming here, I was resolved to shoot anyone dead. But this changed just everything. Even he just looks down and just I was doing it for my family, giving them a warm place with food.
So, roles will we both. No path is left behind.
So the current Russian government hired you to hunt us down?
I was hired as part of the checker, yes. To hunt down deserters, anarchists, fascists, anyone that could pose a threat to communism and deserted it.
I hate to correct you there, but the term fascist won't become popular in still a couple of years. In fact, it wasn't even the initial name for the whole movement.
Okay, fair enough, but...
But I see what you mean.
Well, you see, Witold invented the term. It's canon now.
Also, speaking of which, if you're talking about fascists now, you mean Italy. And you need... And remember that Italy actually has a history with Poland not too long before this year. They actually helped them.
Yes, they did.
Fighting the Soviet invasion. So basically you're saying that you're hunting Italians for no reason.
So yeah.
Then we thought, let me give you a piece of advice. Take your family, and if you survive all of this, take your family and leave. I no longer have any family left to take care of. Russia, whether Tsar or the communists, made sure of that.
That's not easy, Alexei, and it's not important right now. What's important that we stop this.
Yeah.
We need to find the twins. What I heard correctly from your talk with Jagoda, they might be the best choice.
Yeah, so where do we start from there? Do we try? So, question is, where do we start?
We need to find a way of locating them.
So, well, I suppose I have. Well, didn't they say that all the Slavic priests would know their location?
Oh, they said Slavic priests would know where they were.
No, they say that Slavic priests would know how to kill the Night Raven.
But earlier conversation.
Earlier.
But aren't all the Slavic priests right now out?
Unconscious?
Yes.
But there's also a dead one.
Yeah, and I have a way to contact the dead, and I take the mirror out.
Oh.
Excuse me? Oh, right, the mirror.
Oh.
Yeah, you didn't try the phone book properly. Did you dial 0 for out?
Take it, and I say to the mirror, Philip, can you hear us?
Not convenient answer.
At first, silence hangs in the air, and then you hear a and suddenly you see his ghost appears and goes like, really now? I'm dead for like what? Who knows how long? And you call me back.
How long has it been actually since we heard
a day?
Death? It has been less than a day, I'd say.
That's kind of hard to tell, considering that time and season seems to be out of whack. So it's kind of hard to tell.
Approximately, Alexei is a farmer, so he has a pretty good internal clock.
Okay. Considering that, then you would suspect then it's been about a day and a half by now.
I was going to say
Alexei shouts from over Rusenkar's shoulder. I'd say about 36 hours.
No wonder I'm bloody tired.
You didn't have to answer so seriously. Okay, what do you need?
Well, we know that you are a Slavic priest, and we are looking for your...
It's that as soon as he hears you, he goes like, oh great, did I got a blab again?
Perfect matter. Tell us what you know. Time's of the essence.
Oh yes, of course. Who you're looking for? Somebody?
Yeah, Jacek and Blasek. Do you know where they could have gone here in underground?
It said he's like, he looks around, and then he thinks, and then he just puts his hands to his head, and you see his mark that he's got is basically shines for a moment, and he goes like, they're in the place where Alexei's and Yannick's farming area would be.
To the farm! Bring that middleman!
Then we must head there.
How did you die?
Marchek.
Of course.
He got me when I was in the underworld. While the rest of you were sleeping, I was investigating during the night, and when we got teleported to the underworld, I was basically getting ready to fight with Marchek. Well, get ready to fight whatever was going to come for me. I didn't suspect it would come from above me.
As spiders usually do.
So, I guess... How do you kill a nut crab?
You don't. You just avoid it. Just keep silent as much as you can. Though if you were a Slavic priest, you would have to basically invoke Svetovid, the god of light, to cast a light magic to make them retreat.
Is the solution to all your problems to summon problematic gods to help you?
No, we do not summon gods. We just summon the power of said god.
That was out of character, but thanks for answering in character.
Okay, who wants to get converted to Slavic priestdom?
Who's gonna job change to cleric?
Well, that depends. Is it an option? Is what, because I don't think he's going to be able to teach us all the spell list in about a few minutes.
If only we had a reliable spell book that could be read by anyone.
Yeah, that's a totally different thing.
That's a different thing entirely. That's
I
devil
think we
magic.
have to think about how usable it would be for multiclass into a cleric, because we already have one ranger, one I guess a warlock, maybe a wizard, one rogue, and I guess 2 fighters.
Oh wait, I just remembered.
Actually, I'll have you know, Astolfo is a bard, because of course he is a bard.
That makes more sense.
Yes, what do you remember, Denton?
Devar,
Yeah.
is Mavka unconscious or is she awake?
Nah, she's awake with you.
Oh, good.
she's fine.
I don't know if that's worse or not.
So, one more question before I let you back to your nether realm. Is Bogdan's Nobek to be trusted?
Yes, he is a trustworthy man. He is just a different kind of man trying to get away from the Polish life.
Right. Well, rest peacefully.
But before you go, one more thing.
Yes.
One more thing.
Is there a way for you to bestow your knowledge quickly in someone?
If you don't, he kind of says in a joking manner, I could possess one of you and control your body if you want that.
I would personally like to keep control of my limbs. Thank you very much, good sir.
I look at Alessandra.
Who is unconscious.
Yeah, that's like less than not helping Ogrun come to trust him. It's like he would sacrifice his own sister for this.
I mean, this is completely out of character because Alexei would not anyway recommend this, but there's Mavka.
Yeah.
Talking
said-
dog? A talking dog? Scooby-Dooby-Dooby-Doo!
And Philippe basically says, in order to use Slavic magic, you need fire and to be able to chant and dance.
So in other words, a lot of practice.
Pretty much.
Mavka says woof.
Not got 2 left feet. Not good at that.
By the way, if you let my ghost go, I can return to my own body that's here in this world.
Oh.
Wait,
Oh,
it's
interesting.
here?
Ah.
Your body is here?
Mm.
It was
Yeah.
left in the church, so maybe
Well,
it's right here as well.
Well, he's been cut up and stitched up several times, so I don't know how inhabitable it can be.
I mean, it already had a massive puncture wound at the back of the head, so...
Well,
Oh,
we're in the
yes!
we're also in the land of the dead too, and Ambrush pretty much walked up. So
That is a good point. If he jumps into his old body in the land of the dead, he could literally move around as a
Are we-
undead corpse.
Are we seriously not considering to take the Scooby-Doo joke full circle and actually
No.
have a talking dog here?
I mean, out of character, tempting, but I don't think we thought would approve of that.
Yeah, and
Fair
I'm not
enough.
sure if he could cast magic with paws.
Yeah, and if you think Scooby-Doo might be able to handle sticks objects and that lot, but I don't think Masker quite has the dexterity for it.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Also, think about that. She has to hold some sort of fire-based element close by, and she'd have to hold it in her mouth.
But what if the fire is in her heart?
No, we
that's
can't.
so cheesy.
I mean,
Easy, unfortunately, no.
first of all, that's called having a heartburn, and it's not a good thing.
This girl is on fire.
Anyway,
But yes, at least and send it back to his own body, he'd be like, as you just said, like the zombie guy from earlier.
Well,
Okay.
if
That
you
could
could
work.
give your body hold, then I suppose you can go fetch your body.
right.
Go
I'll be a-
fetch your body.
I'll be a few seconds, and he disappears.
And literally 3 seconds later, he walks through the door. Yo!
Somebody once told me.
Actually, it's more like a couple of minutes sort of thing.
Wow.
Everyone deserves a second chance.
And
Yeah, but now we have an undead helper.
yeah, you see Philippe just kind of come in faceless, bones showing on his skull and such, cut up body, just wearing a shredded shirt, his trousers are completely fine, apparently, and he
Those
goes
are a
like,
fine couple of trousers, let me tell you.
and he goes
Yeah.
like, and he inexplicably is able to talk to you, going like, right then. Oh, I see. He just looks around, noticing the unconscious bodies. Perhaps I should stick around and make sure nobody bothers them then.
Okay, but before he leaves, like, because you go to tell your go to tell him before, or your baba, I should say,
Yeah, you go. Yeah, Baba Yaga. You mean?
Baba Yaga. Then he just goes, "Oh, by the way, can you put magic in weapon?"
Magic?
Everyone say no.
No, I cannot put magics in weapons. I just like I said, Slavic magic is more to do with is more to
Dancing
do
and chanting.
dancing, chanting, invoking the gods' powers.
Oh, we'll try.
Yeah, Vital basically looking at Philip's condition. He goes, reminds me of time I put a man in a barrel of nails and rolled it down a hill.
Sounds like a barrel of loves.
Not for the man inside.
I'm sure.
Anyway, I don't want the twins to see me like this. So be sure to keep them away from seeing me.
Hey kids, do you want to see a dead body?
Or like a walking undead.
Well, we could be playing Divine Divinity. That'll work.
Oh gosh.
Original sin with the skeletons.
Spooky, scary
don't-
skeletons and
Just
shivers
don't think
down
about
your
how your
spine.
head's staying up.
Yeah,
As long as you don't think about how your head's staying up, we're fine.
I guess
Hey.
we have to get going now.
Yes,
Yeah,
we
let's
go to farm.
Let's not worry about the skeletons, because inside we are all skeletons.
Ah!
So you
Get
all
it off
basically-
me!
So basically, you all go off, and you see
We
To
head
the-
to the
and-
farm.
and you basically see essentially what looks like crops that are completely withered and dead, rotten. Let's see, energy seems to be coming off of it in a strange aura sort of like thing coming off from the ground, and you see essentially the many buildings that would have littered this area now basically essentially completely rotted away as well.
As
Say-
we are... Oh, go on, if you have still more description.
I was basically going to say you do see up ahead though some activity in one of the buildings.
Yeah, as we're walking across the farm area, I'm keeping an eye on the skies and the trees.
We're
Alexei-
watching the water, just in case.
Alexei is also keeping an eye out, and as we are walking towards the farm, he starts partially to himself and partially to everyone in the group talking quietly.
Yeah.
Back on Russia, I had a family once. My wife, Arleta, she was actually from Poland originally, and we had 2 sons, my eldest, Sergei, and young Artyom. It was hard but good life until the Great War. In
I know.
1915, the Tsar's men came, conscripting 1 man at least from every family. Sergei went so that I wouldn't need to. He never came back from the war. I was just angry. It was unfair, both me and Artyom too. So when the revolution started fanning its flames, when the Bolsheviks promised so many things, equality, right to choose for ourselves, no more tyranny of the nobility. I was there during February 1917 when we ousted Nicholas II from the throne. It was supposed to be a great day. New future. New, better tomorrow for Russia. But, like I learned later, nothing but bunch of empty promises. Looking back at it now, I just wish I had realized that sooner. No, first revolution, I do not know what it changed for those who now ruled, but for me, my family, my neighbors, still only thing that changed was the color of the jackets the people collecting taxes wore. But I still believed. I believed in the idea. I believed in the promises. So when the revolution of the October came and went, when the Civil War started, I enlisted. I believe that if we just broke down the damn whites, everything would be better. But Artyom no longer shared my beliefs. He said that I was being foolish. I was letting the pretty speeches and colorful flyers cloud my mind. We had a fight. Many things were said that night that were not meant. So I pretty much threw him out of the house and went to war. And I fought all the way until 1920. I don't even remember what was the name of that city. It was just another battle against the whites. One more sacrifice needed for the better tomorrow that was promised. It was after the fight. We were caroling together, all the enemy combatants, prisoners of war, collaborators, spies, everyone we could get our hands on, just sack on the head, put on the line and shoot. And I was put on corpse duty after all the executions were over. And there, I guess you can all guess what I found when I was gathering the corpses. It was Artyom. Hey, can you imagine it? Me, I could have been, it might have been me, my shot. I could have killed my own son. And when I went to the Cheka leading our unit, demanding to know what was his crime, had he joined? Was he an enemy combatant? Do you know what that little shit said? Why he was there among the others, put to the bullet? Anti-communist propaganda, he said. That was the reason he was shot. Why I might have shot him myself. I was angry. Never before in my life had I been that angry. So I was still holding my rifle. I swung at it at that shithead's face, smashed his skull in. But I knew that, well, I had just killed the member of the secret police. I would be, if I stayed, I would have been the next one on the firing line. So I ran to go back home, get Arletta, and I don't think I had even thought about that far the future. I just wanted to go home, leave all this madness, war, empty promises, betrayed expectations behind. But when I got back to Kristoshenk, I learned that she had died as well, overexhaustion, trying to take care of the farm all by herself. And with her husband apparently turned traitor to the party, the farm and everything in it was given away to another to keep up the production. That was the moment when I realized how I had given years of my life, my devotion, and the lives of everyone in my family to something that hadn't given anything back, that had never any intention to give anything back. I had nothing left, so I fled to Poland, the homeland of my wife. That's why I came to this village, to find one small patch of calm and quiet to spend my last few years of life, whatever I have left in this old body of mine. Just be at peace.
Yeah, Vitolt just says, I have a wife, her name's Svetlana, and then I have 2 daughters, Selena and Tatiana, and my youngest son, Alexei. And my name is Renat Volkov, by the way.
Can you put that in the chat?
Yeah, so I can understand why, because if I was in your shoes, if I found out I killed my son, I probably would have beat the bastard to death too.
Yeah, Agromi's quiet, silent, but he's nodding along.
But right now, we have something to do.
Yeah. I have a husband, Surdos, and 2 sons, Theodor and Ludwig. I don't know where they are now. When I heard the call of the Red Revolution, I wondered if he resented me because of it. I used the mirror to check earlier, and I didn't contact them from the land of the dead, so I assume they are still alive, but something in me wonders, did he just on purposely take them away? And
Yeah, Agronomy just looks at her and goes, families say many things, but still family. When this over, maybe you'll find them. So long as you fix what's broken. But family's still family. No matter where you are.
I just don't... Let's just... I hope so, but... I just want to believe that I have suffered because of when trying to spread the communism, but all of my sufferings happened because people I trusted betrayed us, and I'd like to believe that this was just one bad egg among others that made you suffer in the name of it. I just don't know what to think anymore. I'd like to... My dream was to make all of Czechoslovakia to hear the call of it. But I understand if you resent me because of what I believe in, but I'm not sure. Maybe my husband probably resents me, and this has to be worth it. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. It has to be...
Alexei is quiet for a moment as they walk before answering. For what it's worth, Rusenka, I do not personally have anything against you. But in good conscience, I cannot believe in the cause that you still either believe or wish to believe. If it's advice you look for, I give you the same I gave to Vitold. Or would you prefer to be called Renat?
Either's fine with me. Whatever's you're more comfortable with.
Well, I'll give you the same advice I gave to him. Leave it. Tsarists, communists, same thing, different color of paint. And he keeps walking.
My life was great. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, I just imagine Astolfo basically just listening to all this drama and thinking like, juicy drama.
Oh, he's probably having... Yeah, he's probably having a field day.
And just so you know, Rusenka Propsesili is actually my real name.
And Alexei Kirillov is mine.
Yeah, I did thought the name sounded familiar when I first came here, but I couldn't put my finger on it.
But your youngest son's name actually is Alexei?
Yes, coincidentally.
Huh. It really is a small world.
Yes.
Martha!
Yes, I suppose it is. Comrade?
Okay, I have to ask, was that really accidental?
It was,
yes,
I bet.
Yes, the name was accidental. I didn't know your character's name at all. I just basically chose the name because I was like, oh, that's a Russian name. I'll use it.
So, we're having a Martha moment here. That's amazing.
I know, I was like so surprised when I saw like, Icy Paul and Danton Sutter has the same name.
So
And then Beethoven dies in Alexei's arms, and he yells to him, "Save Martha!" I mean, Alexei!
Why
I
you
am-
say that name?
But I am Alexei.
That's
Yeah, the
awkward.
so
I love it.
Alexei, I'm not sure what will happen in this double if we even get out, but and I saw the mirror. Do you want to see if Sergei is still alive, or would you rather leave that as a mystery?
He is not alive. Oh, we were, unless they had. I do not see why they would had a reason to lie of his death.
Oh, so you were told.
Yeah, we were told. He got hit with the cannon shell. Not enough to bring back home to bury.
Do you want to speak to them?
Alexei is quiet for a long moment, and then says, "If I fail here, I'll die and get to see them again. Maybe, hopefully. If I survive, then yes. If I die here, there is no point to talk now."
All right.
But
Back.
I appreciate the sentiment. Thank you, Rusenka.
No problem.
Can I have a moment with Alessandra? Come to think of it.
She's unconscious and back at the dining
I'm
room.
gonna say she's unconscious.
Sorry about that.
What?
She's unconscious back at the dining hall.
Yeah, I
When
thought
did
we,
that happen?
We brought in.
Ages ago.
I said it ages ago that all the villagers basically fell unconscious except for the players.
Yeah, including Alexander.
I consider Alessandra an extension of myself at this point, so I was...
She is not your familiar. She also took a few levels in Warlock. It's not going to...
No, listen.
Bippity boppity women are property.
Astolfo is... I mean, it's not that he thinks she is familiar, it's that Astolfo is a narcissist, so people in his life are extensions of himself. That's how he sees them subconsciously.
Well, the Polish afterlife disagrees with your self-image.
Yep.
Okay, so
Now that's a sentence I certainly said.
yes, it is.
That is a
Anyway,
great sentence, by the way.
Anyway, I think that was really lovely. By the way, just so you guys know,
very touching.
very lovely and touching, and
I
We
thought I
should
was
probably-
fumbling through it.
Use is for us and BAFTA's for you.
anyway, so as you all get close to one of the houses, or rather, the remains of what was there, of a house.
Does it matter which one of the houses it is, or where we saw the movement?
It doesn't seem to matter because you can't tell which one it would be in this area, but you do see
You're all of them.
you see Jacek and Plasek seem to be coming out of a base of a trap door
That was
area,
easy.
Don't
and
shoot them.
and they seem to be looking around, sort of thing.
Shoot them. I'm joking.
We thought was the imposter all along.
I mean, he
I thought
technically
we-
was. He was actually.
We went over this.
I thought we went over this. I'm a Czechist officer.
Yes, but it turned out it was a double bluff.
Double bluff.
Yeah.
Okay, does Ogrumi and Astolfo have fake names too?
No. Actually, well, no.
Well, in his case, he might do with them all coming after him.
So anyway, you get close to them, and Jacek appears to be holding a long red spear with a golden piece of metal wrapped around the top of it, shaped like an eagle, along with a sharp silver-tipped blade at the top of it.
Oh, they've been busy.
And
That birdie was nothing for us. We kicked him in 2 seconds.
Did they find the Spear of Destiny?
Probably.
Why don't you talk to him and see what happens?
I mean, we are walking there.
Yeah.
Walking.
Yes. So it said
Classic.
and then
Really quietly.
and
shouting.
Jacek goes like, Sibed says obviously quietly, like, so we meet again. How's everyone?
Alive. Yet.
If it isn't the brave twins.
I see, Jacek says, like very
Look, we've come here to basically stop a damn god of the moon from coming down to enslave the world. Now we either got to basically count on you two, or the other god who will basically puppeteer us. Now tell us what we have to do.
and then
Because apparently you are some kind of demigods or something that can be the third option.
And then Jacek kind of looks like and goes like, so, huh?
Shit!
Yes, we know. Can we get that part where we are all amazed by that and get to the actual problem-solving part?
You basically see that Plasek basically is the only one of the two that seems to react to the way you're acting, while Jacek is completely stone-faced as he just looks between you and then looks to Plasek. It's then you see
Wait, isn't Philip also with us?
no, Philippe
he's
stayed
at
at the dining hall.
Oh, okay.
Unconscious people safe.
Yeah, he wants to also scare them with the fact he's an undead skeleton.
Yeah. So it said you see
phone.
it said you see Plasek looks to each of you, and he lets out an audible sigh, and he tilts his head forward, puts his hands at the back of his neck, and pushes his hair up, revealing he actually has long hair.
Sephiroth.
And
Gloria, because you are worth of it.
and suddenly Plasek opens his mouth and says, "You must forgive us for the deception.
Oh, it works.
We never wanted to involve any of you in this matter. We couldn't bear the thought of you all having to face such nightmares. So it appears we have misjudged our mark and what his plans were. So we are sorry you got dragged into this."
I'm assuming it's Rod you're talking about.
And then I look to it, and Jacek goes like, "I think some reintroductions are in order. I am Polel. I am the divine twin of light, Avatar, to Belobog." And Plasek goes like, "And I am Lel, divine twin of darkness, Avatar, to Chernobog."
I was waiting for a Chernobog cameo.
Oh, wait, which one was which?
Jacek is Polel, and Plasek is Lel.
Lel and Lel.
Hilarious.
Lel was the avatar of Chernobog?
Yes. Lel's darkness. The other one's light.
And what was the light god name?
Belobog.
Belobog.
Let me actually get those.
Remember
Yeah.
to write this all down. There will be a test at the end.
Oh, I've been writing this all down.
Yeah.
I haven't. I'm relying entirely on brain memory power.
Okay, so there's Belobog and let me get
Chernobog.
and
Oh,
Chernobog. I mean, Chernobog is. So what did you say, Demonox?
So long as we don't summon the Svarvog guy, we're fine. Just don't get the names mixed up when we start certain summonings.
Yeah. So so basically, guys, Belobog and Chernobog are essentially they're one of the key concepts of what Slavic mythology stands for. It's basically duality, of man, where basically, because all the gods have not only a male version, but also a female version of the same god, depending on context and the use that you're asking for the god to bestow a blessing of some description.
Is this kind of a yin-yang kind of situation?
Yes.
I would say so. I think it's something similar. Basically, all the gods come from, essentially, in some way, they were birthed by Belobog and Chernobog, and basically, light and darkness are represented as separate entities. So basically, one of them gave birth to the male gods, and the other gave birth to the female gods.
Oh.
So there's that going on with these two. Now, the divine twins, Lel and Polel, they're a very obscure legend because the only way you have heard about this legend is from accounts from when people were drinking, essentially, and they all said that Lel and Polel were divine twins who were the children to a lady called Lada, who was Svarog's female counterpart.
Oh.
So, yeah. So, it's then Polel, who is Yashek before, goes like, anyway, we had to do something, as you could probably guess, and we were trying to find a way to find the Viejmark, controlling the situation as he is.
Yes, we've been given a key to go through the Tree of Life or something to find them.
Oh, that's where he is? You're like...
Old witch lady tell us.
Baba Yaga.
I know, but I don't want to say it when she comes over.
It's then Lel, emotion, the one who shows emotion on their face, basically goes like, don't tell me she's tried to convince you to summon back Svarug.
She has.
One.
Yeah, it's a stupid plan.
What's
Yeah.
stupid?
Yeah, and you see Lel basically goes, Polel goes like, yeah, I wouldn't recommend it. They are, yeah, we don't want them back either, even though
Insidious in nature?
it's more the lines of that, even though that Svarug is technically the one who gave birth to our shells, they are, we don't really think they are someone that we can put trust in for humanity's sake.
Yeah, they don't
We've
get
had this debate and dialogue at length already.
Yeah.
No invitation to family dinners.
So, with that said, Polel said, this is what we were planning. And then he shows the spear off, and he says, this is Julius's lance. If we could find a way to channel spiritual energy through this, at the source of what the Viejmark is using to create this world, we can use it to reset the balance to the realms, and make it so that we can undo the damage done. The gods and goddesses can then return and regain their rightful places in the realms of heaven and the underworld, and punish the perpetrator.
But where do we use it?
As I said, we use it at the place they're using the spiritual energy.
Oh, so we can go invade that place. Invade the Tree of Life, find and stab with spear?
To the moon!
So since you know the way, that means we can actually do this. Lil says, clapping their hands.
Keep it down, will you?
Before we get too happy, we probably should be prepared that pun fellow is going to be waiting for us at some point.
Most likely. After all, he's dead, so most likely he's going to, keep watch at all times. So we're going to have to deal with him, most likely.
Actually, Deva, remind me, which part of him crashed on the moon?
His
soul or the body?
His body crashed on the moon. His soul...
Where did the soul go?
The soul went to hell. But for some strange reason, due to the way it happened, his body essentially still gained sentience of some description.
But it's why essentially if he can get back to the Earth, he can sort of pull his body back from hell.
His soul,
so it's
Soul
like
back from hell.
So it's like Mephiles and Iblis.
Hey, Satan, next time you take someone, take the whole package.
Well, it would have not happened this way if Saint Mary didn't get involved.
I'm saying.
Red trumpet.
Yeah. So
yeah,
anyway,
Mary, that wasn't the time to toot your horn.
Anyway, so it said Lel goes like, sorry. Anyway, yeah, we should probably do this ASAP then, because I don't think the trumpet's gonna do it anymore if this world keeps on regaining dominance like this.
Yeah, we've already seen the effects of it. A bloody night raven came for somebody in the village in the light world.
You said everyone was fine.
Yeah,
more than most person.
It's a long story. We met. It's a long story. Well, it's not important.
We tell you later.
Right.
Let's get
go.
going then.
Let's go then. So you all head back. The trip back to the.
Sneak.
I'm imagining to the door.
Well, it's the only door we know of that probably takes the key.
Yeah. So basically, you all see this locked door, which seems to have symbols upon it. Like an eagle. There's seems to be a fiery bird on there too. And the door seems to look quite sturdy. Upon looking at it.
I believe you have the key.
Indeed I do, my boy.
Would you care to do the honors?
Indeed I would.
So wait, which building we went again?
Which is the church?
The
It's
church.
where the church would be, but it's not the church in this realm.
With a pirouette and a flourish, he opens the door with the key.
You want a dexterity check for that?
a lot of unnecessary movement, but he has to make everything he does the most grandiose motion he could possibly do.
Yeah. So anyway.
Also, I will roll dexterity.
Anyway.
And I rolled 100. I failed, and I would suggest a penalty for that.
What penalty would that be?
Well, of course you can add your own, but I would add my own penalty, and that is, accidentally, I drop my notebook, and I don't notice.
Le gasp!
Do I notice his notebook was fall?
I think everyone's noticed his notebook fall to the ground except him.
So I'm going to open the door, and not even going to stop and wait. So feel free to react to this.
Anyway, so
Hey, you drop your notebook.
I'm already gone inside.
So anyway,
Pick up the notebook.
So as the gates open, and suddenly they basically seem like they open inwards at first and disappear completely, and then suddenly you see this portal that's whirring around, like just and you see some energy coming off it as it does, and you swear you could see silhouettes of something in there, like flowers.
Old lady says we stick to path. Find big tree and head to that.
Is anybody going to pick up the notebook by any
They
chance?
all did.
We
Okay.
all did.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So anyway,
Well, that notebook will still contain anything information about him. On the other hand, his name.
so before you enter, Polel goes like, "You must be warned. If the Virai is what I think it is, then this place has a way of bearing the soul, so to speak.
What's that mean?
It means that if any spiritual energy from the Virai basically passes through you, it will show the visions of your life as you see it. Your memories as you see it.
Oh, goody.
So do not touch anything.
That depends. Anyway, let's go in.
If we can even see the damn thing.
As soon as you all enter through the portal, you come out into what looks like a vast garden, grassy pathways far as the eye could see, flowers of many different kinds filling the sides of the green pathways. But one thing stands out to you, and that is that the paths seem to fork in many different directions, some of them leading to what you would assume look like different worlds, ranging from stunning beauty to barren worlds that no living human should go.
This place not normal.
Yep,
Yeah.
it's official. I'm in shade.
Do we see a big tree?
Yes, you do. It's in the far distance, and Polel goes like, well, there it is. That's where the Tree of Life is.
I get the shield ready on my arm, and then I also hold the rifle as well.
So what we were supposed to be doing again?
Head to big tree. And don't leave path.
Okay.
Let's see.
I
So
yes,
anyway,
it's out of character.
Okay, our character, we're heading to the tree to try and get some spirit energy to put into the spear.
Yeah.
That we can bring balance to the realms.
What are we calling the other gods that are not gonna fuck us over?
So
You-
they strike the tree with the spear and take some energy from it.
Oh, if we could actually spear the bad guy through it, that would be cool.
It's then as you all begin to walk on this path, you take note of all the beauty that lay before you, the wonder that such a place could exist, and every place you could think of from legend was interconnected all along. As you all went up a small hill area that seemed to have mountain edges, you could see better now what appeared to be a vast amount of vapor and energy seemed to be running across and around the grassy land. It's then the mist and energy would soon come above ground and flows around each of you and creates images of your past lives as you would see them. Visions from your own perspective. And starting off, you basically first see a world filled with darkness. A broken, war-torn wasteland devoid of light. Hope and dreams lie before you. What were once forests and flora are now but empty husks, grotesque parodies of life. Grimly frozen as skeletal remains of the dead world. What were once rivers, lakes and oceans are now basins of dark red blood, perennially flowing in the obsidian veins of this earth. In the midst of this world of darkness, gormless creatures meander the land, their minds ravaged by their incivility, their bodies mired in their own filth. Spine-curling screeches would permeate an unbreathable air of this putrid setting as the beasts would batter and beat each other to death in their endless dance of folly. Such is the fate of these pitiful beings, too ignorant and wild to fully comprehend their folly, the destruction they brought upon the world and themselves. As the battle raged on, Suddenly, a lightning would strike upon the broken landmass. 'Twas a thunderous noise, so strong and magnificent that even the mindless shapes were forced to take notice. The dance of death came to a standstill as they look in awe. The heavens above them appeared to have parted, shining a powerful pillar of light onto a colourless night. The first true light this world has ever seen. With pinpoint accuracy, the divine ray landed in the middle of the quieted battlefield, blinding the ignorant heathens around it. From the rumbling shine of the golden pillar, a figure emerged. He was clad in the resplendence of the sun itself. His beauty was undescribable, his nobility was undeniable, his majesty was unspeakable. Golden flowers sprouted wherever he would step. He would speak the noblest of tongues, one encompassing all languages, and he would only utter the truth. At first, the horrible mongrels rejected his word, but their savage nature would soon be overcome, for all it took was a twirl of his finger to deliver them from the miserable existence. And so, by his will, all the abhorrent, gross, filth-covered peasants transcended into beings of pure divinity in his likeness. Thus light overruled the darkness, the colours and shades of life itself. Returned to this once dead world, the husks of vegetation regrew resplendent, the rivers of blood became rivers of shining gold, and all the ascendant beings, liberated from the ugliness, praised his name up to the heavens. Praise be the sun that shines light upon the land. Praise be the herald of truth that brings wisdom upon the masses. Praise be the name of Astolfo, the greatest man in the universe. They all shouted in unison as each and every single one of them had now taken his appearance. They all continued to shout enthusiastically as they climbed atop of one another. They never once relented as their combined bodies eventually formed the shape of a massive golden throne whose height would pierce the heavens. Thus he would sit on the throne built with his followers. His gaze would scrutinize the land beneath him to preserve its immortal beauty. What was once a hopeless world has now become a perfect utopia. His utopia. And that's all that he wrote.
These Warhammer 40k self-insert fics are getting really weird.
Yes. It also strangely sounds a lot like the Masters, People of the Masters thing from Persona 5.
Alright. Devar, two things.
Yes.
I wish you had slowed down a little bit and enunciated a little better, so maybe a couple of words would have not been lost in the shuffle. And I wish you did not reveal immediately that I wrote it.
I think it's pretty obvious you wrote it.
Yeah, I was going to say, that was quite obvious you wrote it. It doesn't match any of the writing styles.
I mean, especially when the name Astolfo was dropped.
Yeah.
Yes, of course, but I would have loved to hear your reactions before he said it.
I would have said basically that doesn't sound like what you've wrote. Because I know how you write, Devar.
I did at first think that this was going to be some kind of representation of the first king of Poland who founded the nation. Some kind of romanticized view of his rise to power. But
I was thinking Alexei. I was thinking Alexei at first because I thought, oh, blood talk, war and all that lot. Once, cruel beasts, but yeah. The Shining Man appears like, nope, that's not Alexei, that is someone else, and I don't see it being the others.
Yeah. So, anyway, sorry about that. It slipped my mind completely and I just set it autopilot.
Yes, it was noticeable.
Yeah.
Also, it was a lot to read, so I imagine he was very nervous about the time it would take to read all of it.
Yeah, it's a lot of reading.
I understand that, but I wanted to write this in a way that it would match the very pretentious, self-aggrandizing energy of my character.
Oh, it's almost that.
You did a perfect job on that.
Yeah, you did good on that.
I know, thank you. I guess I learned from the worst. Me!
Yeah. So, anyway, if you guys would like to do descriptions of yourselves' visions, then I do not mind. it's just I thought I'd do this for him, so then
Yes,
we could
I will. Astolfo will not be taking questions at this moment.
So we are seeing our desires?
You're seeing essentially...
World as you see it.
The
Let me
world...
see- Yes, we're seeing how we perceive the world and humanity, essentially.
As well
and
as
ourselves.
as well as your lives that you have led up to this point.
Yes.
I have no idea how to describe that.
Kinda hard on right on the top of the hat.
I know writers who use subtlety, and they're all cowards.
I can think of something really quick, but it's not going to be as grandiose as Astolfo's. But
I had it prepared
life.
just in case something like this might have happened. I'm glad I did.
So I guess if the others don't have anything, I can do something.
Yeah, if you want to.
Well, you see Vitolt, he's on the moon itself, and he just looks basically confused at first by himself, and he looks and he sees the communist flag next to him, and but he's looking down on the earth, but the earth is just awash with red, and it's not communist red, it's just blood. And he sees basically visions of the greedy nobles sitting upon dead bodies of people, frozen, dying from sickness and famine and cold, and they're laughing, and eventually the corpses try to rise up and take them down. But soldiers basically shoot them down, and suddenly you see Vitolt seeing himself holding what looks to be a young man in the pile of corpses, with a priest basically being pulled away from the bodies. And then you see a bunch of people rising up, and they're brutally murdering basically the royals and the nobles, and in the most horrid ways you can think of. And then suddenly he's in a home with a family in a warm, safe place, and he leaves basically to go to work, but all he hears is screams, smell of flesh being burnt, and just copper smell basically assail his nostrils. And he returns home, his wife and kids asleep, and he just goes to bed, and he gets up next morning and leaves them, and he doesn't smile, he doesn't see them, he doesn't speak to them, he just leaves them be, and he just looks at himself and he says, "Where was the man I once was?" And that's it.
Yeah,
Wow.
good.
That's pretty nice for top
On
of
the
the head.
spot. Yeah.
Did you improvise it on the spot?
Yes, I improvised it. I have nothing written at all.
Nope.
That's
neither do
very
I.
I have to say that's very unlike you, Danton. You
Yes,
always
it
have
is.
everything written down.
Yes, I do, but because whenever I'm aware when something might happen, or if I have a promo to set up, then I set it up and I write it all down and everything. But that was just off the cuff entirely.
Yeah.
That was good. Anyway, so if you guys are interested, I'm sharing in the chat the original text for Astolfo's dream.
Okay.
I wasn't aware we were supposed to write something like
No, you were
No,
not.
I
That's
wasn't
something
even.
that's something I wanted to do for myself because, I wanted to stretch my pretentious purple prosy hand, and I actually had a good excuse to write in that very Lovecraftian style.
Yeah, well, that and plus, he gave me it like a day or two ago, and I thought it'd be too short notice to ask the players to do such a plan on short notice.
Personally, I felt I stumbled a lot and maybe
Yeah, no,
basically.
you're really fine for something off your head.
You did well. You did honestly. You did not stumble as much as the Var did trying to read my ostentatious writing.
Okay, well, I'm glad you all liked it.
I think I'd had something now as well.
Yeah.
By all means.
By all means, go ahead.
I'll be next.
As the group continues walking towards the tree, you start walking through this small idyllic village, and there is a farm with large wheat fields, fat and very well-fed cows, pigs. Everything is fine. And working there, you can see a man who is clearly much younger version of Alexei, another young, beautiful woman, and two young men who obviously are their children. And as you keep walking through the village there, you keep moving forward, but the village sort of just hangs around you. You are getting closer to the tree, but not deeper into the community. And as the people continue their works, there is this all the time this one massive faceless form dressed in an opulent uniform just looming over the village as it starts grabbing with its massive palm just more and more of the wheat of the animals as the family just keeps working more and more to produce, try to keep up with the massive hands that keep grabbing everything that they make. And then there is finally those massive hands grab one of the young men and lift him up to the skies, which is then followed by multiple gunshots as a new massive figure appears, dressed in red, as all around the village red flags are raised to the posts and hanged from windows, as this new figure just pushes away the faceless man in opulent uniform. And for a moment it seems like there is no more grabbing, no more just being taken, as what remains of the family continues working the farm, and the fields are once again filled with wheat, the stables filled with animals that are growing fat again, but then the same hands start grabbing everything again, the wheat, the animals, and the family works tirelessly continuously trying to keep up with those grabbing hands. And then, this time, as the hands grab first the other young man and then the young woman, there is no stopping it, as those hands just keep grabbing more and more as the village and the farm start growing more depressed and run down, as the only person left, the man, keeps growing older and older, until finally the village stops. The hands keep grabbing whatever remains of this now run-down village, but the man who has been working on it his entire life just keeps walking. What was once straight up back now hunts over, sadness and loss in his eyes as he slowly walks towards the sunset, as behind him the massive hands from the sky just keep grabbing and grabbing.
I am glad that we all agree that subtext is for cowards.
Yeah. Yeah, I liked it, the symbolism of that.
Yes, I do as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Demonox, you said you wanted to go.
Wait, I get it.
Ultimately.
I get it. It's your Super Smash Brothers nightmare. The grabby hands represent master hands and crazy hands. I get it. I'm smart.
See this as an image through portals, right?
You can see it as an image that's playing right before your very eyes, essentially.
I suppose what
Like Alexei was playing all around you.
Yeah.
I guess Rusetska sees there's this building. It's inside a school classroom, and Rusetska starts there standing very confused and unsure why the classroom kind of flickers. There in the cells, sometimes there are school books and stuff, all kind of an historical works, and sometimes just filled with communist manifesto. And there's the painting of Vladimir Lenin, who is staring at Rusetska in kind of a judgmental way. There's also a man in the classroom. Sometimes he looks at Rusetska with proud. Sometimes he has his back turned on him. Then the Rusetska in the classroom goes to her knees and shakes her head, drums her fist to the floor. Then from the door, the Abros rushes in with the gun you have seen Rusetska to use, and Rusetska immediately, when Abros arrives, just grabs quickly his throat, takes the gun, and starts to stab. It's with its the spike thing it has.
Bayonet.
Bayonet.
Bayonet. And kind of looks at the Lenin's face, who has the eyebrow kind of raised in a questioning way, and I suppose she drops the gun. The man in the room walks next to her, and I guess when Rusetska looks at the man, that's when the vision ends.
Interesting.
Did we all play... I have a question for the class.
Yeah.
Did we all play Psychonauts at some point?
No, I've never played Psychonauts ever.
Yep.
Me neither.
Favorite game I've ever played.
Never played it.
I
Well,
played it.
You should fix that. And while you're at it, also play the sequel.
Yes, that's probably good. Anyway,
Demon, did you say you want one?
well, I'm trying to think of one, but it's not going to be as grandiose as the others because Ogren's not being as.
Dude, mine's not very grandiose either.
It's very grandiose.
You depicted an entire world covered in blood. If that's not grandiose.
Yep. Okay, so as you're walking to the tree, you see the vision shifts again, and you just see more abstract, but you see a giant burly, huge burly man surrounded by small.
It was a manly man.
More laughing. Smaller figures they're all laughing, playing. You see this giant constantly going out to the mountains and moving the earth before coming back to his home. It's very nice, It's a bit abstract, but you see nice forests and trees around it and all. A nice village, not far away. Everything's happy. And then the sky darkens. He's hauling his rocks, and the sky darkens more. He moves to home, and instead of hearing the laughing sounds of children and family, you just hear the snarls and snaps of beasts. Looking at the man barges through to the beasts to find the family held in chains as they start to drag them off. It's then that the beasts turn on the giant and slowly pull him down. Chains of his family are wrapped around his arms and legs. These hauled off. to a realm, to a gladiatorial pit, where he's taught to fight and destroy by these faceless men in uniforms. All of them sneering, all of them happy, and all of them spouting how glorious he should feel for this. Until eventually the world keeps darkening, and you see him being hauled off to a cage to go and die. There you go.
That was pretty good.
That was actually pretty good.
You people all have good improvisational skills.
I literally just practically recited what I just told Ice Pal earlier.
Yeah.
I decided to do it abstract.
Yeah.
But it was good though.
I liked it, honestly. I liked all of it,
too.
honestly. By the way, Mati, roll for perception for something during your vision.
Okay, let's see. 75.
Right.
Find the hidden Easter egg.
Best.
Okay, so during your vision, you see the man in your vision. Seems at one point he changes face, and suddenly, before you can react, it comes out to you and grabs you, like.
The fuck?
Oh no!
Oh, it's a undead friend.
And
Yeah, the man I see next to me was supposed to be Rusenska's husband. But,
yeah, I know, but
do I
arranged?
he's basically using the vision to hide essentially his presence from you.
Clever girl.
It's Ambrush.
And
Well, I immediately try to tackle him to the ground.
okay, roll a d100.
I'm so glad that this is not Pathfinder, otherwise we'll be here for ages rolling for grappling!
Well, I'm rolling a d100 as well, so roll that d100.
70.
Freddy's gonna tackle you down. He made about 50. Anyway, so he basically tackles you away from the group, and he goes like, "Oh, fancy meeting you here. I got tired of waiting, and since the opportunity's here, why don't I introduce you to your new home?" And he's like trying to drag you to the edge of a cliff.
Can I use my...
You can do.
So so is this going to just happen when the rest of the party not able to do anything?
No, you could do something if you want.
Oh,
I'm basically handling Mati first.
Yeah.
I'm going
Go off, and I
I'm
try
going
to stab
Okay.
him
Wait
with
for
a
your
bayonet.
turn.
Wait, come on, wait, guys.
Actually, we don't know what the turns are.
Mati's going first. Right now. So what do you got to do,
7.
Mati?
I try to stab him with a bayonet straight through his forehead.
Well, he's definitely not going to get away from that. And he's like, so basically, you shove the bayonet straight into his forehead. And he's like, "Oh, this is an inconvenience when you're a dead man."
And
Go on.
okay, I guess it's someone else's turn then.
No, I was gonna wait to see if you were going to reply to that.
Why did you? I guess during our first consultation when Rosenska killed him in the first place, I guess they had a conversation on why did he betray them. Does Rosenska know his motivation?
No, you only knew that he betrayed you, essentially, at the time.
You never found out.
You never found out.
Yeah, I get the feeling he's immortal in this place.
Does Rusenka care?
Why did you even do it, you pig?
I did it for my family. You wouldn't understand. I had cold fate.
Can I Darth Vader him?
He had called Faith?
Cold feet.
Ah, cold feet. Sorry, I didn't hear what the Devar said properly.
But it would have been faith as well, technically.
Anyway, so
Can I go Darth Vader?
You don't have the force.
Anyway,
I meant the overhead Palpatine throw.
And I guess it's someone else's turn then.
Let me see what you all guys going to be deciding to do about this, just to basically see what your motives are going to be when you see this happen.
Basically, this guy that only Rusenka and Astolfo have seen before has captured Rusenka is trying to pull her towards the edge of a cliff.
Yeah, pretty much.
Alexei is going to whip out his shovel and just run and smack this weird zombie man in the face to send him off the cliff.
Okay. What are the? Does anyone else have any motives they would like to do?
He got the thing of he doesn't want to see comrades fall, so he's definitely going to try. And even if the drill doesn't knock him off, he's going to literally try and pick him up overhead and throw him.
I mean, if everybody is busy with the tackling of the zombie man, I'd like to take this opportunity to try a bit of a sleight of hand.
Stop trying to steal the book.
Yes, that. Exactly that.
Of course.
Hey.
Anyway.
Aye, indeed.
Anyway, so let me think that.
Is Weetol doing anything or?
I was going to wait to see basically what everyone else was doing, but basically the shield Devar, it was said basically to repel spirits or something.
No,
evil magic.
Evil magics.
Just magic. Okay.
Think of the thing from Flight of Dragon.
Yeah, I get what it is now. I just misunderstood.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't work on the dead.
Yeah, so
I'm in handy. Captain America, that shit.
I'm going to try and shoot him in the leg and make him stumble.
Okie dokie.
That zombie's not having a good day.
Yeah. So let me see now. So everyone, let's have rolls ahoy then. With first the attackers. So
Time to use my muscles.
It was 57 mine.
65 against 80.
Okay, I rolled a 17.
okie dokie. So basically, first Vitold, you basically went to shoot for his. You went to shoot for his leg, and I'll get to you, Madhog. Just give me a moment. Anyway, so you went to shoot for his leg, but he was able to dodge away from it. He sees you come with the shovel, Alexei, and he basically just cracks his back to dodge it. And
that's dexterous as hell.
And then he basically, and he goes like, ha! And suddenly, Ogromny just grabs him like
massive hands. Yeah, he's definitely doing the whole Palpatine throw thing. Straight off that cliff. And no, he can't use Force Lightning.
Do your best Heihachi Mishima impression.
Or Kazuya Mishima.
Yeah, Kazuya.
Heihachi was the first one to throw people off the cliff. He was the one who threw Kazuya off the cliff, and then Kazuya threw him off the cliff.
There's a. I think actually no. Wait, this Heihachi would work better for this one, considering. Anyway, I haven't said what you're throwing him off of yet. You're throwing him into yet.
Okay.
So basically, because you all came closer, including Ruzhenka sort of thing, you basically see that the cliff drop. Basically, when you look over the edge, it looks like you see a portal that leads to an area full of fire, lava, and people suffering.
Ouch!
And
is it the river Flagathon?
I'm gonna say it's the hatred circle of hell.
Anyway, so I'm going to basically. Okay, I roll for something, so I've got that. So anyway, so Gromley, you basically see that as far as you know, you basically chucked him off and over the edge. And he goes, ah!
Screams out in Russian something.
Or Czech, rather, in this case. Anyway. Oh, wait, you're talking about yourself. Never mind.
Yeah, me. Not him.
Let's see. So, anyway. Madhog, you're going to try and sleight of hand your way into getting the book off of Ogrom.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
Right, so make your roll.
I made my roll ages ago, actually.
A 2, probably.
And what would that be?
20.
20. Right. I'm trying to think, should Ogromny be able to roll against that?
If he's busy.
Yeah, he's just probably busy. So, yeah, you were able to basically slip your hand in and basically grab the book off him.
Question.
Yes.
What are the twins doing?
They're basically just looking like wonder of what to do, because essentially it's
wow.
Because they see all these people just dogpiling this one person, and they're just not sure if they can offer assistance because, there's too many for one person.
Well, they are probably more concentrated on their thing.
Yeah. So anyway, that has happened. So,
Are you alright, Rushenka?
Yes.
So, who was that anyway?
Yes, we're gonna ask, who the bloody hell was that?
He was... his name was Ambrose, and he betrayed our cause, and I killed him for it. And I look at the lava thing. Do I see him anywhere?
roll for perception.
8.
Good roll.
Okay. So basically, as you look over, you don't see anything until you see a hand try and grab you, but you grab the wrist, and you basically see, and he goes like, quick on the draw. Look below. Is it a lovely neighborhood? Warm and welcoming to cold-hearted bitches like you. But again, I can't think of a just reward for someone fighting for the cause, completely ignoring that some of us had families to look out for.
And while Ambrose is hanging from the cliff, from the backpack, Rusenka takes her copy of the Communist Manifesto and says that I used to think that, perhaps I've started to see things a bit of your way. I used to think that it wasn't the fault of the cause that I was suffered, that it was only just you. But I've heard so many stories in the past couple of hours. You know what? You can both go to hell. And then I throw the copy at him so he would fall.
Ooh, symbolism.
Ooh, nice.
I like.
I like the symbolism, but I'm sad that everybody disappointed Marx in the end.
Considering what happened to his idea of the world, he disappointed himself.
No, not really. His ideas were always an economic theory, not something to be turned into politics.
Yeah. So anyway, Matty, as soon as you drop him and then slam the book right into his face, and he's like, "You son of a bitch! I'll get you!"
I mean, you can call it socialism, you can call it communism, but at the end of the day, a totalitarian regime is just that by any other name or cause.
Yeah.
And now he got a book
so
to the face.
I mean, the idea is good, but the application thereof, well, it was handled by greedy people.
Yeah. Anyway, so back to the story at hand. So Ambrosia's now gone. You saw him basically fall into the essentially what you would assume to be the bowels of hell, essentially.
Oh, good. Hopefully, he won't come back.
Watch it, he'll climb out again. He'll be a skeleton.
Okay,
I we keep moving before he gets up.
Yeah, with a fiery skull and everything.
So yeah.
Goes down in slow motion like Hans Gruber.
So then you see Lel and Polel basically look on at this, and Polel goes like, "Friend of yours?" Yeah, as a kind of a joke. You assume.
I thought he was with you.
So, friend of yours?
Yeah, once, but that's in the past. Okay, let's be careful for anyone else's personal demons.
I guess we're all embracing capitalism from here on out. Hooray!
Not on your life.
I'm not saying that in character.
All right.
Hooray! Question mark.
Anyway, so you all basically keep on going forwards, and soon you make it to essentially the portal that looks like where the tree is. Yeah, where it leads to the tree anyway. And Lel goes like, "I think I have a bad feeling about this.
Okay,
Maybe
take
Shield.
Pan's mirror and try to see the future."
Oh, good choice.
Right. You see the area of the future as you would see it right now, and essentially you see Lel and Polel are the only two outside, as if waiting before going in themselves.
Why are they the only two outside?
Because as I said before, it shows the future of the area that you're pointing the mirror to. And because you're pointing it towards the portal, that means you would only see the vision of what would be there in the future.
Oh, we weren't in the tree yet?
Not yet. You're at the portal for it.
Okay, well, I just save it for the future.
Okay, we won't.
And you see...
It was still a good thought.
You basically hear Polel basically go like, "Perhaps you guys should go in first, and, so then we have a distraction for him if he's in there."
Sure, how do we want to do this? The strong men up front and the people with the guns at the back?
Sounds good to me.
Oh.
Who knows what is waiting for us on the other side?
If any of you have anything that could sap the spiritual energy away from from whatever he's using to create this realm.
What about
then,
the eggshell thing I got?
You
wait,
mean that?
this... So wait, I had a thought. This mirror summons dead. Can we pull Pan away from there to here?
You mean Pan's soul? Probably not. If his soul belongs to the devil, that means that
I mean chains.
That means it's the devil probably has the soul, so we can't summon it here.
Okay.
Do we know any really, really powerful good guys that did not go to the devil?
Probably the people that we know are humans, so no.
Yeah. But anyway, so anyway,
How about Jesus?
Polel looks at the heart of Avel that you have, and goes like, "That could probably work, because the dragon was known to be a very powerful being. You just need to put some willpower behind it to basically try and summon the energy towards it."
Oh yeah, forgot we have to fight the dragon also.
Can you give me the stone then? I think I might be able to use it. Just provide a distraction. I'll get as close to the tree as possible.
Okay, I was going to have a grumpy try and see if you even focus on the damn thing.
All right, I just assumed basically.
Right, flex my willpower. It might not work, but yes, probably gonna give it to you.
Okay, I was making a suggestion, but if you want to keep it, that's fine. I'm just saying, you know.
Yeah.
No, I'll give it to you. You've got a higher willpower, probably.
Okie dokie. So, let me think now.
So Gromny looks at you, still a bit thinking about the fact you're Russian, you're secret police, but you're actually more trustworthy than the other guy.
Doomed by faint praise.
Yes, you might have been the secret police, but at the same time, you're actually concerned with other people, so you're not a selfish mugger.
You might be member of the Russian secret police, but at least you are not Astolfo.
Yes, pretty much.
Hey!
Oh gosh.
Hey!
Like it's not earned?
You're saying the pig is better than me?
Yes.
If Astolfo heard that, he would agree with him.
No, Astolfo thinks too highly of himself.
So,
Yeah,
But anyhow.
Yeah, so you're gonna give your hand in the thing. Then I'll keep. I am not good with this sort of thing. I will give it to you.
I might not be able to use the shield, so can you take the shield because I can't do both.
I may not have defended family properly, but I will defend this family.
Oh,
Included.
I
actually like that.
and
Vital
Astolfo.
Vital just nods at you and just hands you the shield as almost like a trade.
It feels not to be very big on. I just realized the shield.
Yeah, it's like one of those bucklers you see, those very tiny ones that.
I'm just picturing Vito's this big shield, big round shield, yeah. And Gromny picks it up. Oh, tiny belt buckle.
These are my true comrades.
Shield in one hand and pickaxe in the other.
I'm a dwarf, baby.
You're all
I work for the ground. On the ground. I'm on the ground. I've got a shield. I've got a pickaxe. I'm a dwarf.
So you all ready?
Huge.
Yeah. Alexei has a sword in one hand and gun in the other.
Astolfo opens the book.
Willpower.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
Wait, where did you get that book?
Doesn't matter now, does it?
About to grab your head.
Willpower roll, Madhog.
I did that roll ages ago. You noted it down, remember?
I did note it down, but it's so long ago that I figured you need to re-roll it.
Yep.
I thought you were gonna get it sooner, like straight away, sort of thing. But
It's been taking a while now.
Okay, fine.
Sorry.
32.
Right. You are able to succeed to read the book. And
Whoa! The power courses through my veins! I am ascended!
and it's a cookbook. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Hilarious.
That would be hilarious if Pan actually read something when someone else wasn't him trying to read it.
And suddenly he realised it's the secret spices to KFC's recipe.
I say cookbook, but I say that only as it looks like one at first glance. But then you read it more, and it seems like a compendium of rituals, ingredients. A lot of it seems to be essentially ritual based. Essentially, that.
So nothing that's immediate usage type stuff.
There might be one spell in there that might not require any ingredients.
It's almost as if we should have opened this book earlier.
It's almost as if Pan sees it, he's going to tear you apart.
Guys, come on.
Yeah, let's not fight. There's no reason to fight over this. It's anyway. So there is a use for this book, and it's very specific. But because you don't know the situation yet, you don't know if any of these would come in handy yet.
As long as he can read it and he can keep it open.
Yes.
Yeah, can you imagine that? That's fireball in the book.
Fireball no jutsu! Okay,
Right.
what spell can I do then?
Well, I'll let you know once your character knows what the situation is. I think that's fair, don't you think?
Yes.
Okay, keep the suspense.
Okie dokie. So, Paulel asks, you all ready?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ah,
Right.
I was
Good,
born
good,
ready.
good luck to you guys.
It's been nice knowing you all, if any of us die.
No. Hopefully we'll see each other at the end of this.
Twins.
I basically pull back on the bolt and go, Mavka. And just signal her to go in.
And Mavka goes in with you.
The dog better survive.
the dog cocks the gun.
I knew that dog was suspicious!
Yeah, can you imagine? VTOL goes down, she takes the gun.
Inside check on the dog.
Yeah, I still find it funny that you insight check the dog and not me.
What? You looked completely trustworthy. And
What
not
can I
like a man with no secrets.
I know,
What can
right?
I say? What can I say? I trust the player.
Anyway, so you all go in, and as soon as you all drop into this place,
Hold on, I wanted a small farewell with the twins too.
okie dokie. So Lel and Paulel look to you, go like, is there something on your mind?
When I come back from here alive, remember, twins, you still owe me a fixable carriage. I'm looking forward to see you at work.
And then you see Lel smile and go like, don't worry, we always keep our promise, and also, it's always nice to do something human.
Yes, human. It goes in.
And as you all do, each of you find yourselves in what appears to be an old building, but this one looks to be damaged like all the other buildings you've seen before. But instead of being modern, it looks more medieval, stone-based in how it looks. The ceiling was completely missing, as you all could see a black sun shining overhead alongside the clouds that glowed red from the constant crimson thunders that every so often sounded like loud explosions as a war-torn battlefield that echoes in the far-off distance. It constantly rains black rain upon the ground, but rather than settling into puddles, they either slipped into the cracks of the dull stone floor, or just became a part of the shadows that lurked and pulsated in the corners, upon the rotting furniture, and around the altar. Many wooden beams which were once supports for the ceiling now hung above and pointed downwards, the black substance too dripping from atop of it. It is then you all stared upon it, there, beating, quietly, but still on the cusp of your hearing. It thumped as dark green energy and black liquid flowed around its ventricles, connected to what looked like a large tree that went up and above the sky. However, from below you could see that its leaves have wilted and were struggling to stay upon its branches, which seemed devoid of any colour you would associate with a tree of life. The black liquid seeming to seep and leak out from the tree itself.
I guess I'll now use the mirror to look at the future.
Yeah, I've got my shield raised.
I am scanning the area.
I see where to use the stone.
I'm wiggling my fingers with the book open in a ready to cast a spell.
Okay, so first, Mati. Basically, Ruzhenka sees essentially what looks like a dead man in the mirror, talking with you all. And then you see the Victorian lady and Marchek right in front of him and in front of you. In between you both, essentially.
So about to have a conversation is what's happening.
Yes.
Okay, so at this point then you hear, "Isn't it a sight to behold?" And then you hear the voice could have came from anywhere as far as you could tell. But then the man reveals himself and he comes up towards you and you see he looks like a middle-aged man, wears a red coat that went to his knees with golden ropes seeming to keep it closed. He had dark blue trousers with brown boots. He also had a gold and red sash wrapped around his waist, and upon his head wore a hat with brown fluff and red fabric with a single green gem attached to it, along with a feather that stuck out of said hat too. All of his clothes, though, looked to have loose thread sticking out, and even some holes in it, as if to denote the clothes have aged many, many years. However, the most striking thing about him is that his skin was mostly grey with black patches upon him. His hair and a thick handlebar moustache were now thin and white. However, his eyes were the only thing that looked to be brim with any sign of life. I was not expecting an audience to grace me with their presence, but this makes me glad, as I now have everything I need. And he offers out his hand with a smile upon his decayed lips, and waits as if expecting something from all of you.
And Twardoshki, I presume.
Yes.
Oh,
now,
good.
Now,
this makes this simple.
Now, give it back, he says.
What are you talking about?
Oh.
You know full well what I'm talking about.
Do you guys know what he's talking about?
I am going to turn my head towards Wheatold and whisper, get ready to move. And, well, oh, sure, we'll give you all of it back. I lift my gun and shoot him in the head.
Alright.
He wanted it back. I'm returning it.
Roll to hit him.
This was a dexterity.
Yes,
Yeah.
Range is dexterity, melee is me.
Did everyone else see what I saw from the mirror?
Did you show it to us?
I assume.
Nah, because everyone else was busy, essentially.
I rolled a 3.
You rolled a 3?
Yes.
Okay, so you hit him dead square in the forehead, and then he just kind of just looks back to you and goes like, "You cannot kill a man who cannot die. Now, give it back." He says,
"Your mistake is thinking that not dying is some kind of boon." And I shoot him in the knee.
Be careful, more massacre here as well.
Yeah. So in that, okay. So roll again to see if you hit him in the knee.
Yeah, I'm still moving, by the way, towards where. Is there a tree in here?
The tree is there, yes.
I'm gonna go basically try sneak up to that while they're doing that.
29.
I'm afraid this time he basically moves his leg away and he goes like, "My spell book! I know you have it! Such lowly peasants can not even hope to grasp anything that is held in that book, and only I can use it. So, with that small logic given to your puny minds, surely you people have small shred of manners to at least return my property to me, the original owner of said book." And he looks like he twitches violently from, in anger.
I'm afraid this book now belongs to me. Is it time to cast a spell?
You have let me think about that for a moment under the circumstances, and let me think first. And he goes like, and he's first, "Give me back my he twitches against his eye this time, and he just holds his arm and then goes like, "No matter, I'll get it back after the Heart of Ages is finished. You lot cannot kill me, for I have no soul. You can't get rid of me, because there is no one that can cast me away. For I have no dark energy, and you lot have no way of stopping the ritual, especially when I am here. I do hope you have enough manners to at least watch in silence as you get to meet the new masters you'll serve."
Let's. What do I remember from what is Tarkovsky's backstory?
You remember that he made a deal with the devil, and that let's see, he rode on a rooster at one point. See, he knew a lot of magic even without his spell book.
Who did he communicate with the mirror?
It was not anyone of his relation. It was basically for a king. He was basically doing it to talk to his dead wife called Barbara. Anyway, so
Can we call Barbara, give him a piece of mind?
probably not, since he's not really related to her in any way.
Maybe
Anyway.
you should ask those masters of yours to get in line. You are being a little bitch for so many, it's hard to keep count. And I go to slice him with my sword, hoping to cut off his leg.
Yeah, just to remind that I've already said out loud to everyone that
Watch out for the other two.
Magica Mormor here as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay. Is that point he basically goes like, enough, and so I want you to roll something here.
Everyone or just Dicey?
Just Dicey Pal, because he's going to make an example of you with something.
Crap.
What am I supposed to roll? What am I rolling?
Willpower.
Willpower. 9.
Oh, okay. So basically, at first, you feel pain at first course through you, as if like he's trying to do something to your body, and you feel like your skull was about to come out of your face, but somehow you're able to basically, move back and just shake it off. And he's like, "Oh, a strong one, eh? Well, I guess I need help then." And he flicks his fingers.
Just about being head crushed.
Actually, he was going to do a lot worse.
Yeah, no, it's the only thing Ogurumi can think in his head, like, oh, head crush, that's fine. I don't want to make him think, I don't want to make his head explode.
And it is then at the moment, Marchek comes into the room.
From where?
From the ceiling. And basically drops down and is heading for Vitold.
I'm defending Vitol.
Why do you think I've been hanging around here right on the front lines, drawing everyone's attention?
I've been trying to get to the tree, but...
Yeah, I know. I'm just basically thinking realistically how long it would take you to get there.
Well, he's going to intercept Madhog.
Yeah.
You got the shield for defending against magic and whatnot.
Yeah. You could do that. I'll introduce the second person, and you see...
Giant man.
And basically then you see Mormo come out, and she goes like, "And what do you think you're doing here, little pebbles? Do you really wish to be an unwanted nuisance?"
Yes?
I thought you were going to say something.
I'm trying to remember character names, so...
Yeah.
Momo is that Victorian lady that's been
Mormo.
haunting.
Momo.
So...
Oh, Momo!
Mormo.
I know why Ban is here, but what you get out of this?
Why my gods able to take over Poland and hopefully the world. of course.
I serve my god.
She serves a Apocalypse.
Apocalypse.
I'm never going to get that name right unless I practice it.
Apocalypse.
Yeah, Apocalypse.
I'll
That's what I call him.
You know, Apocarimon, okay?
Apocalypse.
Well, excuse us that we are not as eager to sell ourselves to every 2-bit tyrant that comes along like Pan. Or was the devil not enough for you?
And Pan just goes like, I want to come home. Momo, Marchek, take care of them.
Oh my, is the little slave jumping on his superior's noses?
And
Last
then-
I heard, you are the little bitch here.
Actually, Marshall works for him.
Yeah,
that-
Marchek does, but Mormo doesn't. No matter what Pan himself might think.
Okay, so I'm gonna get back to Demonox because he was about to defend Vitold. So, what are you? Okay, let's roll. What do you roll to shield bash this creature?
We think it's be a strength considering it's shield bash, and then this is a push or smashing of hard objects.
Yeah,
So ideally, so elbow grease is involved.
yeah. So do a roll.
And I rolled okay.
What do you want?
Beam roll time.
What you rolled?
One's up for the board.
Oh, one.
One is coming up.
So basically, you basically get right in there, in front of Marchek, and Marchek basically was in the middle about to pounce on Vitold, but you were able to use the shield to basically
I
stop
am literally
his...
stopped. I'm
and it-
beating
and
this
it-
guy.
And you see that he's trying to get around you and basically use his legs to try and get to Vitold. Vitold, roll to dodge the spider legs since they're long.
Woo!
That is a 18.
Go DBZ.
Right. So basically, you see that because since you were trying to basically get around Pan's peripheral vision by going the long way round, you're against the wall essentially, and basically you see all these bone-like spears basically come towards you, going like chick, 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 and you're like just avoiding them with Mavka basically jumping over a few and trying to, create openings for you to basically dodge the others that almost came close to your cheek, essentially.
Yeah,
I understand the wall.
he goes, yep, I'm afraid of spiders now. Afraid of spiders. Hate spiders.
Okay.
As he basically tries to get closer to the tree as soon as he gets out of the range of the the legs.
Yeah. So anyway, back to Mormo, and she goes like,
Uh,
So what are you planning on doing?
Well, I was I'm assuming that you two cannot die, right? So I was thinking of starting by chopping you into both of you into pieces and then going from there, I guess.
Oh, such delightful delusions.
So when she reveals she's had a second form.
Personally, I think it's actually kind of macabre and disgusting.
She has a second form. It's a boss fight. They all have second forms.
I am a distraction.
I know, but they all show up at forms are us.
So, Madhog, you're thinking about something.
Actually, I wanted to ask, how do you decide the order of action here?
I'm just doing it on the fly right now, personally, myself.
Normally, it happens with dexterity, normally, but he seems to be doing something else.
I'm just basically going by what I think would work for the narrative, essentially.
Yes, he went for veto. I defended. He was shot. Ice Pal jumped up and shot the guy in the head.
Yeah. So anyway, Madhog, you're basically thinking that there could be one type of spell that you could use in this situation.
Devar, you have better not turn me into a rincewind. I swear to God.
No,
can use one spell once.
Either that, or you totally turn into Simon the Sorcerer, who can only change his colour of his cloak.
No, that game is forbidden.
I know, right?
So basically, you basically think there might be one spell, and that would be to basically create a chalk design on the floor, or make a design on the floor, and put some energy into it to try and basically make the immediate room shake, essentially.
Earthquake.
That is one that comes to mind instantly for you to use.
I was gonna say, if you go throw down with Pan in terms of sheer, I can throw magic. He may have you beat.
Well, I do not have a chalk, but
He's got a sword.
You do have pens and such on, you know,
Ink it.
and papers. Keep in mind.
okay, but
Oh, mad.
I thought okay. Well, I guess I'm going to draw circles on a piece of paper. Yes, I guess I'll write an I guess I'll make illustrations for my books.
Okie dokie.
And then you find out the size of circle dictates how strong the quake is. Hat! Oh, come on!
Okie dokie. So basically, Morbo looks at all of you, going like, something tells me that you're all just coming in here like headless chickens with your own ideas.
Yes.
Yeah,
Maybe
He can't answer anything that they're saying. He's just concentrating on his own thing.
I'm attacking. I'm fighting with Master the spider, so.
Yeah.
I am chopping.
So nobody's listening to the villain as he monologues. So that's perfect.
Pan is just basically making sure the heart's going to be okay, essentially. Anyway, guys, at this point you see Paulel and Lel basically make their entrance, and they're also basically making their move.
About time.
Hoping that you all will keep the bad guys distracted, essentially.
I've got to keep him distracted because I don't know how close Danton's going to get to this.
Right. So, yeah. So, okay, so next up,
Ruzenka, right?
Well, I'm just basically... Ruzenka, is there anything you want to be doing at this point? As you're just looking at all this happen.
So,
Hey, Pan.
when this mirror summons dead, do they just summon their spirit essence?
Just a spirit essence, really.
I wonder if I'm able to use it to... Because Mormo has a body, right?
She has a body, yes.
I wonder if I can use it to summon her spirit so her body will just fall flat. Or, that could be a wise choice.
I suppose it depends entirely on the strength of her god, I suppose. Basically keeping her in the body.
And I guess how the mirror works, like does the mirror literally summon the spirit into the mirror, or is it more like a phone?
It's usually for the dead, essentially, for people who's already died. Usually, typically. But
She's not quite dead.
Okay, I guess Rusenka's Polel. Hey, you know any powerful dead guy I could summon to help us?
and Mormogus goes like,
Oh, no, I was asking to Polel and Lel.
"Oh right."
That's the bad guy.
Don't
Yeah,
ask-
summon my god. He's good.
Yeah, they can't hear you because essentially they're trying to keep away and sneak around. Essentially,
We're gonna pin some into their ass.
Which one of the baddies is the nearest of me?
that would be Momo, because Pan is basically the furthest. Marchek is the second closest.
Okay, I suppose when Mormo is talking, Russia's gonna say, "Hey, we have a situation here. Get a hint," and I shoot her.
Unleash lead.
Okay. Roll to see if you hit.
I mean, let's face it, we don't have to actually kill them, we just need to make them keep their eyes on us.
2.
Good shot.
Nice shot.
You hit her square in the forehead, and then she basically, let me think how to say this now, and she falls back onto the ground.
That was easy.
It's then you see her face. Yeah, once the fan basically was away from her face now, and you basically see that she has no jaw, and there's many red tentacles that are out. And instead, she gets up and says, "That was your last error." And then suddenly you see her wig suddenly wriggles and writhes. Her dress bulges, tearing at the material, and her eyeballs pop out of her eye sockets and onto the floor, dropping her fan completely now. Her face full was now in view, as you see it now split in twain, caked in blood. Her wig was torn to shreds as more red tentacles were now wriggling from her head. Her ghost white skin was beginning to tear like the fabric of her clothes as her body grew more larger, and her arms were becoming longer, thinner, and her hands and fingers were getting thicker, much like that of a toad's body. Finally, her face split open, revealing more tentacles burst forth, dangling out from her face. And once fully transformed, you saw her standing there, hunched over on all fours, as her chest was now beating with a crimson glow. And in that moment, she just roars like, "Fuck!"
Right, so it's a cross between Lady Dimitrescu and a blinking Cthulhu.
Actually, I have a picture
What do you
for
know?
this.
She did have a second form. Who called it out?
Called it. I called it.
Yeah, Demonox called it.
Good job.
Everyone has second forms.
Now that's disgusting.
I was expecting the main boss to have a second form, not the lackey.
Pan then turns into a giant. Oh, lovely.
Oh, that's just lovely.
Oh,
I've seen that creature before. I don't like it.
Oh, but
Yeah.
but you know, from a certain angle.
But if you put
far away.
But by the way, say hello to what a moon beast looks like.
So that's a moon beast.
Yes,
and I guess
brother.
it's a moon beast.
The
queen.
Holy Emperor demands what flames.
Morbo is essentially a more smarter moon beast, essentially. Can transform and such.
We need some term. We need to call the brothers. We need the brothers. Brothers, get the holy wrath of the Emperor.
Is this a Warhammer 40k reference by any chance?
Yes, look at the picture.
Yes,
Of course
this
it is.
a Warhammer 40k reference.
Anyway,
Of course it is.
I agree with this guy.
okay, so let's
Have fun.
see. I'm trying to think now. Demonox, you're still fighting with Marchek. Roll to see if you can either, see if you win out against him.
I have a question first.
Yes.
Does Ogrin still have the dynamite?
No, because if you remember, I took it off him to throw at the dragon.
Did you take it all?
I don't know how. I think it was just one stick on it.
It was actually a whole bunch of them, essentially.
Yeah, I grabbed them all.
Did I light them all, or?
You had to light them all in order to basically create the explosion you wanted.
You can't stuff the dynamite in the spider and make it explode.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I'll be able to keep him off. I only rolled a 63.
No,
I mean, with brute strength, I'm still under with power, but it's not high enough to stop him.
nah, you're not gonna do. It's not gonna work that way. So he's basically actually going to push you and then strike you with its with one of its bone-like spears legs.
Where is he striking?
Let's see where he strikes.
If it's an instant kill, I'm going to be very upset with you, Devar.
It's not an instant kill. Be glad for that. He basically causes medium-sized injury. So you take so think of it as if you took half damage, essentially, from him.
Ouch.
Ow.
Oh yeah, that's right. I don't even know what my hit point amount is.
We don't have hit points.
Yeah.
Because I thought to myself, hit points are numbers, and I want to basically try and create some more tension by the use of descriptions and say how severe the wounds are.
Math is hard.
I get the feeling he's going Resident Evil. We're either fine, injured, or in danger.
This is a good time to remind everyone that if you have determination points left, now is the time.
Yes, I think that is a good point.
I could have actually used my determination point. But it's a bit late so...
You can still use it to offset the damage that he does to you if you feel like as if you... Because
I'll use it probably on my next turn if I don't roll good.
Okie dokie then. I'll leave that to you then. So think about this you're basically injured, but you can still fight.
I'm holding on to him. He's still not going anywhere.
Okay, Vitold, you're basically still going around, and you get close to the tree, and then Pan notices you. Go like, "What are you doing?" He says.
Oh, just taking the sights. It's just a very interesting tree, isn't it? I just loved what you've done with the decor.
Maybe your dog friend would like a friend, he says, and he tries to cast a spell on you.
Okay, please have the dog mark the territory. Oh wait, no, it's a female dog. Never mind.
Anyway,
Female dogs do that too, even though technically they don't need to.
So Danton, willpower.
All right, give me a moment.
That's just hell.
Okay. That is 19.
Good roll.
Okay, in your case, it seemed like as if he was, you feel like your body was, like, trying to be essentially go into a position it wasn't supposed to, and your skin was trying to get off you, but you were able to shake off the feeling he was trying to get onto you. And then Pan kind of looks at his hands going like, I must be out of practice.
Yeah, he starts throwing more power, we're in trouble.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I have a plan.
So Vitold, what are you going to do?
Then I'll be transforming him.
So, what are you going to do now since since Pan's taken his turn against you?
Well, I'm going to try and use the stone on the tree and concentrate my power into it and try and... What was it disrupting again?
You're basically trying to transfer the power from the Heart of Ages into the Vavel's heart.
Yeah, I'll do that.
We're channeling a dragon, essentially.
Apply stone to a tree.
What do I roll willpower?
Yeah, roll willpower, yes.
I'm going to use a determination point.
Okay. What for?
To re-roll the stat. Is it re-roll or can I just...
You could re-roll.
All right. Because I rolled a 99. I don't want a 99.
Yeah, we'll re-roll that one.
That was 29. Better.
Good re-roll.
That's a better roll. So,
Yeah, well, let's have that roll.
So basically,
Essentially, a twin linking.
So basically, you have this epiphany that basically you go like, you put the heart again. You put the Vavel's heart against the big heart, the Heart of Ages, and you feel like you basically start to concentrate and focus as much as you can. And in a strange epiphany, you realize the energy feels like it belongs to the heart of Avel, which makes it much easier for you to basically reconnect it back up and start to drain the heart of Aegis to and make it wither slowly.
Someone drop the mic.
What happened?
Calm down, Demonox.
It's not,
not me.
It's
Someone
not,
drop the
I
mic.
thought
Just me.
yeah.
Calm down, Matti.
So yeah. So anyway,
How's that Quake picture going?
okay. So with that, so if you're getting the process of that, okay, let's see what we can do now. Let's see.
We've got Moonbeast and we've got...
Yeah, we've got Moonbeast and Madhog basically setting up essentially by thinking.
Oh, we still got Alexia.
I'm still here.
Yes, Alexei, don't worry. I remember you.
Alexia liked her in her first form. It had less to chop.
So anyway, actually, let's go with Ruzenka and Alexei, who are handling Mormo. Then, what are you two going to do about it?
I think first he should scowl at Rusenka for turning Mormo in from a person into what the hell that is.
Well, that doesn't usually happen.
Well, that doesn't happen.
Use different bullets.
Does anyone have silver
So,
bullets?
I don't think that would help.
A big fan, what'd you say?
how big is it?
You swear that basically she is about similar height to a Gromny.
Big.
Probably
Okay.
more wider.
Yeah, she's definitely wider.
Okay. Alexei is going to... Wait a minute. Good.
Yeah, it has lots of tendrils and a crimson beating heart.
Yes.
Yeah. Alexei is going to charge it with the sword to stab it straight into the heart and use the momentum of his charge to push it on its back. Then try to nail it to the ground.
Okay.
I'd like to considering its body proportions, it seems like a turtle. If you get it on its back.
Yeah. Okay.
That's how that's a play. No, it actually works.
11.
Right. Okay then. She rolled a 69, so
Nice.
so basically.
Well, it's not nice for her.
So basically, you see Mormo basically, its tentacle mouth basically tries to basically grab you, but you're able to go to one side and then thrust the blade right into the heart, and you try to basically with all your might to basically push this great beast over, essentially.
Hard labor work pays off. Hard labor work pays off.
Ruzenko, you gonna do anything while he's trying to do this?
Well, I suppose he has situation under control.
I'm sorry, what?
That is under control.
Well, maybe she's worried that if she shoots it, she'll transform again.
Yeah,
You can always shoot it in the head, try and knock it off balance. Or you can try and shoot Pan and take his distraction.
yeah, because I'm worried about Pan. So, I guess I could quickly shout to Alexei, keep it busy and run towards Pan. And do it.
Alexei will remember this.
I guess. Suppose my attempt is to run to Pan and try to chop one of his hands off.
That's a neat idea. Okay.
Yeah. And then Pan grows 8 more.
Oh. Let's see.
Oh, he picks up his hand.
I throw 36.
Let me see.
Or worse, Pan suddenly transforms into a giant 8-armed creature.
So,
Like,
so basically, you see Pan is like, he's like looking at his hands currently, so he's distracted by this, basically trying to, as if like he's trying to remember his steps of his magic spells, like, that should work, yes. And suddenly, and his hand drops with a dull thud onto the floor, and he goes like, that's my casting hand!
Oh,
And
boy.
then
What's that? Are you in need of a hand?
be careful, it might be the thing.
okay.
I mean, you could grab the hand and show it to him and say, "Talk to the hand."
That wasn't
Do I
invented yet.
get another action in a row, or is it next turn?
You have a chance to reply if you want to, verbally.
One-liner time.
Well, try cast now, bitch.
One-liners, unfortunately, were not yet invented.
Okay,
Invent one-liners.
Madhog, so with you now, you basically finished designing essentially the runes and what have you of the paper, essentially.
Did I make multiple copies or just one?
You basically made just one right now.
It takes a lot of time.
Wow, being a mage is a pain in the buttocks. Why would anybody want to play a wizard?
Especially,
Probably, yeah.
it's Slavic mythology, yes. It's like I'm adding realism to it.
Realism?
Question mark.
Yes, I'm joking.
I mean, I've heard about magical realism, but this is ridiculous. Okay.
Okay. So, so do you try to basically cast the spell?
Yeah? Yes?
Okie dokie. So, you roll for willpower.
I don't know what I'm doing. Hooray!
You do. You're trying to make a mini earthquake, essentially.
Okay, I
How
roll this.
big is this mini earthquake's area?
It should affect the room.
He has no idea. He has no idea what he's doing.
Okay, so I rolled a 74.
Okie dokie.
What? Wait. What's my willpower again?
Shouldn't that be? Let me take a look again.
I won it 70.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I believe it was 70.
I shall use a point of determination to try again.
Okie dokie.
69.
Nice.
That would be hilarious if it had been 71.
I was gonna say that. I was gonna say 69. Maybe that should basically make the world like spin.
You spin me right
round,
baby,
right round, like a record, baby, right round, right round.
You know what? Let's do that. Let's have some fun here.
Oh boy! Because it's the
So basically, you're basically trying to make this go like you're basically visualizing the world shaking and spinning, and suddenly it like literally spins on its axis, like in the vicinity, and let's see.
Wait, if the world is turning around, does it make it easier for me to turn this bitch around?
It does actually, which basically makes it so that you're up in the air and you're going downwards with this thing.
Oh, I am going to land and nail her to the ground. She's not going anywhere.
I'm going to exclaim, "Oh, merda, figlio di puttana!" as I fall upward.
and then fall back to the ground with a little tiny thud while everyone and even Marchek.
I'm gonna hopefully you land on Marchek.
Marchek basically because Marchek has less weight, that means he went up higher and then came flattening back down and trying to and is trying to get back up on its feet. Meanwhile, Pan is basically like trying to grab onto something, but because he only has one hand, he basically ends up and just falls flat on his ass.
He said fucking Polish.
I don't think that was invented back then, but I'll do it anyway. So anyway,
Yes, it was.
I'm just taking a wild guess. So anyway, so at this point, Danton, you're actually, since you were grabbing onto something a bit more solid around your area, you were able to keep your focus still upon what you're doing.
How's Mavka?
Mavka's just on watch, making sure nobody comes to attack you.
Alright, so she didn't actually basically fall and hurt herself in the world turning.
She basically got under you at that point.
Okay.
Anyway, so I was going to say that basically at that moment you're actually done sucking the energy out, so the heart is full. So the heart is full, and you see it actually is a heart now, and it actually is beating in your hand.
Great. What are we with the bloody thing?
Yeah. So basically, you see, Palel goes like, "Go, Vito!" Like, puts his hand up.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Looks.
First game of football. American football.
Well, at first, he's like just looking at this heart. Is it beating in his hand?
It is beating in his hand, yes.
He's just like basically looks at the heart and just goes like, "Well, that's something I see every day." And then looks up when he sees Palel basically shout for the heart. Why is he putting his hand? Why is she putting his hand up? Her hand up. Oh, and then tries to pass it to him.
Okay, roll for dexterity.
That is a 5.
Oh,
Nice.
so basically, you do this. You basically do this beautiful pass, like as if it's like you're playing a game of catch with your son.
My son, he always enjoyed throwing the heart around.
I wish I could play catch my son. Never have the time.
And Pan looks up and goes like, Marchek! Sort of thing. And Marchek basically notices what you're doing and basically tries to jump for the heart.
Logan is going to attack Marchek while he's trying to jump.
Roll for strength for pulling down from with his legs.
Well, I cannot believe we're all fighting for a man's heart.
I know, right?
You mean a dragon's heart?
Yes.
Oh, even better.
Oh,
Will I
love
succeed
that
with a
film.
3?
Oh
Ooh.
gosh. Only if he's voiced by Sean Connery.
Yeah, I liked the first film, not the other two.
I mean, it's not good, but
There
at
are
least it has Sean
sequels?
Connery as a
Yes.
dragon.
Yes.
We don't talk about the sequels.
I didn't even know there was a sequel to the sequel.
Anyway, Demonox basically Ogromny just basically jumps off from where he kicks off with his leg, basically grabs Marchek by the legs before he could get into the air, and then pulls him right down with all the strength in the world that he could muster. You know, smashing just smashing the stone to the ground, smashing
Ow.
the stone.
I dented the fucking floor.
It's still moving though, so
Yeah, but I've got all these legs, it's not going anywhere.
anyway, so
Can I break these things?
at this point, Palel gets the heart and basically goes like, "All right," and then he seems to be beginning to do some concentrating on his own, and at this point, Mormo and Icy Pal, let's see, She is trying her best to get back up right now.
You're gonna have to fight with her for a bit.
Icy pal.
I get knocked
She
down.
doesn't she have like a spear through her heart or something?
She has a sword in her heart, but
I am using it to keep her on her back so that she can't get anywhere.
She also has a lot of tendrils as well.
So I want you to roll for basically against her because she's trying to get back up.
31.
Okie dokie. So sadly, as she tries to basically get back up as much as possible, she's finding it very difficult to get you off until she basically uses one of her mouth tendrils to grab around your throat and strangle you.
I bite down on the tendril.
Oh wow, you're vicious right now.
He's gonna do absolutely everything to basically make sure that he leaves a mark on him.
I don't think you got him for the heart.
Yeah.
This is the fight for the future of the entire world, and it's not like he's afraid to die.
Yeah, true. Anyway, Madhog, you're
Yes?
next up. You basically notice Pan noticing Marchek is basically been incapacitated from stopping Polel sort of thing. Pan seems to be trying to basically use his free hand to basically cast whatever spell he can think of. He can do one-handed essentially.
Oh, they're one-handed spells.
Cut off the other hand. Cut off the other hand.
I suppose when my turn comes up.
Quick,
So-
cast counter spell.
Is there
Even
any
milk.
other spell I can use at the moment, or was that the only one?
You can think of one other spell that doesn't require anything other than the rune you just made, and essentially you as the conduit to basically fire your own spirit at a target.
Oh, I have plenty of spirit to spare. What with my ego and all that.
So
Sure, let's do that.
Roll for willpower.
Is that why your willpower's so high?
No, it's because he's a self-centered, egomaniacal narcissist, incurable at that. Clinical narcissist, I should say. So the willpower is
17.
completely fueled by his ability to... oh god, what was I doing? Oh no,
Wait.
why? Oh no, I accidentally reset the whole thing. Hold on.
Oh, you're basically a charisma caster.
53. Yes, but the charisma and all the ego would crumble without all the social validation he wants to accrue.
Okay. So basically, you stand and you concentrate all your energy towards basically Pan being your target, and you fire essentially this.
Actually,
Yeah.
not a specific part of Pan.
What are you gonna fire at?
His other end.
Okay. So basically, you fire the spiritual bolt of energy right out of essentially what looks to be from your own mind, and
Can I give this ray of magic that I'm about to shoot its own unique, specific form, tailor-made to my sensibilities?
Of course.
It looks like me.
Dun, 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 dun.
Like with a little toothpick, like
Basically, it's all an elaborate replication of my own self, and also my cane hidden blade, which is going to be used to cut the hand, hopefully.
Yeah. So
Eldritch blast.
so basically, you send this image of yourself outwards as an energy bolt, and you hit him squarely in his casting hand, and basically it looks like it sets his hand on fire. He's like, "That's not the spell! That's not the spell! That's not the spell!" He says,
"We are clowning the final boss of this Call of Cthulhu campaign, guys."
They're making terrible rolls, except for Marchek at one point. This is great.
Yeah, don't worry. It happened to me last year.
So
reminds me of one of the tabletop RPG series that I follow, where they killed an adult red dragon with bees.
Okay, Rujenka, what are you gonna do while Pan is distracted with his hand that essentially has got this green flaming fire that is strangely in the shape of Astolfo's face?
That's horrifying.
Oh, were you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, I was asking you if you want to do anything while he's distracted with his own...
I tried to chop his head off.
Okie dokie, roll to see if you could chop his head off.
25.
Of course he basically rolls well enough to basically get grazed at least. So he basically moves just enough to basically get only grazed, and you basically slit his neck. But of course, essentially, since he's dead, it means there's no blood coming out from him.
Yeah, but try to cast the spells with no vocal cords.
Anyway.
I was when we speaking to me,
I believe the rules were it's dance and movement.
Yeah, dance and... Anyway, so basically you see, at this point, Polel basically uses the energy from the Vavel's heart and puts it through the lance, and then he basically gives it to Lel, and who basically does their own concentration and basically stab it right into the tree, and then Pan's like, "No, this can't be."
It sounds more like,
This can't be. Probably, yes.
That was a good one.
Yeah, nice.
And you basically see the tree basically suddenly sprouts leaves like instantaneously. It's basically the energy basically getting expelled outwards, and the black energy basically covers Pan, and he's like, "No!" And he starts melting to the ground as he's basically just ends up just becoming like this vat of black goop. And you see Marchek basically suddenly is like just shakes and then starts twisting and morphing, back to human, but obviously to a dead corpse now, because essentially it was disfigured. So you basically see what he looked like originally before he died.
Oh.
And basically the whole place is essentially shaking right now.
It's coming down.
And Polel goes like, "We must leave." And Lel goes like, "The lance! Leave the lance! It needs to stay in!" He says.
I think he's asking if his moon piece is still there.
Yeah, Morbo
Alexei has mouthful of tentacle he's chewing through.
Yeah. So anyway, speaking of which, roll to make sure tentacle doesn't get into your mouth.
Ugh.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, I'm talking to you.
I think it's too late for that. I'm eating it.
They have other tentacles.
43.
Well, you did better than her, because she rolled a 46. Which means...
Yes.
So anyway, So basically you're able to just basically keep her away from getting her tentacle right down your throat, and you're pulling away from her as much as you can, but it's like you need some help to basically,
Yep. A grumpy guy come and help, since my guy turned into, well, a corpse. Giant pickaxe the head!
Okie dokie.
See if I can hack the thing off or at least rip it off.
Yeah. So anyway, so roll to see if you hit a Gromny.
Yay. Okay, and determination pointing.
Okie dokie.
It's the only one I've ever used in the whole damn campaign. And my second roll became a 43.
Nice. Okay, so you're able to basically get your pickaxe, around the tentacle, and basically just you're not able to get, not really to rip it, but rather just get the tentacle off of Alexei.
Let's see. Time to get out of here. I've got like blood coming out of my shoulder where he stabbed me.
All right, let's go. And I'd like, before I start running, I'd like to just use all my strength that I can muster to just shove the sword deeper into the moon beast to nail it to the ground and leave it there.
Oh, okay, you do that then. So let's so roll for that.
26.
26. You're able to basically shove the rest of your blade in hilt deep, and basically just you see her basically going like trying to get up, hissing at you.
And to run.
And you all begin to run out of this place.
Yeah, I'm just basically, Mavka, let's go.
Okay, we're all running out.
Yep.
Basically, you see the entire realm basically shakes. The Virai basically also is affected by this as well, basically seeming to rumble.
Of course,
Yeah.
as I run away, this is the perfect time for me to notice that I no longer have my notebook with me.
Yeah, so as you're running, basically it's like, let me think how to say this there. So basically, you start to see, like, as you're running, the area is starting to look like it's getting erased from existence, essentially.
Run faster.
So roll to see how fast you can run.
Run really fucking fast.
As Alexei is running away, the last thing Mormo hears from his Das Vidanya, Suka!
I rolled a 71, but I'm going to basically use a point of determination to make that higher.
I rolled 7.
Okay.
Okay, I roll 25.
Okay, that's better. 27.
Okay, Madhog, what do you roll?
As I said, I noticed that my book...
You're running away from the...
Yes, I stop and yell, "Where is it? Where is it? Where is my life?" And I run back, completely irrational, towards the void, hoping to find it.
Oh,
not
no.
thinking straight.
Okay,
Why did I think I set that up?
Wow.
I try to run back for him.
I'm not listening. I'm just I'm in a frenzy. I'm starting casting spell at random with whatever I can cast with the book. Hopefully, a portal to the past. I don't know. I'm not thinking straight. I'm completely lost my mind. I've lost that which is the most precious thing to me.
Hey, he'll be the villain in our next campaign.
Is it possible for Alexei or Gromny to just grab him by the back of his coat and?
Which one of you rolled the lowest? Actually,
I rolled 32.
I rolled 25.
I rolled 27.
I would assume that the lower they have rolled, the further away they would be from the danger. Right?
Well, I basically said if you're 1, then that means you're away from the danger. If you're like 37, you're closer to essentially, Astolfo, essentially.
Okay, well, who rolled the highest number then?
I'm pretty sure that was me, 32.
Okay. Okay, well then you have to beat my roll then.
Okay. So
which is 15.
Okay.
So you booked it.
Isifal, what? Okay, so that means I don't know what to do about this because it's a very unusual situation to.
Well, he's rolled counter opposite. He's rolled fast, so he's moving faster.
Right. Yeah. I guess that'd be the end of the Stolfo then if he's gonna be looking for his notebook back there.
I mean, I honestly never planned for him to survive. If I'm being honest.
It is then.
If Alexei would see him trying to. Oh yes, Matti.
Well, we can still use the mirror to scold him.
That's true.
It's said that at this moment, you basically see Astolfo basically run back in a frenzy, like as if he forgot something, and he has no idea where it is. But in his haste, he didn't realize that basically that the path before him was getting erased, and his foot was first erased, and very quickly, the rest of his body is completely erased out of existence.
You can hear.
Go on.
As he fades into nothingness, you hear his screeches of terror slowly morphing into ones of acceptance as he starts to sing to himself. Can I interest you in everything, all of the time? A little bit of everything, all of the time. What is a tragedy? Boredom is a crime. Can I interest you in everything? Absolutely everything. Everything you'll ever want. All of the time.
That's sad.
That is sad, honestly.
Kinda.
Thank you.
It was sad, but also hilarious in a Chekhov kind of way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Also, did Pan's spellbook get erased as well?
I'm afraid so. Span's.
Oh no, I'm not sad about that. I'm good riddance. Just wanted to make sure.
Yes.
So we told you have the book now.
Yes, actually, I do.
Yeah, he has the notebook.
Feel free to look it up when you have a moment.
Okay.
So anyway, you all basically are running for your lives as finally you get to the other side, and just enough time to basically see the village is basically starting to fade in and out of underworld version and normal Earth version. Between the two, and you see Philippe is there, and he goes like, "You done well, kids." And suddenly
You done well, kids.
And suddenly,
I am older than you. Now run.
You don't need to run. You're back here now.
What?
You're back
Yeah,
in the village.
You're back in the village.
You're back in the village. It will realize you're not a part of the underworld and put you back where you belong, since you're now in a place where the Earth version exists. And in that moment, he turns back into a corpse, falling to the ground. You see, Lel seems to cry about this. Go like, "Oh, Philippe." And then you see, basically, finally, everything goes back to normal. The village is back into its rightful place. And you all survive. And the marks of Rod are gone from your bodies when you look.
It feels like a dream.
Well, the dog survived. That's important.
Roll for sanity.
Bloody hell, I'm too old for this.
49.
Okay.
57.
Hey, 29.
99.
Do you have any determination left?
Yes, I do, and I might as well use it.
Oh, yeah, I found
83.
Okay.
That didn't help much.
Everyone
Not
that
much.
everyone that succeeded, you take only 15.
Oh, for the love of God.
And for everyone who failed, 30. Let's see. I know Danton failed.
Well, I'm probably bollocks. I mean, Christ, I'm down to 29 here.
I succeeded.
Let me take a look. You're actually fine, Demonox. You were almost close though to your third break, which would have basically meant you would have allowed me to read it off for you since the game's over. You would have. Let's see. I'm trying to find it now.
We're going to berserker and kill everybody.
No. You would have been struck by a great fear so great you would have felt the need to escape any situation.
So you would have been running, booking it in any direction.
Essentially, I would become a complete coward.
You would have become a complete coward.
Basically, reliving desertion.
Danton, I believe you would have made your second break.
I didn't even get to my first, did I? Because
Wait.
I don't remember my first break happening.
Oh, really?
You didn't break him once.
Yeah, you didn't break me once.
Let me check the rules again. Oh yeah, I forgot that part at the beginning.
You got his sanity's like gotta be worse than mine,
Yeah, well,
or damn near close to it.
Yeah, my sanity is currently 34.
I don't remember what mine is. I didn't note it down.
so yeah, Mati, I'll go with you first. So let me. Yeah, you're at top, so that should be easy. So Mati, essentially, after you basically would have found it hard to concentrate and keep focus during any time you were trying to think of things to do, like actions and all that. But that's only in roleplay wise.
So short-term memory issues.
Yeah.
Goldfish brain.
See, I should have said to you, Danton, that basically you were going to be hearing the wailing screams of people who have died and tortured to you at the beginning of this session.
All right. If that happened, I would have said basically then you all deserved what you got.
Ooh.
Cold-hearted.
But since you're now, I think let me actually do some checking here. 64 take away 30. No, you wouldn't. Actually, no. Let me. Yes, actually, I've just
you okay,
basically.
Devar?
Yeah, I'm just basically been a dummy right now. Anyway, so Danton, you would have basically had your second one be that you would have felt the pain directly and indirectly that you were involved in.
What does that mean? Is it physically or is it just mental pain?
It's mental pain. Essentially, it's supposed to get you to
Phantom pain.
empathize with those you have been involved in killing and tortured.
Yeah, if that's happening right now, then basically he feels like he's being stabbed all over by small prickly needles and things, and
Then Ghost Rider appears and grabs your head.
And basically a lot of the pain is in the nape of the neck, basically going straight down, because that's basically the way you execute people in the Checker, because they developed a technique in which you bend the person down, shoot down the spine, and it basically kills them instantly, and it also doesn't cause as much blood loss. It was what I was looking for when Philip died.
Trigger's being triggered.
Yeah, I was thinking Nikolai might have done something, so I was like, maybe I should check.
Did my partner do something stupid?
Anyway.
Maybe you should check her.
Yeah. Check her out.
So yeah, I'm trying to think now. I think Icy Pal should be fine. I think
I'm at 49.
49. Then yes, you'll be fine. Essentially,
I think I succeeded it in every sanity check, and well, I failed one, but I re-rolled it.
Yeah. So essentially, you avoided seeing ghosts. Essentially, that only you could see.
Oh, those are mental ghosts.
Yeah. I mean, the other phobias I had down really is that the biggest one that could have hit Icy Pal if he got to this third break, he would have gained a phobia of all forms of weapons that were considered any form of hostile weaponry.
Ooh,
that would have been nasty in that final battle.
Yeah.
Goodbye, sword.
Well, that sword ended up being quite useful.
As for Danton, he would have become emotionally cold.
Yeah.
Like he did, like complete apathy to the situation.
Yes, in other words, I would have been like just not bothered about anything.
Madhog, by the way,
You
would have, if you were alive and still got into the whole, getting sanity broken, you would have essentially started having fits of incoherent babbling and even talk super fast in a fearful manner as your second break.
Basically me in real life.
Yes.
You're not supposed to confirm that.
Your third one though is probably the most ridiculous I could probably think of for a character such as Astolfo. But essentially, you would have been convinced that all the horrors were customers rather than hostile enemies.
That would have been funny.
It sounds more like a boon than a hindrance to him.
Yeah, but it would have been
unfortunately, it would appear that up until the very, very, very end, Astolfo's narcissism was more powerful than the Lovecraftian horrors trying to seize his mind.
Yeah.
Matti.
And yet all it took was to lose his precious notebook.
You pretty much committed suicide with that thing.
Very much.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Okay, so Matti, Ruzenka's final break would have been ends up disassociating herself and maybe even become meek like she used to be.
Yeah.
That would have been the third break for her.
So should we try to draw this into an epilogue or something?
Let's draw this into an
Birds
epilogue.
are singing. I guess
the
that's
birds are
working,
singing.
huh? I won.
Yeah. The problem there. So everyone in the village, essentially, after a few days have passed, everyone decides to pack up and leave the horrors, essentially, of what they've seen implanted in their memory and not wanting to stay in such a place anymore.
I'm definitely picking up my dumb boy statuette. And just for thing, I know this Sherwell's not clean, but even puts his bag to the floor so for a few minutes to see if the Domovoy jumps in the bag.
You do not see any Domovoy at all. Yeah, that's physical there, would you? You assume that the Domovoy essentially is back in his realm. You're about to say something, Matti?
Yeah, I was wondering what would happen if I tried to summon Alphonse with the mirror.
Alphonse? You mean Astolfo, right?
Astolfo, yeah.
Yes, static.
Would it actually would summoning Astolfo had actually an effect, or is he just gone from existence?
I'm thinking about that because he was in the Virai, and his soul. Would it be erased by the Virai?
I'm just again later.
Yeah, I'm just picturing saying, our stuff is currently unavailable right now. However, if you would like to purchase one of our fantastic novelty items, please contact us. Like, even when gone, he's still trying to sell it.
You may be dead, but the grind is eternal.
Yeah.
Oh, that hits hard.
Yeah.
So basically, there is one special thing going on, and that's basically Alessandra basically upset over
Hold on.
her brother being gone now.
Can I take control of Alessandra for the epilogue?
Yes, actually, I think that's actually a good idea.
Indeed.
Yeah.
So
I also look for her as well.
So basically, you see Lel and Paulel goes like, "We did all we could to fix up the carriage. Hopefully, it's not much, but maybe it'll be good to have something of your brother, right?"
Alessandra looks relatively nonplussed. But he thanks the twins for what they've done. Yes, I'm sure he would have loved it. He always loved free labor. Well, life is going to be definitely much less musical with him around. She says musical in an almost exasperated manner.
So Vitold then comes up to her.
Ah, Vitold, was it? Hello there.
Yes, hello, Miss Alessandra.
Please call me Miss Rigoletti.
Miss Rigoletti. He basically is stammering to find the words because I'm sorry for your loss.
Well, it was bound to happen sooner or later.
I
imagine you would have died exactly in this manner, being literally erased from existence. It suited him.
Yes. He takes out basically his notebook. He dropped this.
She eagerly grabs it. And have you read its contents?
I imagine in the few days he probably would have read them at least.
Oh, okay. So do you want to know what's inside?
Sure.
Okay, song
lyrics.
Actually, okay. So you skimmed this book at first, and you decided to give a look at the later pages because there was a convenient mark to point out that that's the last things he had written. That is. So you start from his accounts of the events in Last Salvation. Although I say accounts, but there seems to be a bit of an embellishment to said accounts, and some facts of it have been twisted to the point of becoming fiction. For example, there is a passage about the first time you all fought the Night Raven, and he wrote that he basically saved everyone's lives on his own, in spite of that dastardly communist spy that tried to hinder everyone else. You note that the communist spy is referring to was actually the French spy.
Yeah.
And also there is a passage about when he first rolled into town, and he described the inhabitants as sort of grody, gross pig people that looked sad and depressed, and as soon as he emitted the beautiful dulcet musical tones from his mouth and he started singing, they all regained their colors and became glad to be alive, more close to humans than they were before. There is also a passage specifically about you, Vitold.
Okay.
It describes you as a sort of weird creature, half man, half dog. You're a man with the head of a dog, apparently. There are a couple of notes in that page in which he has yet to decide what kind of name to give you, but you are definitely going to be copywritten as his own creation. So, at this point, it's become clear this is less of an account, however embellished as it might be, and straight up a work of fiction. One narrated from the first-person point of view of Astolfo himself. You go back a few pages, even more, and then you find out that there is a chapter title. Rather, there is a numbered chapter a few pages back. It says, Chapter 36, Last Salvation. So you go back a few more pages. It's a very thick notebook, by the way. You might have noticed. Very heavy. And there are more inane adventures that he allegedly had all around Europe. He saved the queen of some made-up country that doesn't really exist. He was married to a princess at some point.
Liechtenstein, that doesn't exist.
Hold on. and so on and so forth. You go back a few more chapters, chapter 12, 11, 10, 9, etc., etc. You go back to the first chapter, and then you go back, finally, after all of that, after all the self-aggrandizing manifesto of his ego, essentially, you finally come to the first page of the book, which is just the big title of his novel, The Epic Tales of Astolfo, the Greatest Man in the Universe. Parenthesis, working title. Close parenthesis.
Yeah,
and that's his book.
Yeah, so when he's talking to Alexandra, he goes like...
Alessandra.
Alessandra. Yeah, forgive me, it's very late. Anyway, he goes...
It was such a enrapturing reading, you see.
Yeah, so he just says, your brother had a very fantastical mind.
Oh yeah. Oh, you can say it. He was a narcissistic dipshit. We all know he was. Anyway, she takes a quick look at the book, goes back right at the beginning, looks puzzled, perplexed, and then just seething with rage. All in the course of a few minutes in front of you. Then he looks at you, he looks at the book, and then starts to rip it apart, piece by piece, with gusto. He throws it to the ground and steps on it, also with gusto.
He just doesn't say anything, he just basically just looks and goes like, there were some still blank pages in there you could have used.
One chapter? I am in only one chapter of this story? And he turned me into his tragic backstory? Vaffanculo, Astolfo! And she basically, she does the closed fist, damn you motion, towards the ground though, not towards the heavens. He spits on the remains of the pages. It was your fault! It was your fault those barbarians chased us off of town! You left me to die, you bastard! It was always about you, wasn't it? Astolfo this, Astolfo the greatest. Well, guess who's alive and who's dead now, you pissant? Tui. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, and have a nice day. She recomposes herself and goes back inside the carriage. I hope the twins were still around to see that.
They were.
He just goes, "You're very confused. You're welcome," and goes, "Wow."
and then you hear Lel goes like, "It's so wonderful to see such passion, isn't it?" And Paulel goes like, "Yes, it's not something you see every day."
So anyway, as a final note to the Alessandra Rigoletti epilogue at this point, she goes inside the carriage. She finds all the things that his brother had collected from his journeys, including the last couple of items, which is to say the ghastly black substance inside the glass bottle or jar, and also that other article, the cloth stained in dark blood, yes. And, well, she has an epiphany, as it happens. A smile crosses her face. Well, perhaps the epic tale of Astolfo, the greatest man who ever lived, needs a bit of rewriting. So she produces a knife. She cuts her hair short. She wears a top hat. Yes, this can work.
Oh my god, Astolfo possessed her.
No. She's going to basically go on business on her own and pretend to be Astolfo because, you know, it's easier if you're a man.
Yeah.
He possessed her.
Yeah,
I mean, symbolically, yes, because they were both victims of their own fanaticism,
Foolishness.
I'd say. Narcissism, both of them. They were really made for each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave now.
Yes, that's the epilogue for the Rigoletti siblings, I suppose.
I am also Granny's gonna go see Cox before he leaves.
Yeah. You see Cox is like, you know, it's like got a couple of wooden, of those crutches, to help him out. Go like, "Aye, lad, I don't need help."
That's the least I can do. I did not turn up for work after all.
So much for living life here, huh?
It is sad, but I think we will find a new place.
Aye. Since I'm alive and well, and maybe it's time I should try again and see if I can return to my family.
Yeah. Granny just nods no. Though hopefully in future we will see each other.
Aye,
Who knows? We may find each other back in minds as proper as we should be.
We'll see about that, lad. It depends on how I recover, and if I can convince the family to let me work in the mine again, because that's why they left originally, because they didn't want someone like me to be mining.
Oh, maybe you'll run mine as foreman. Then family happy, you're happy. Besides, you're strong. I'm sure you'll recover fine.
I should thank you. Hearing you say that you weren't going to leave me behind back there made me realize that maybe I ran from my family and wasn't being understanding to them.
He's nodding.
Thank you, he says.
No problem.
Anyway, let's get going. The sooner I get out of here, the sooner I can have a drink. Let's forget about all this.
Alright, so no needs a long trip back to home. Need to inform family of bad how this all turned out.
Yeah. Whew. Okay. Anyone else wants to do anything with anyone else? Or write their own epilogues, essentially, in this regard?
I guess Rusen's could quickly ask from Yannick, still need a teacher?
I thought you would be going home to your own family, Yannick says.
Well, I really don't know where they are, and I suppose I need to get some money for the trip back home. I can teach you kids a couple of things if you. I mean, teaching is the only thing I can know how to do at this point.
We appreciate it. We didn't expect you to do such a thing, but thank you. You see, Yannick is very looks like he's grateful for your kindness of basically offering to teach the kids, essentially. Especially under the circumstances that Polish schools are not exactly cheap these days.
Yeah. I suppose I could teach them until you can put them to a proper school, and then I'll be a highway.
We'll do all we can to help you so you can make a trip home.
Yeah, we'll just see. How are the kids, by the way?
They seem better now that the nightmare's over, essentially.
Well, good to hear. Well, say whenever you are leaving, and I suppose I'll get a lift.
We'll give you that lift, don't you worry. And they get off to get ready to leave, essentially. I suppose, is there anything you want to
do? Not really.
Yeah.
Alexei is just going to head more to the west, away from Russia.
I guess I suppose I could also visit Alexei and get the mirror. So, do you want to?
Alexei he's going to. There's a long pause as he thinks, and then he's going to nod and ask some privacy with it.
Yeah, I give the mirror, and
he's going to at least try to use the mirror to contact all of his wife and children, and pretty much say the final goodbyes he never had a chance to say to any of them.
Yeah, it sounds
probably a lot of apologizing.
Catharsis.
Yeah. So when Vitot's just looking over the village and everything, everyone leaving.
And he's then going to return the mirror to Rusenka, and at least at the beginning go with the Tempak family, since someone needs to keep carrying Janek, since he has no legs to stand on.
Oh, Oh, what a coincidence. I was going with them too. Their kids need teaching.
I'm sure there is always going to be someone needing a farmhand somewhere. And that's pretty much what Alex is going to find a farm.
Yeah, because the schools here are so kurva expensive.
I see what you did there.
Yeah. So Vital's just looking over the village and the people, and just seeing basically that they're leaving, and he's like got his bags and whatnot packed. He looks in his book with all the records that he's been keeping of the events, and he puts in his pocket and looks at the picture of his family and goes, "Coming home." And he just starts walking into the forest with Mavka, disappearing into the sea of trees.
Take me home, country road, to the place I belong.
You belong!
So yeah, it's a bit of a somber end, I feel, this one. So I think we should just end it here, honestly, because I cannot think of any huge implicating aftermaths really to do. So I say just end it here.
Yeah.
I mean, aside from one story pre-decided death, everyone survived except one suicide.
Yes. Well, okay. So it doesn't really count as a suicide.
Oh.
Well, I mean, the player decided to kill his character, but the character did not plan to commit suicide.
A suicide caused by stupidity.
It was
Yeah.
it was player-assisted suicide.
Yes.
Okay, so I enjoyed this campaign. First of all, it was very good. Aside from all the exposition dump.
I'm sorry about that. It was meant to be information you're supposed to get sooner, but no one got it.
It is all very interesting, and I like Slavic folklore. I like to learn about Slavic folklore, for example. I enjoyed that I learned about more in detail the origins of Baba Yaga, for example. But I cannot say incorporate all of this information all at once.
Yeah, it was so much at once.
I know.
That is
Right.
true.
It was like reading a wiki page for Kingdom Hearts. I wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah.
But honestly, we probably had some of the best role-playing in this session we've had in any of our Call of Cthulhu
I would have to agree.
mini-campaigns.
Yes, I have to agree as well.
Especially when we were all walking, looking for the twins and opened up about our backstories and how many of our backstories tied together nicely.
Yeah.
It makes sense considering the geography and therefore the geopolitical implications.
Also, I kind of like how all of you basically followed a constant theme of family, and I basically tried to use that in the story. The concept of family and the meaning of surviving.
And I like how the Rigoletti siblings are just all about, family schmaffily. You get it.
Normally.
Yeah.
Astolfo was the the black sheep of the group.
Well,
Yes.
Alfonso didn't care. He didn't care about the family, and that's why he got destroyed.
Well, no. Okay, so
You got Hasbro.
Teams.
Astolfo Rigoletti started off as a red herring, essentially. You saw it come into town, sing his little song, scam all the local villagers. You thought he was just a venture capitalist out to make a fortune at the expense
Yeah,
of
that's
others.
why
which,
Rutenko hated him.
I mean, which in a way he was, but the capitalist angle was again a red herring, because the truth of the matter is that he was craving for validation and affirmation to the point of insanity. He was a weak man who convinced himself he was the best man who ever lived, and wanted to be a cult of personality. And speaking of cults of personalities, there was a certain big one that was just starting up in his own country. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you notice that?
So what you said, if someone had only hugged him, Alphonse was...
No, you see, it doesn't have a deep...
That's the thing,
here's the thing, it does not have a complicated or backstory or anything like that. It was just clinically narcissistic, as in a mental condition. And clearly that spiraled out of control the longer he was on the road and the longer he started collecting stories, up until all those stories just became chapters in his own story, the greatest story ever told, his story, his world, his utopia. You get it.
More like greatest story never told.
Oh!
Yeah. Well, when I originally basically came up with Vitolt, or Renat in this case, because that's his real name, I was like, basically, this will be fun. I could be a spy, basically, like, looking over to see if any of the NPCs basically need, basically, taking out, and whether, basically, anything in the story would change his mind about the communists and whatnot. But then when Devar went, two of the players, basically, are basically on the list, I'm like, oh, shit.
Oh, that was amazing.
Yeah, but at the time I was like going, well, we're in this situation. He's a smart man. There's no way, basically, that Vitolt would basically have 2 people die over 1.
That's the beauty of these campaigns, isn't it? We start out with a specific idea of what our character could be, but it develops over time. Astolfo did start as a capitalist, but then he became something more sad over time.
A few of the things is that I was trying to basically imitate Sean Connery from, like, it was a reference to The Hunt for Red October. And the thing about Vitolt's name was basically a giant hint. If you were to actually research his name, Vitolt itself is either ruler of the forest or chaser of the people, and the Czerwony Wilk is basically an entirely made-up name, which just means red wolf in Polish. And Renat Volkov is just basically a stereotypical communist name, basically given to children, with Volkov meaning wolf as well.
Also wolves.
If you can give a little clarification on Vitol's character, like, was he an actual believer into communism, or was this basically just it's a job?
Well, he basically started off basically, well, the monarchy's really shit. The liberals basically did nothing for us as we still starved and war was happening. So
as they always do, nothing.
And the communists promised peace, land, bread. That's all the things he needed to hear, basically. And they seem to be doing stuff for him and his family. So he basically was a believer in communism. And but this challenged him, to rethink, and he still doesn't know whether it's right or wrong. But his family still need him, so...
I mean, it's one thing to believe in an ideology. It's another thing to trust people in power without ever questioning them.
Yeah.
I like the contrast it hold with Vitold and Alexei, because like Vitold, Alexei was a fervent believer, and he took part in the revolution and civil war later. But unlike Vitold, who got and his family who got what was promised, Alexei lost everything because he was loyal to the party and such. So
yeah. The only reason he got given the job...
It's the duality of life.
Yeah, because he was smart and quick on his feet. And that was pretty much the only reason that he got the job as a checker.
It's funny that your character was Cheka agent when Alexei, his final straw was because he killed a Cheka agent.
Yeah, that was interesting, I thought. when Navar told me, I was like, oh, shit.
And
Okay.
it's also funny that you decided to play as basically a spy and a secret agent because when I was designing Alexei, I basically had 2 character ideas for this campaign, and I showed both of them to Devar to get him some opinions of him. And my other character was actually a Japanese spy sent to spy on this, who was spying in the Eastern Europe now with due to all the instability there, and heard of this strange new village that just popped out of nowhere, and went to look in case this was some kind of attempt by the Russian government to try to re-establish their power sphere of influence in the Eastern Europe.
I see. That's interesting.
As a final bit of information before we end this stream, because it's getting early, actually. It's so late, I'll give you a very, 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 very short rundown of what was happening in Italy, because I did not find any other time appropriate enough to bring it up. Essentially, the fascist movement took proper shape in 1919, only a few years from the end of the Great War. We had, of course, Mussolini, who was a former political journalist and the former secretary of the Socialist Party. He used to be a socialist. Think about that. He used to be the leader of the Socialist Party. That's what a secretary means in our context here. Anyway, so the first group of people, fervent fanatics who were swept by his words, were 2 specific classes of people. Disgruntled war veterans filled with malcontent because the socialist government was not taking care of them as they came back from the war, as it is usually the case. And the other group of people, the most key demographic for the spread of fascism, was a privileged upper middle class that would refer themselves as intellectuals and moderates. There were proto-fascist sentiments already spamming the air ever since the success of the futurist movement at the beginning of the 20th century. But now it was all getting consolidated into a cult of personality led by one autocratic despot. So Mussolini would win the elections in 1922, yes, kickstarting the so-called 2 decades of the fascist government and all that. But it was still not technically a totalitarian regime yet. Now, the most important date for our brief history will be 1924, which is the death of the then secretary of the Socialist Party and the biggest political opponent to the fascists, Giacomo Matteotti, who criticized openly Mussolini for all the interesting ways in which he ensured a political victory, which is to say violence and voting suppression method. If you've heard that one before, it's because history repeats itself.
A lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's funny because fascists would consider themselves populist, but then they still needed to silence their political opponents in order to get a win at the polls. And everyone else could just be silenced with fear and threats. And if you called it out, well, you get killed. So whatever remained of the democracy in that country, if you can call it that, the Socialist Party decided to stage a walkout from parliament in protest to Mussolini's despicable behavior. The hope was that the king would see reason and force Mussolini to relinquish his title as Prime Minister. Of course, what they did not see it coming, the idiots, the absolute clowns, was that the king took that opportunity to dissolve the parliament entirely, because he didn't like them very much, and give all the power to Mussolini. And that is how totalitarianism happens. Because first of all, the two important lessons is that the so-called political left has never been capable of handling the threat of fascism in a way that makes sense. And two, monarchy is absolutely the worst fucking thing in the whole world, and it always has been that. Kings and monarchies of today, even in countries such as Great Britain or Canada, they still hold one political power, and that is the ability to dismantle the parliament. They can do that. Your queen has actually done that on behalf of Boris Johnson not too long ago. So, yes, dismantle the monarchy because it was an instrument for the ascension of fascism. Literally, in this case.
Also, there is something I will say. When Vital or Renat would get back to the home country, he basically would say that Agromny and Alexei are dead. Nikolai was killed by somebody else that just happened to be in the way.
He died trying to kill them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He got the bird flu.
But before we go, answer the greatest mystery. Who was that German knight?
Oh my god, who was that man?
It was
that night.
I guess we'll never know.
Yep, we'll never know.
And on that,
it was. Oh no! Wait, I know. It was Jean Reno.
I mean, I'm glad you all liked the game, despite my inadequacies in setting up things, threats not being threatening enough, and well, the length sometimes.
Yes, honestly,
6 hours.
I still thought we should have split this one in 2 parts at this point. But
well, we're here now.
We're here now, so good night, everybody.
Good night.
Yep,
Take care.
good night.
Good morning.
I'm just going to have sex with my bed.
Oh bye.
Oh bye.
Too much
make
information.
Sweet, sweet love to my bed, which is to say,
Yeah.
I'm falling asleep.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
See you
Yes.
later.
Death to fascism.